and would be helpful if you can return those numbers. So as we look up the course, we have fantastic conditions out on the course this morning. We've got great pictures of Georgina. She's been through the 500 metre mark, came through in about 2 minute time frame. So certainly, although she's on her own out in this race, certainly pushing it along. It looks like we've also got staff in all the timing huts, so we should be able to get those some accurate splits as the races go through. So the first two races are the para single scull. Georgina Browning is a PR3. This one's over 2,000 metres, and the next race is the para single scull over 1,000 metres. And we have they're all PR3 in the para single scull over 1,000 metres. Now, Georgina had a fairly successful New South Wales Championships a couple of weeks ago, and had a range of events that she competed in, including sweep and sculling, and certainly came out of that with a number of medals out of the New South Wales Championships. And so we're coming down now. She's gone through the 1,000 metre mark, so just a little bit slower split over that second 1,000 into that third 1,000. Certainly got the rating up and pushing it along, so is obviously got a time set that she wants to get and is working towards that, so looking very good at the moment. So Georgina now is well through the 1500 metre mark. As we can see, she's coming into about 350 metres to go, right in the middle there, and absolutely perfect rowing conditions. So the temperature's down at the moment. And welcome to Mike McRae.
Thanks, Rob. Great to be out here for the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. As you say, Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales, just making her way into the final 250 metres or so. Action-packed draw today, Rob, with all sorts of different events. Para-single sculling, like we've got out in here in the course at the moment. The Masters events, schoolboy rowing, schoolgirl rowing. So really fantastic schedule, as it always is out here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
Yeah, certainly, Mike, and it is very much the place to row, and we generally get very good entries in it. And as you say, there's a mixed and varied bag of races this morning, but we look out on the course, and it is Georgina Brown. She's into the last 100 metres now, just a slight lift in rating, getting a really good run out of that boat, and certainly handling the conditions as we'd expect very, very well. Just about 10 strokes to go before she crosses the line, and she will take out first place in the para-single scull over 2,000 metres. Georgina Brown of University of New South Wales.
Congratulations to the UNSW for the para-single scull. And we've got some more para races, as you said, Rob, coming up in the next race as well.
Absolutely. So we have race 2, and I think they're a little bit off the start at the moment, but we'll do a roll call. In lane 4, we have Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextall. Lane 5, Communities, Bronte Marshall, coached by Liam James, Barbara Ramjam and Robin Smith. In lane 6, Fiona Jackson from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 7, Lake Illawarra's Kevin Wall, coached by Mark Partridge.
Should have a start in race 2 in just a short moment. Rob, we're looking at the scullers lined up on the 1,000 metre mark. Of course, Stephanie Walker from Des Moines in lane 4, Bronte Marshall from Community in lane 5, Fiona Jackson from Nepean in lane 6, and Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra in lane 7 on the near side of the picture. If you're joining us on the live stream, hello and good morning. Race scheduled to get underway at 10 past 8, so we're a couple of minutes early.
Yeah, just having a little bit of trouble getting a line at the moment. There's one of the scullers are just a little bit ahead of the rest, but I'm sure that they will sort that out. And they're away in race 2, the para single scull. Just a reminder, in lane 4 we have Des Moines Stephanie Walker, in lane 5 Communities Bronte Marshall, in lane 6 Nepean's Fiona Jackson, and in lane 7 Lake Illawarra's Kevin Wall. And they're off to a clean start, and it looks like, as we'd expect, with a mixture of male and female and different classifications in here. Such we would expect different, a lot of difference in bait speed, and it does look like Kevin Wall's out to a bit of a flyer there.
Yeah, Kevin Wall in lane 7 looking really good in the Lake Illawarra colours. Just passing through the, about to pass through the 12.50 mark. Quarter point through this race. You can see Stephanie Walker in the Des Moines colours on the left side of the picture if you're joining us on the live stream or out here at the Regatta Centre. A good rate of striking across the board though from each of these scullers. Kevin Wall on the far right hand side of the picture. Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club in lane 5, just in the middle, and then up Stephanie Walker from Des Moines. Through the 500 metres, Kevin Wall in the lead, as you said, Rob. Perhaps in many ways unsurprisingly in this race, 2 minutes 1 second through the 500 metres. Bronte Marshall currently occupying second place. And Stephanie Walker from Des Moines third place. This race a little bit spread out. But Bronte Marshall we saw on the screen there earlier, Rob, looking maintaining a really healthy rate of striking through the halfway point in the race, and just staying in touch with Kevin Wall.
Yeah, certainly Bronte is known to keep that rate up in her rowing, and certainly is looking very clean with the blade work out there, Mike, and probably a little bit better than the other three in the race. But certainly Kevin now has got a sniff of the grandstand, and it's time to turn on that grandstand finish, and he looks like he's picked the picked the rate up a little bit now, and this comes down through the 250 metre mark. So it's Kevin Wall slightly in front of Bronte Marshall, who's having a great row over there in lane 5. A little bit further back to Stephanie Walker in lane 4. And then further back to Fiona Jackson from Nepean. And Fiona looks like she's just wandering about around the lanes a little bit, so it won't be helping her forward progress too much, but it's certainly putting the effort in nonetheless. But it will be Kevin Wall looking fairly comfortable as he comes down towards the last 100 metres in the race. Bronte Marshall certainly not letting off. She's having some big looks though, and having a look to see how far off that finish line. She's in the red boys now, so only 100 metres or so. But it will be Kevin Wall coming down to the line to take the win in the para single scull. It will be Bronte Marshall, about 5 strokes to go, and certainly has pushed Kevin all the way. And Bronte goes across in second place. We move a little bit further back now to Steph Walker over there in lane 4. Again, I think Steph is also vying with probably a few others for the Masters pace in the Masters single scull interstate. So she certainly is doing a lot of racing at the moment to help in that. She was out at the Victorian Championships a week or so ago. And then we go back to Fiona Jackson from Nepean. She's coming down to the last 100 metres, and she'll come across the line to complete this field. And might we move straight up then to race 3, the women's CD grade coxed 4.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, we do. It's race 3. Contested by 2 crews. The coxed 4 event probably fallen out of popularity among the grade club events, I suppose, at Rowing New South Wales regattas in recent years, but certainly a very popular event. It's a good coxing event is what I meant to say. But in lane 5 is ADF rowing, and they're represented by Zoe Martin, Sorrel Woodward, Isabel Worker, and Emily Hocking. Sonia Barrett is their coxswain. In lane 6 is the University of New South Wales, represented by Annabelle Singh, Eleanor Brungs, Annabelle Fuller, and Elizabeth Raffin. Their coxswain is Elise Courtney. They're coached by Justin Quigley, and crews are underway, and ferocious battle unfolding there on the course between these 2 crews. So this UNSW crew on lane 6, Singh, Brungs, Fuller and Raffin, coxed by Courtney, looking as though they're enjoying a small advantage over the ADF rowing crew in lane 5. And UNSW just with a chance to open up a little bit of a lead and stretch out and lengthen out their stroke a little bit, coming into the 500 metres.
And this race, Mike, is a combination of C and D grade. So we have the University of New South Wales crew is a C grade, and the ADF is a D grade. So I'm not quite sure what that will mean as far as the presentation of the exclusive Sydney Rowing Club tankards, glass tankards. So we'll have to wait and see. A few rough strokes, a little bit of steering changes. I suppose that if you sat there for the first 500 metres and gone dead straight, there's no coxswain wanted to liven it up a bit and put a bit of steering into it. But certainly that has not slowed the progress too much of this University of New South Wales crew. They still hold down probably about a length and a half lead over the ADF crew in lane 5.
I see plenty of cox 4 rowing in the schoolgirl and schoolboy events throughout the regatta season, but as I said before, not too many in the open and club and grade events. So, yeah, great opportunity for these club crews to get out in the coxed 4. Sonia Barrett and Elise Courtney, the coxswains in this event. But all things going the way of the University of New South Wales Boat Club at the moment. Probably opened up at least, 2 or 3 lengths, I would have thought at this point. Well, conditions nigh on perfect out here, Rob, for rowing. And good thing too, we've got plenty of action coming up this morning with singles and pair rowing as well. But for the moment, looking towards the conclusion of race 3, the women's CD grade coxed 4. A win for the University of New South Wales. Annabelle Singh, Eleanor Brungs, Annabelle Fuller, Elizabeth Raffin and Elise Courtney. Congratulations on that win. ADF Rowing Club settling for second place. Zoe Martin, Sorrel Woodward, Isabel Worker, Emily Hocking and Sonia Barrett.
Yeah, certainly those conditions, Mike, compared to what we had in some of the afternoon sessions at the New South Wales Championships, we're got a bit lively and some cancellation of races. But it's certainly none of that today, and I think it's supposed to be fairly well settled today. But on the start line now, we have race 4, the men's CD grade coxless quad, sorry. In lane 2, Mosmans, Mark Luan, Alexander Doige, Magnus Butlin, Ian Allsop, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. In lane 3, University of New South Wales, Justin Nelson, Thomas Jackson, Robbie Ireland, Anthony Ball, coached by Justin Quigley. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Max McDermott, Asher Kelly, Finn Folsham, Oliver Kennedy, coached by Joshua Wilson, Brandon Smith and Brandon Smith twice. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, Samed Suraparangju, Sathwik Malapudu, Harrison Durr, Toby Dolph, coached by Justin Quigley. In lane 6, ADF Rowing's Lachlan Rowe, David Newman, James Egan, Samuel Hinchcliffe. In lane 7, St Augustine's Connor Buchanan, Doug Schofield, Arian Goetti, Oscar Gillard, and coached by Joshua Wilson and Judith Ungermark. In lane 8, University of New South Wales, Christian McIntyre, Divishar Singh, Riz Myers, Jago Lambert, and coached by Justin Quigley.
Should have a start any moment in race 4. Thank you, Rob, for that roll call. Scheduled to get underway at 8:20 a.m. And cadence of racing this morning taking off every 5 minutes or so.
And of course, Mike, being a club regatta, we don't have heats and finals. I don't believe any heats and finals, so it'll all be run in divisions. So every race is a final, effectively. So that keeps the races going, keeps them moving through and gets as many packed into a day as we possibly can. But they're on the start now. He looks to be getting a fairly good line, so they'll be underway shortly.
Race 4 underway, and some good shots. A good picture coming in from the boat race official boat. That's just the St Augustine's crew there in lane 7. Looks like they might be dealing with a breakage of some kind. Just timing difficulty. Anyway, we're underway in race 4. Mossman lane 2. University of New South Wales lane 3, St Augustine's lane 4, UNSW lane 5, ADF lane 6, St Augustine's lane 7, and UNSW lane 8. So plenty of intra-club competition in this race 4.
And all these races now for the next 7 or so races are all over 1,000 metres, as is this one. That St Augustine's crew in lane 7 are well underway now, but they have lost a lot of ground. They had some sort of issue with, a stroke or some crab or something at the start, but it's certainly underway now. But it does look like in this race here, that crew over in lane 2, the Mossman crew, this is a Masters crew, look to be out to a very good pace at the moment. The University of New South Wales crew in lane 5 also handling it very well, as is the University of New South Wales in lane 3. A lot going on over at University of New South Wales.
Plenty going on in the men's CED grade coxless quad department over there at Tarpon Creek. But look at that, Mossman and then 3 UNSW crews, followed by ADF, currently occupying 5th place. St Augustine's in 6th. But yeah, plenty of, as I said, intra-club competition. 3 UNSW crews in the one race. Yeah, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, they certainly have grown that club, and congratulations to all involved over there. And Justin Quigley, you're obviously a very busy person. It still looks to be, as we come through the 1750 metre mark, the Mossman crew over in lane 2 holding a slight advantage over the University of New South Wales crew in lane 3. So that's where the race is on. But way over on this side, we've got the other University of New South Wales crew in lane 8. Still faring very well, but it does look like the Mossman crew holding down about a length's lead over Uni of New South, further over to this Uni of New South on this side. And it looks like now the 3rd Uni of New South crew has, it's the University of New South Wales crew is also up there. So it's still looking like a Mossman, then 2, 3 and 4 to University of New South Wales. But the Mossman crew now just extending the lead slightly as they come down to the last 5 or 6 strokes, coming down to the line. This is a well-drilled crew. They've been rowing together a bit, so they certainly are looking at that. And the Pelicans have just got out of the way in the time, and it will be Mossman crossing the line to take out first place. The crew then in lane 3 coming across to take second from University of New South Wales, followed by lane 8.
That'll be back to UNSW in lane 5, who claims 4th place, and a bit of a tight race now between ADF in lane 6 and St Augustine's in lane 4. On the line, I think it's just going to be ADF who claim it. 5th place to them, 6th place to St Augustine's lane 4, and then it'll be 7th place to St Augustine's in lane 7.
Well, we're up at the start. I think we might already be underway in the race 5, the Women's Master Single Scull Division 1. These women are of the Masters categories. They are A, B and C. In lane 1, we have Community's Alexandra Bailey Coleman, she's off 5 seconds. Leichhardt 2 in Wendy Miller, off 3 seconds in lane 2. North Shore's Alexandra Pinkham, off 3 seconds in lane 3. Then Abbotsford's Yvonne Konchek, Glebe's Jacqueline Harris, North Shore Jemima Laus, and 7 is Glebe's Belindy Rowe, lane 8 Mossman's Nicola Presti, and Heidi Lindell from Glebe rounding out the field in lane 9. So it's a full field, and we look like we have them all out there.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, so lanes 1, 2 and 3 giving hampered by a handicap. Alexandra Bailey Coleman in lane 1 from Community gave 5 seconds. Wendy Miller from Leichhardt in lane 2 gave 3 seconds, and as did Alexandra Pinkham in the North Shore colours in lane 3, while the remainder of the sculls went off go. But plenty of experience, Rob, among this crop of scullers.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly a number of these scullers trying out for or have nominated for the Interstate Masters Cruise for the Masters Championships will be held in Champion Lake in Western Australia late in May. But coming down to the 500 metre mark, I think we're through the 500 metre mark, and it was North Shore's Jemima Louse through in first, followed by Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, Mossman's Nikki Lepresti, followed by Jacqueline Harris, Belindy Rowe, Wendy Miller and Yvonne Konchek, followed by Alexandra Bailey-Coleman and Alexandra Pinkham. So certainly those off the handicap have come back to the field a bit. It looks like Heidi Lindahl. So I'm just trying to work out where we go, Jemima Louse. So all these ones at the moment coming through the 500 metres were the ones that are off go, and they look like they've extended that lead in some instances as we come down towards the last 250 metres. It does look to be North Shore's Jemima Louse holding down just a slight advantage over the Mossman Scull and Nikki Lepresti and Glebe's Heidi Lindahl. So she's changed positions there as they've come through because Nikki Lepresti has gone past Heidi Lindahl. But that looks to be where the race is at the moment. Over there we have Jacqueline Harris in lane 5, also handling it very well, as is Belindy Rowe. So certainly the races on this side of the field. So the handicaps haven't been able to pull back those seconds over this thing. So the quality of the rowing over on this side. As we come down with about 200 metres to go, it is still the North Shore's Jemima Louse holding down now probably out to about a length's lead. It does look like Nikki Lepresti trying to track her down at the moment, but making a little bit of inroads, but she has certainly gone past Heidi Lindahl from Glebe. It is Jacqueline Harris from in lane 5 is a bit of big mover, and she's pushing up for that third place, but it'll be no trouble whatsoever for Jemima Louse, and she will come across the line to take out the first division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Crossing the line now, it will be Nikki Lepresti from Mossman in second, followed by Heidi Lindahl from Glebe in third. It will be Jacqueline Harris from Glebe Rowing Club in fourth. A little bit further back to Belindy Rowe, and then over to Wendy Miller, and it will be Alexandra Bailey-Coleman, followed by Alexandra Pinkham, closing out the field. Although we still have Yvonne Konchek, and I'll look back up there. Must have been some sort of problem in her boat. She's certainly normally faring a lot better than this. So I know that Yvonne's just getting back into racing. She's done a few over the last couple of months after some illness. But she looks like she's got it up and going now, but has only just come about 400 metres to go. So she's got a little way to go to finish off this field.
Yvonne Konchek of Abbotsford Rowing Club just finalising this race 5, the first division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And we've got about to have a start rather, in the second division, which is race 6. This is the second of 5 divisions over the next few races. In lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club, and I should say no handicaps in this race. These are all D-grade scullers, Masters scullers. Lane 1 from Glebe is Anne Skilton. Lane 2 from Lake Macquarie is Trudy McDonald. In lane 3 from Leichhardt is Lisa Molyneux. Lane 4 from Shoalhaven is Katrina Davis. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield is Christine Phillips. In lane 6 from Leichhardt is Daniela Borgert. In lane 7 from North Shore is Zita Briones. And in lane 8 from UTS Haberfield is Kirsty Edwards.
And certainly a number of these have nominated for the interstate women's quad and 8. Anne Skilton, Trudy McDonald, Katrina Davis and Daniela Borgert. And they, I think probably would have got, probably all of them had it been a little bit closer to home than Western Australia. But anyway, that's the way it goes. But certainly the D grade single scull in Masters is a very well contested event. And we're away, so it looks like a very clean start.
Yeah, it should be a really good race. Off to a flyer in the early stages of this second division of the women's Masters single. And as you say, Rob, this is a selection regatta for the Masters categories for the Masters interstate team. So plenty on the line for these scullers, and in many ways a culmination of the efforts in the season so far.
Yeah, it's great to see the involvement of the UTS scullers. They certainly have been building that squad, and these many of them, I think maybe all of them, are previous Australian representatives, and so it's taken them a little while to get back into it, but certainly are now moving towards the fronts of the field, and particularly these two, Christine Phillips and Kirsty Edwards, have been doing a lot. And I think they might have gone off to Spain for the World Masters, FISA World Masters early in the year, and that may restricted their travel later in the year, but certainly are building some good combinations in UTS.
Yeah, that's right. Kirsty Edwards and Christine Phillips, part of a growing squad down there at UTS Haberfield of returning alumni, former high performance rowers who are re-entering the arena in the Masters categories. Certainly giving the I suppose the usual suspects runs for their money.
Yeah, look, it's great to see, and I think it's great to see that they're coming back in and they can lift the game, but also they come back in and realise that there's it's pretty competitive out there as well. So it's good all the way around. It's a great influence in the sport. And they've gone through coming through the 500 metre mark, and it was indeed Christine Phillips from UTS holding down a slight advantage over Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, then Kirsty Edwards from UTS, followed by Daniela Borgert in lane 5, followed by Anne Skilton, Zita Briones and Lisa Molyneux. And it certainly all the pace is on, and Trudy McDonald over there in lane 2, trying to challenge Christine Phillips. I think she's probably not quite level pegging Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis. She'll be coming into the last 400 metres, and that certainly we know that she has a very, very dynamic finish over the last 300 or 400 metres. So certainly she'll be winding into that now. So it's going to be a very close race as we come down to the 250 metre mark. Certainly about a length between these three scullers. A little bit further back though to Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt, and over on this side UTS's Kirsty Edwards. So certainly the race is on in the middle with those three scullers.
The selectors for the New South Wales Interstate Masters Women's Quad will be keeping a close eye on this race. Of course, many of the constituent members of those crews come from the CD grade, Rob. So this race in particular, the second division of the Women's Masters single scull, all D grade scullers in contention. Yeah, and it's a great opportunity for the selectors and coaches to have a look at the potential and how each one is faring at this point in time. But certainly no problem whatsoever for Christine Phillips. She has really turned it on from the first stroke. But it is Katrina Davis turning on that signature finish, and she's coming back at Trudy McDonald and trying to overtake Trudy for the second place. But as I said, no trouble at all for Christine Phillips, and she will come down to the line with about 2 lengths at the end, 2 lengths lead
over. Currently Trudy McDonald, but finishing fast. Katrina Davis. There'll be nothing in it as they cross the line. It will be Trudy McDonald, followed by Katrina Davis. It will be Daniel Bourget coming across in fourth. Over on this side, Kirsty Edwards from UTS in fifth. Then we cross to the other side of the field, and it's Anne Skilton from Glebe crossing the line. And then the last two scullers coming down to the line now, Zeta Briones from North Shore and Leichhardt's Lisa Malio finalising this field.
Recapping the results unofficially for the second division of the Women's Masters single scull, a win for Christine Phillips from UTS Haberfield. Second place to Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. Third place to Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. Fourth place to Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt. Fifth place to Kirsty Edwards from UTS Haberfield. Sixth place to Anne Skilton from Glebe. Seventh place Zeta Briones from North Shore. And eighth place to Lisa Molineux from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And underway in race 7, the third division of the Women's Masters single scull. I've had a recusal from my colleague up here in the commentary tower. For this race in particular, it's contested by 5 scullers, 4 of them from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Robert Glendenning. So in lane 3 is Kathleen Hextell. Lane 4 from Balmain Rowing Club. The sole Balmain Rowing Club participant in this race is Anya Weaver. Lane 5 is Renata Eatma. In lane 6 is Caroline Vernon. And lane 7 is Wendy Roncolato. And so, as I said, we are underway, and we'll have a better idea as scullers come into the purview of the commentary tower. But I think at this stage, Kath Hextell over there on the far side, a deeply experienced oarswoman, probably making the best of things at this stage. But in the middle of the field as well, Renata Eatma in lane 5. Probably not far off, if at all, actually. Let's have a better idea as they come through the halfway point in the race in just a moment. In fact, happy to be correct, it is Renata Eatma in the lead in lane 5. Very long and powerful stroke from Renata Eatma in the lead in this race. Kathleen Hextell currently occupying second. Anya Weaver currently running third. This is Wendy Roncolato fourth, and then followed across the halfway point by Caroline Vernon in lane 6.
Yeah, it was certainly Renata Eatma, very tall sculler and very competent. I think she might have won the nationals in this in the EA division last year. So, and Kathleen the lightweight division. So 2 well qualified scullers, and certainly trying to stay up with them at the moment is Anya Weaver, but a little bit further back now to Caroline Vernon. From, well, all they're all from Drummoyne except for Anya, and back to Wendy Roncolato. Certainly as we come down towards the line, it does look like that Renata has turned it on out here now, and certainly trying to get that big push towards the line, but not letting go at all. Very dogged fighter in the scull is Kathleen Hextell, and she's certainly going to push Renata all the way. But they certainly row in different divisions at the Nationals, but Kathleen able to row, and the lighter one's able to row in the lightweight division. But no way she's going to catch Renata, and certainly who has been working on a finish and her sprint towards the line, and certainly putting that to good effect at the moment, and looks fairly well untroubled, Mike, as she comes down towards the line.
In the insider scoop from Rob Glendenning with respect to the third division of the Women's Masters single scull, Renata Eatma, unchallenged and in the ascendancy for the whole of this race, and looking relatively unbothered now in the final 50 metres or so of her race. Kathleen Hextell looking to retain the second position. And then the race is tightening up a little bit for third. It's the Balmain sculler, Anya Weaver, who has pushed her way into the third position. It's a win for lane 5, Renata Eatma. Kath Hextell claims second place. But Caroline Vernon in lane 6 has just overtaken Wendy Roncolato. But third place is going to go to Anya Weaver from Balmain Rowing Club. And then Vernon claims 4th, and Roncolato claims 5th. So an interesting race to watch that one unfold, and thanks, Rob, for your contributions, notwithstanding your recusal, of course.
Yeah, but can't help myself, can I? Yeah, but they know certainly a good little squad happening there out of Drummoyne. We now move to race 8, the Women's Master Single Scull Division 4, and these are all F division. So we have in lane 2, Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, North Shore's Karen Knowles, coached by Ken Ambler. In lane 4, Leichhardt's M. Barrack, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5, North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by Ken Ambler. In lane 6, St George's, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 7, North Shore's Rhonda Decker, coached by Guy Morgan. And in lane 8, Annalise Appleton from North Shore. I might have... yeah, it is. Yeah. I just turned it off to try to get... And so this race well underway now, and it does look like the scullery from North Shore's Kieran Shecker, we're in the wrong race, Karen Knowles, has had a good start, and we probably all Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor, so it's just a bit difficult to work out whether, yeah, so it is indeed Carmel Taylor over there in lane 2, who's got off to a good start, as has North Shore's Louise McCoach. In the lane 4, and beside her St George's Joanne Ward. So that's where the race looks to be at the moment. But as we get down towards the 500 metre mark, we'll get the splits as they come through there. But it does look like a fairly close race, this one, Mike.
Yeah, certainly at this point in time, Rob, really close. No clear leader at the moment, or certainly... Louise McCoach not commanding an unassailable lead over the rest of the field. Joanne Ward some 2.2 seconds behind her. Passing through the halfway point, Annalise Appleton, Emberack passing through the halfway as well. And back to Carmel Taylor and Rhonda Decker from Leichhardt and North Shore Rowing Clubs respectively. And back to Karen Knowles.
Yeah, it certainly has tightened up in the middle of the field there. There was a little bit more of a gap between the crews as they went through, but this combination in the middle here, M. Barrack, Leichhardt, Louise McCoach from North Shore and Joanne Ward, look like now they've just stepped away from the rest of the field. It does look like Carmel Taylor over there in lane 2 is trying to peg that gap, but not making much inroads on at the moment. But Louise McCoach then just putting on an extra effort and looks to maybe have pulled out to about a length's lead over the St George's Joanne Ward and M. Barrack in lane 4. So that looks to be still where the race is. Right over on this side though, Annalise Appleton certainly putting on a big finish, and she looks to be coming back, probably a little bit a length or two behind M. Barrack. So she's got a lot of work to do if she's going to get back into the places, but certainly doing the work over here in lane 8 and coming home like a train. So those over in the middle of the field there are going to have to take a big look to their left, and M. Barrack in certainly, as she's in third place at the moment, and really in danger of dropping that place to Annalise Appleton from North Shore, but no trouble whatsoever for Louise McCoach. She has now pulled out to about 2 lengths advantage over Joanne Ward. M. Barrack now on another push to try to come back and bridge that gap and get back into second place, but may run out of room. Joanne Ward having a few big looks at the moment, so she's tiring quickly here, and M. Barrack does look like she's coming up onto Joanne Ward, but Joanne Ward now responding as she's got about 100 metres to go. Once again, Louise McCoach in the middle of the field though, really winding it down. She comes into the finish looking fairly comfortable, and she will go across the line in the end to take a fairly comfortable win in Division 4 of the Women's Master Scull. So she will cross the line first. It will be Joanne Ward from St George Rowing Club in second, followed by M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Annalise Appleton will take you out fourth, followed by Rhonda Decker from North Shore Rowing Club. We move to the other side of the field after a great start. Carmel Taylor is probably tired a little bit over the last 500 metres. She'll come across the line now to take out 6th position, and Karen Knowles crossing in 7th.
Recapping the results for the 4th division of the Women's Masters Single Scull, a win for Louise McCoach and North Shore Rowing Club. 2nd place to Joanne Ward and St George. 3rd place to Emberack and Leichhardt Rowing Club. 4th place to Annalise Appleton, North Shore. 5th place to Rhonda Decker from North Shore. 6th place to Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt. And 7th place to Karen Knowles from North Shore. And we'll move right along, Rob, to the 5th and final division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. These scullers are in the G, H and I categories. In lane 3 from St George's, Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4 is Janet Pendleton from North Shore. In lane 5, Susan Walter from North Shore. And finally, from Mossman Rowing Club is Anne Taylor.
It should be a very good race, but we've got some big handicaps in this race. The North Shore and Mossman, Susan Walter from North Shore and Anne Taylor from Mossman are off go. 22nd handicap back to Janet Pendleton of North Shore, and it will be 33 seconds handicap for St George's Christine McCready. So it does look, though, from looking out on the field, though, they've closed up a lot of that handicap. I'm looking at Christine McCready. She's almost up onto the side of Janet Pendleton. Certainly wouldn't have that 6 seconds if we'd halved the handicap. So she looks like to be the one who really is moving well out there. Mossman's Anne Taylor, though, holding down a probably about 2-length lead over Susan Walter. So we won't really know these handicaps if they're right, and the scullers are all of fairly equal ability. They should bring them all together at the line, and it does look like Christine McCready is certainly the one that's got all the boat speed at the moment, but she's got a lot of work to do. Anne Taylor then just responding to, she probably had a look over there and thought Christine was coming back a little bit too fast, and she has certainly responded now and really pulled out another length over the North Shore sculler.
Well, plenty of distance yet to wind down between the lead. The lead currently enjoyed by Anne Taylor, but as you say, Rob, Chris McCready really working hard there on the far side in lane 3 to reel her back. The question is whether she's going to run out of water. I think she may do, but Anne Taylor looking very much in charge. 2nd place currently being occupied by Susan Walter. Again, I'm not sure Christine McCready will have enough water even to reel back that lead. Alone for the win. So with relatively spaced out race in the end, Rob. Yeah,
and Mike, and just having a look at the ages, Anne Taylor 75, coming across the line now, she will take out the lead. Susan Walter 76, Janet Pendleton 73, and the very young Christine McCready at 66 over on the other side. So it just goes to show their technique and their ability to move a boat at that age is remarkable.
And Taylor crossing the line, happy to let it float across more or less. 2nd place to Susan Walter. Yeah, and it's a bit spaced out now. So Christine McCready, 33-second handicap on the starting line, claims 3rd place, and Janet Pendleton from North Shore claims 4th place to finalise that race. And we'll move now to men's masters pair rowing in race 10. And we'll have 2 divisions of this event in races 10 and 11. So it looks as though we are underway. It's this race 10 rather, comprising D and E grade oarsmen. In lane 2 is a crew comprising Rob Koskar and Charles Buzzicott from Leichhardt Rowing Club. In lane 3 is a crew from North Shore. That's Kieran Shecker and Jeffrey Beer, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4 is a crew from Leichhardt Rowing Club. That's Rob Gilmore and Martin Emery. In lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club is Christopher Nisha and James Wentworth. In lane 6 is a crew from Sydney Rowing Club. That's Robert McNeil and Mark Bindner. And finally, in the University of New South Wales colours is James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe in lane 7.
Yeah, and it does look like that Leichhardt crew of Koskar and Buzzicott had still about 8 seconds, so hadn't pulled much back of that 5 seconds. So certainly this race on over at this side between the Sydney's McNeil and Binder and University of New South Wales Halliday and McEnroe. And they are going stroke for stroke as they come down towards the line. And it does look like the Sydney crew might be just overrating by a point or two over the New South Wales crew. I think a number of these athletes in this race have also nominated for the men's crews, certainly the men's 8. But it looks like University of New South Wales has just started their sprint. But so McNeil and Binder from Sydney Rowing Club have responded, and it's absolutely nothing in it. Certainly the cleaner blade work looks to be coming from the Sydney crew at the moment, but this is a well-drilled University of New South Wales crew, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, and they look like they may well have just got about a metre advantage over the Sydney Rowing Club, but these guys know how to race, and they've certainly got it moving now, the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and as they come down towards the last 150 metres, there is nothing in it. Maybe a slight advantage at the moment to the Uni of New South crew over on this side, just about a metre or so back to the Sydney Rowing Club. Over on the far side, Coscar and Buzzicott from Leichhardt coming home very, very strongly, but they're going to run out of room. So this is where the race is on this side. It is absolutely stroke for stroke as they come towards the line. Another big push by the Sydney crew. Will the New South Wales Uni be able to respond? There is nothing in it. It is stroke for stroke. We've got about 10 strokes to go. Neither of them looking eyes in the boat that's coming down to the line. Sydney with the slightest advantage, and it will be Sydney Rowing Club just taking it out by about half a metre over the New South Wales Uni crew, Halliday and McEnroe. A great race, followed by Coscar and Buzzicott from Leichhardt. It will be a little bit further back now to the Leichhardts, Gilmore and Emery. We might have had missing a crew there, the Glebe crew. And crossing, coming down to the line now, the North Shore crew of Shecker and Beer.
What a cracking race that was, Rob, in the end. More or less, just a 2-horse race, but for the win between Rob McNeil and Mark Binder from Sydney, who ultimately claimed the win, and James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe from the UNSW. Just both crews responding incrementally to the threats that were being kind of outlaid by their opponent in the final 100 metres or 200 metres or so. That was a long time for them to kind of hold their hands on the stove, so to speak. So really good effort, and congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club's Rob McNeil and Mark Binder on that win there. Well expended their energy so early on in the day. So that concludes the first division of the men's Masters pair. We'll move on to the second division, which is about to get underway. It's contested by 4 crews. In lane 3. Lane 3 is Richard Lawson and Alistair Smith from North Shore. Lane 4 is David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 5 from Glebe is Mark McKeon and Mark Tejan. And in lane 6 is University of New South Wales, Chris Grundy and John McNamara.
Yeah, once again, a lot of experience in this race. Certainly been around and racing over a number of years, and a lot of these ones rode at a senior level when they were younger. The average age that we have the North Shore crew of Lawson and Smith off 18 seconds, as are the Greenslade and Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club, and then off go the Mark McEwen, Mark Tejan combination from Glebe and University of New South Wales, Grundy and McNamara. So they are just lining them up at the moment. Hold on, this is a little bit confusing. So we've got 5 crews, Mike. You've got a late press release here.
Yes, I've just been told, very reliably, that the Glebe crew, Christopher Nisha and James Wentworth, who we didn't see a start from in lane 5, have joined this race in race 11. So they now appearing in lane 7 on the screen, but with the bow number 5, of course, written on their boat. So that's confusingly, we have 2 boats with bow number 5 on their bow. But it is Christopher Nisha and James Wentworth also joining us in this race for the second division of the men's Masters pair. And we've got a start for the crews off go. That's Mark McKeon and Mark Tejan in lane 5, and Chris Grundy and John McNamara And 18 seconds is the handicap being given currently by North Shore Sydney Rowing Club, and they're underway, and handicaps. Anyway, we're all underway.
Yeah, I would have expected that the Glebe crew would have had, being an E crew, would have had another few seconds handicap. Not sure what's. Oh, yeah, they may well have done. They look like they've been a little bit longer to get off the line, but. Yes, we are suitably confused about the handicaps, but it does appear that the Glebe crew of McEwen and Tejan is still holding down a fairly comfortable lead as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. Certainly a lot of speed being shown over there from the North Shore and Sydney crews, who are off 18 seconds. It'll be interesting to see how much the Glebe crew can pull back. They were off and should have been off another 5 or 7 seconds after that. Certainly a lot of splashing up there. I don't know if they've just gone through some sort of wash or whatever, but looked like they've been a
substantial amount of splashing, I would have thought.
Yeah,
Rob, from that Sydney Rowing Club boat. So not sure what's going on up there. But that's the crew of David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow, a deeply experienced combination. Of course, interstate representatives as well, if I'm not mistaken, in the past. So, plenty of experience on board. But keep an eye on that Sydney Rowing Club boat in lane 4. And they gave 18 seconds to the Glebe and the University of New South Wales combinations over here in lanes 5 and 6.
Yeah, but the two marks from Glebe Rowing Club, quite a commanding lead, really, coming into that 500 metre mark, quite surprisingly so. And they go through that 500 metre mark in just a shade under two minutes, about 10 seconds back to the Uni of New South Wales, followed closely by Sydney. So they've pulled back. I don't know if that's necessarily right either, but it looks like the Sydney crew might be in front of the University of North Shore crew. Sorry, so we're just a bit confused about where they are. I know. So it is the University's Chris Gundy and John McNamara. They were the off go. So that Sydney crew has pulled back. Has reduced the handicap, the 18 seconds on the University of New South Wales crew, and are moving now up. But I don't know if they're going to have the room to get to the line to get over the top of the Glebe crew, who are well polished crew, and they've done a lot of rowing together. And certainly if Sydney are going to come back to them, they've got a lot of work to do over the last 300 metres.
Absolutely. Well, it's the race is Mark McKeon and Mark Tejan to lose at this point. They've, as you said, Rob, asserted a significant advantage over the rest of the field. But Greenslade and Quitzow certainly keeping the foot down through the middle half, or middle third of this race, rather. And coming into the last 200 metres or so. But have a look at the additional crew from Glebe on the near side in lane 7. That's Christopher Nish and James Wentworth pressing up as well. And they're looking as though they're going to displace Chris Grundy and John McNamara, who are in lane 6. Oh, but have a look. It's a fast finish coming from Greenslade and Quitzow. I don't know if they're going to be able to reel back the Glebe crew, but they are finishing with a vengeance in this second division of the men's Masters pair. But McKeon and Tejan, well, they've had it all go their own way, and they're looking poised now to claim the win in race 11, second division of the men's Masters pair. And second place will go to David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. Third place is going to the late additions in this race. It's Christopher Nish and James Wentworth. And then back to Chris Grundy and John McNamara, who claim 4th in lane 6. That's the UNSW crew. And finalising this race is Richard Lawson and Alistair Smith from North Shore Rowing Club. They claim 5th place.
Yeah, and the crews from Glebe, the additional crew in the race in the Sydney Rowing Club, great work by them to try to reduce that substantial handicap. These fast-moving boats over 1,000 metres, and so any handicap is very, very difficult to pull back. But certainly a great job by the two marks from Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club, taking out first place. We now move on to race 12, back up to the 2,000 metre mark. It is the schoolboy 4-4. In lane 2, we have St Ignatius, Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Toohey, William Brown, and their coxswain Thomas Brendanhan. And coaches Sarah Dew. In lane 3, Shaw Schools, Campbell Binney, Henry Smith, Harry Fuses, Xavier Coker, and Austin Anderson is their coxswain. Lane 4, St Joseph's, Fletcher Grenfell, Vincent McAllister, Nicholas Campsey, Samuel Lonergan, and Cooper Watkins is their coxswain, coached by Simon Pennington and Gus Chazolka. In lane 5, Kings, Archie Farrer, Will Ralph, Harry Ballhausen, Angus Purdy, and Arjun Trivedi is their coxswain, coached by Felix Lay. In lane 6, Newington's Aaron Koo, Henry Morris, Connor Power, Arno Lee, Lucas Ross, their coxswain, and coached by Leo Grippy. In lane 7, Scots, Marcus Lamb, Jack Shannon, Will Nedding, Jason Zhang, Anton James Lutfi is their coxswain. And in lane 8, Scots, Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Tennyson Bors, Nick Phillips, Eric Johansson, and Jordan DeBouve is their coxswain.
Thank you, Rob, for that phenomenal roll call. And we're on our way in race 12, the school 4th and excellent to be getting into the schoolboy categories of racing at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta this morning. We have the next 4 races will be the schoolboy 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st 4s. So look forward to that over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And then we will move into more club and under 23 and open club competition over the next 45 minutes or so. Plenty of action coming your way at the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. You can see that Newington crew on your screen at the moment, lane 6. Some fantastic pictures now from the vantage of the boat race official catamaran down there at the far end of the competition lake. So through the 500 metres, Robin, it's the St Joseph's crew, the Sol St Joseph's crew. In lane 4, it's Fletcher Grenfell, Vincent McAllister, Nicholas Campy, Samuel Lonergan and Cooper Watkins, who are in the lead. And they're enjoying a small advantage ahead of a St Ignatius. And that's Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Tui, William Brown and Thomas Brednam. 1.83 was the margin at the 500 metres, but plenty of water to row yet in this school 4th 4 race, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 2.5 seconds between the top 4 crews, but I'm sure that will spread out as we get down through the 1,000 metre and into that all-important third 500. But certainly the conditions out there continue to be extremely good and fair racing at the moment. So
absolutely, and with respect to these next couple of races, and indeed all of the schoolboy racing we see out here at the regatta today, today's racing probably represents really the last realistic hit out for many of them in terms of preparation for Head of the River in a couple of short weeks. But this is both the New South Wales Rowing New South Wales Head of the River in a couple of weeks, next week rather, and the AAGPS Head of the River, at which each of these schools will be competing later on in March. So plenty of valuable race rehearsal available to these crews today, and it's the St Ignatius crew for the moment who is making the best of things, 0.47 the margin ahead of the Shaw School, who've moved up into second, and St Joseph's are relegated into third position at this stage. Kings currently occupying fourth place, and then back to Scots in lane 8. Newington currently running 6th. It'll be the remaining Scots crew in lane 7, I would have thought, yet to come through.
Yeah, certainly, looking fairly close over on that side of the field, and the St Ignatius crew does look to have had, made the best of that second 500, but nothing in it between them and Shaw. The St Joseph's crew went through the 500 in front, have slipped back a little bit, and then it's just a little bit of a growing margin back to 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So the St Ignatius crew certainly turning it on through there, but going with them, the Shaw crew of Binney, Smythe, Fuses, Coker and Anderson. So it does look like, though, in the last 100 metres or so that St Ignatius have gone for a big push and do appear to have pulled maybe half a length over the Shaw crew, but it will know as we come through the 1500 metre mark just how they stand.
That Joey's crew must have got away to a really fast start, Rob. They've just slipped back a little bit. Maybe they're deploying something of a flattery tactic in the early stage of this race, but yeah, looking as though it's all going the way of St Ignatius now, Rob. They've extended that lead by the looks of things through the 1500, and the Shaw School 4 seconds behind now. So really mature effort being done by the St Ignatius crew in lane 2. That is Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Tui, William Brown, Thomas Brednam. They're coached by Sarah Dew, and I know she'll be very pleased with the progress of this race.
Yeah, certainly they have certainly very confident with how they were going to go, and certainly paced themselves just nicely and allowed themselves to get in this position here at the moment. But Shaw not being done there. They've just turned it up, the wick up a little bit, and are coming home very fast. I'm sure that St Ignatius will have some response to that, and it does look like they're responding now as they come into 250 metres to go. Just after a little bit of a lull, the St Joseph's crew, though, are also coming back, so they've got a second wind here. Realised that they're only about 250 metres to go, so thought they'd give it a good crack. But it is this St Ignatius crew over there in lane 2, still holding down a great lead and a great row by all these crews, for their number 4, School 4-4. But yeah, they are now pulling away from the Shaw crew. Shaw crew just have to be a little bit mindful of the fast finishing St Joseph's, but they may just have just expend their last bit of energy, and looks like that run at Shaw has just died away a little bit, but no problems whatsoever for St Ignatius. They are coming down towards the line. It is about 5 strokes to go, looking very good as they cross the line. They'll be very happy with their performance today and how that looks for them in a couple of weeks' time when they do their head of the river. It will be followed by Shaw School coming across in second. It will be St Joseph's in third. A fast finishing King School in fourth. And then just a little bit further back to Scots 4 in lane 8. About another 100 metres to go.
Yeah, Newington look as though they'll claim 6th place, Rob, behind Scots, and then Scots in lane 7 after them, looking as though they will claim 7th place. Plenty of support coming for the Scots crews from the grandstand. Great to see as well. Newington coming across in 6th and Scots in 7th. Well, that's certainly a shot across the bow, Rob, by the St Ignatius boat over there in lane 2. Certainly the rivalry between Ignatius and Shaw has heated up this season, I have to say. In the context of the past couple of seasons, we've just seen a domination, and I don't think that's too strong of a word to use, by crews from St Ignatius College Riverview at the head of the river and rowing New South Wales regattas. And so the Shaw School has been contending with them throughout the categories, but certainly a very, very strong performance by St Ignatius, and plenty of pride on the line for that program heading into the pointy end of the season as well. And we will see the remainder of their their school fours in the 3rd, 2nd and 1st 4 coming down the track very shortly, because we're underway in race 13.
Yeah, and race 13 is the school third four, and in lane 3 we have Shaw's Comanakis, Doherty, Mott, Frape and Coxon Anderson. In lane 4, Newington's Hunter, Haley, Cronin, Evans and Henry. In lane 5, Kings, Walsh, Jones, McGrath, Arentz and Forrester. In lane 6, Scots, Irvin, Tabor, Duplessis, Simpson and Chan, Coxon. In lane 7, Eisenhower, Love, Tancred, McRae and Keane is there, Coxon. And in lane 8, St Joseph's, Stephen, Clare, Smith, Hopkins and Chan is there, Coxon.
Thanks, Robin. Just as race 13 comes down the track and into the perspective of the commentary tower, just a reminder to competitors today, we do have mugs, Sydney Rowing Club Regatta mugs available for the winners only of the each race, and of course no finals today, so if you do win your division, please do come over and collect your mugs from the presentation pontoon in front of the grandstand.
And it is St Ignatius who are holding down quite a commanding lead as they come through the 1500 metre mark. It's not getting here. We are now getting some timing. So St Ignatius here holding down about 7-second advantage over Shaw, followed by Kings through that 1500 metre mark. So once again, looking very strong, this St Ignatius program, and certainly they are always batting at the top of these fields, and certainly showing it here. A little bit messy with the blade work just at the moment, so whether they're just feeling the pinch a little bit. Over there in lane 3, the Shaw School once again. There's a bit of a rerun of the script from the last race. Certainly faring well. I don't think they're going to have the speed to come over that last 300 odd metres to claim back this lead. So the St Ignatius crew over here in lane 3, Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Thomas Tancred, Henry McRae and Coxon, Samuel Keane, coached by Sarah Dew, holding down about a length and a half's lead over the Shaw Schools. Peter Comanakis, Ryan Doherty, Ollie Mott, Harrison Frape and Austin Anderson is there, Coxon. And then it's a little bit further back to Kings and the fast finishing St Joseph's over in lane 8. But no problem whatsoever. I think they've extended the lead coming into the last 100 metres and looking very comfortable, having a bit of a look over at the other crew, making sure they've got them covered. Of course, the coxswain can't see, so the bowman looking across and just giving them an update of where they sit. But they will go across the line, holding down about a 2 or 3 lengths lead. Kings finishing very fast now, but they won't have enough room to catch the short crew, but it will be St Ignatius crossing in first place. A little bit further back now to the Shaw School, coming across in second. It will be the King's School in third. And Scott's now really pushing home now to try to overtake this St Joseph's crew coming to the line, but they will once again, they'll run out of room, and it will be St Joseph crossing for 4th, Scott's crossing for 5th, and then a little bit further back for Newington in 6th place.
And Newington just with in the last 100 metres of their race, Rob, but certainly narrative repeating in the school third 4. Wins to St Ignatius and second place to Shaw. Look, emblematic of the remarkable depth of both of those programs, and so congratulations to both those crews. But in the end, race a little bit spread out for the school third 4. But with that, we'll move on to the second 4. It's underway. It's race 14. A little bit further away, so I'll just run through the roll call before they come up to the business end of the park. So it's Ignatius in lane 3, and they're represented by Sydney Roche, Samuel Barry, Benjamin Eisenhower, James Davison, Zach Burton, their cocks. In lane 4 is the Shaw School. They're represented by Charlie Glancy, Rupert Forrester, Xavier Duvernay and Ed McDonald. Alex Goldman is their coxswain. In lane 5 is the King's School, represented by Max McGraw, Lachlan Cable, Jack Webster and Sam Watt. Digby Norton Knight is their cox. In lane 6 is Newington, and they're represented by Tom Perrott, Andrew Cominos, Rory Begg and Ashton Tullapan. Noah Clayton is their coxswain. In lane 7 is St Joseph's, represented by Ari Geach, Julius Lum, Thomas Sieve, Marco Farnese and Darcy Willis is their coxswain. And finally in lane 8 is a crew from the Scots College, and that's Conrad Lowe, Jasper Towsell, Hudson Meek, Ben Vaughan and Angus Fletcher is their coxswain. And Rob, what is unfolding out there on the lake?
Well, they've just gone through the 1500 metre mark, Mike, and the St Ignatius once again, surprise, surprise, are holding down a slight advantage over the King's School, followed by Shaw and St Joseph's. Nothing in it between these four crews, though, and as we can see out on the course at the moment, it's very obvious that the race is really on. The St Ignatius, it does look like St Ignatius, Newington and St Ignatius, Shaw and Kings over in those lanes 3, 4 and 5. But over on this side, the St Joseph's crew in lane 7 also faring very, very well as they come into the last 250 metres. Under real pressure now, the St Ignatius crew. Shaw is really coming right back at them, as are the King's School. There is going to be a real, absolutely ding-dong battle to the line. But over this side, not out of it at all, is the St Joseph's, and they are fast finishing. But responding at the moment, the St Ignatius crew just trying to lift that rate and just trying to pull away from the Shaw School. Shaw have done all the work though, and they are right up at the moment. They would be level pegging, as are Kings. There is nothing in it, Mike, to come to the line.
Absolutely, Rob. A fascinating conclusion unfolding in front of us to this race. The school second for, I think it's the Shaw School, who have just lifted their rate of striking. I'm really looking to dislodge St Ignatius from the lead. They're running out of water to respond, St Ignatius. I think it is the Shaw School now with their bow ball in front. Kings keeping in touch with them as well in lane 5, but it's going to be a win by the looks of things for the Shaw School, just overtaken St Ignatius in the last 100 metres. Congratulations. Third place goes to the King's School, and then fourth place to a fast finishing St Joseph's. In lane 7, Newington College occupying fifth place. And then back to the Scots College in lane 6. And, well, Rob, that was a really cracking end to that race. And congratulations to the Shaw School. A gutsy row by St Ignatius in the early stages, but they couldn't reel it back in the end. Yeah,
the really noticeable thing, though, Marcus, they came down towards the line, is the length that the Shaw crew maintained. We're probably, the St Ignatius crew may have just shortened up in just trying to get that rate up a little bit, but the Shaw School held their game plan. They held their length, and look, that got them home by a fraction of it, about a second or two. So a great row by them.
Absolutely. It's one of those really key skills at the conclusion of a really tense rowing race, is not to sacrifice length at the expense of rate. And certainly congratulations to the Shaw School putting on a clinic this morning with respect to finishing quickly in racing on the lake. But for the moment, we'll turn our attention to the school first four, which is underway, and it's bearing down upon us. We've got some time, so we'll just call this out. In lane 3 is St Ignatius. That's Ignatius, Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field and Nicholas Colbert. In lane 4 is Newington. This is Oscar Wong, William Chanter, Rocco McConnell and Nicholas Softsis. Coxed by Hugo Lonergan. In lane 5 is Scots. That's William Porter, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Kevin Kim and John Maloof. In lane 6 is the Shaw School. That's Christopher Yun, Tash Robertson, Braden McDonald, Will Reid and Seb Cheers. Kings is in lane 7. That's Campbell Whalen, Patrick Yee, Henry Harvey and Massimo Fitzsimon. Keishon Jayasuriya is their coxswain. And Joey's is in lane 8. That's Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster, Angus Falk and Zachary Taylor, their coxswain. So, Rob, we are at the pointy end of the rankings in terms of the school first fours. How are things unfolding?
Well, I think the real race was to get that roll call in as they came bear down towards the line. But once again, we're seeing the St Ignatius crew go through the 1,500 metre mark with a good advantage. About to be a length and a half over the King's School and Shaw, followed by Scots, St Joseph's and Newington. Certainly nothing in it between Kings and Shaw, so that's where the race for the second and third is going to be on. But it looks like the St Ignatius crew over there in lane 3 has the measure of the other crews, and you can see it now as we come down towards the grandstand. There's 250 metres to go. There is quite a sizable gap opened up now back to the to the Shore School, and it is to the Scots College. So it was, as I said, St Ignatius holding a slight advantage over Kings and Shore, and a little bit further back to Scots, but looking like no trouble whatsoever. No, it's not going to be quite as close in this race as the last one, and it is St Ignatius with about 150 odd metres to go, looking very good as they come towards the line. The race is on though over on this side between the Shore School and Kings, and Kings coming back at Shore. There is it is stroke for stroke. Scots now just lifting their rating and actually have made great inroads on that margin, but they're going to run out of room for Shore, and it will be St Ignatius who've just maybe just backed it off just a touch as they come down towards the line. It is the Shore School who are just holding on to about 3/4 of a length advantage over Kings, and they will cross the line in second place. Kings in third, a little bit further back to Scots, who will cross in fourth. Then St Joseph's will be in fifth, and Newington in sixth.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Well called, and a little bit more spaced out, that race. St Ignatius, of course, they did the work early, and the margin was a bit greater in the end. I think Ignatius, Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, and Nicholas Colbert, of course, comprising the first four in the Ignatius colours, and a shot across the bow for the first four race in a couple of short weeks at the AAGPS Head of the River. But congratulations to St Ignatius in that race.
Yeah, and Mike, once again, the depth of these programs, the St Ignatius, Shore, Kings, Newington, they're certainly, getting in the places in most races here. So they certainly are enjoying some, the successes of obviously some good programming and great work ethic to get up to this level of racing. We move on now to race 16, the men's open lightweight under 20 and under 23 coxless pair. In Division 1, we have Sydney's Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club's Ben Muffet and MacArthur Bucknell, once again coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 5, Sydney University's Max Garnett, Raphael Corbett, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club's Hugh Harold and Will Clubb, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 7, we have a Melbourne Uni composite. So Joshua Wilson from UTS and Winston Hooper from Melbourne University, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. In lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club's Thomas Maloney and Matthias Maloney, once again coached by Mulvaney and Robertson. And in lane 9, Sydney University's Jack Cullen and Gus Chisolka, coached by Simon Huxley and Rob Black. And we've got through the 1,000-metre mark. It was that Melbourne University UTS combination of Wilson and Hooper, holding down about a length's lead over Sydney's Harold and Club, followed by Maloney from Sydney, who were just about nothing in it, the level pegging with the second Sydney crew. We have that run of 4 Sydney crews, and then followed by the Sydney University crew. So all these crews, these pairs, fared fairly well in the state championships a couple of weeks ago, so certainly are ready for competition. So it looks, as we look up the field there now, nothing in it across the field there really is there. It's about 5 seconds covers the whole field.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, well, this is the first division of the men's open lightweight under 23 coxless pair, and this is the under 23 age category. All of the crews in this race, you would have thought vying for underage selection for Australian rowing, for the Australian rowing team in the under 23s, and at the moment, Wilson and Hooper from the Melbourne University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club are certainly looking the goods. They are on the screen at the moment. A very, very slick combination. And Joshua Wilson, of course, at UTS Haberfield has rowed in the past couple of seasons with Joe Lynch. He's moved across to the United States to go to one of the colleges over there. But so teaming up with Winston Hooper in the MUBC colours this season, and they are certainly making the best of things and are really reaping the rewards of a slick combination. 5.18 the margin. That's pretty substantial. But look, across the board in this race, the quality of oarsmanship is very high. Of course, each of these crews, as I said, likely contending for selection in the Australian team. And just look at just look out at the lake if you're in the grandstand. A really tight affair. Perhaps with the exception of Wilson and Hooper, who are the clear race leaders, but there's nothing in it for the minor placings, I would have thought. So we're in for a delectable finish to this race, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. And not often you see a pair race that is this close across the field, but certainly these two out in front, the combination of Wilson and Hooper, holding down about a length's lead, but coming back at them very fast. So the Harold Club combination from Sydney Rowing Club and over the crew over in Muffet and Bucknell are certainly pushing as well, but no problem whatsoever coming down to the last 100 metres. This crew looking, as Mike said, very, very slick crew, absolutely very clean blade work, minimal movement, very, very efficient in their stroke. They are coming down towards the line. The real race is on though for second, third and fourth place, and at the moment it does look like the Harold Club combination looks to be holding down just a slight advantage over the fast finishing Maloney. Maloney's on this side, and it's going right down towards the line, and it will be Harold and Club from Sydney Rowing Club, followed by Maloney, and then the Sydney Unis, Garnett and Corbett crossing the line a little bit further back now to, sorry, I missed the crew over on this side, the Cullen and Jazolski crew from Sydney University, and then a little bit further back to the Sydney crew of Gersoy and Maloney in lane 3. What a great race.
Yeah, really fantastic race, that one, Rob. As we said, the margin's just really tight. It was a win for Joshua Wilson and Winston Hooper in the end. 4.23 the margin, unofficially, of course, back to Hugh Harold and Will Club of Sydney Rowing Club, and then really tight between them and Thomas and Matthias Maloney in lane 8 of the Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth place went to Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett from Sydney University. Jack Cullen and Gus Chesciola, also of Sydney Uni, claim 5th place. 6th place went to Ben Muffet and MacArthur Bucknell of Sydney Rowing Club, and then Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney in lane 3 claimed 7th place. But the margins between between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th are really tight. 0.73, 0.87, 1.08. So really tight competition. Bodes well indeed for the performance of these New South Wales crews at the Australian Rowing Championships in a couple of short weeks down at Lake Barrington in Tasmania. So look forward to that, and keep an eye certainly on the men's under 23 coxless pairs. And we'll move on for the moment, Rob, to race 17.
Yes, and we have in lane 4 UTS's James Cameron and Nicholas Mather, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. They are a lightweight crew. In lane 5, Sydney's open crew of Miles Harold and Robert Benyabel, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And in lane 6, UTS's open crew of Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. And we can see that the UTS crew does look to be holding down quite a quite a lead over the Sydney crew off to their right. It's probably to expect the lightweight crew just a little bit further back in lane 4. So the race is certainly on up the front here with the UTS crew of Thompson and Blackwell holding down probably about 2 lengths lead as we come through the 1500 metre mark. And it was about a 5-second lead, so about in a pair, about 2 length lead over the Sydney combination. So they will be looking just to consolidate that margin and try to hold it through to the line. They probably don't need to do a whole lot now, but just hold on to that lead. And it does look like they've done that and probably added a little bit to it. The lightweight crew in lane 4, just a little bit off the pace there now. They're about 7 or 8 lengths back. But the UTS crew combination, Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell, have now extended that lead. I dare say that's gone up to about 6 or 7 seconds now. So they've probably extended by about a length over the last couple of 100 metres. And look, they are really pushing to the line. So they are certainly, after a time, and stamp their authority on this race. They are really working hard, but working together there, Mike, as they come down with about 250 metres to go.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. And Macca Thompson, Henry Blackwell in the UTS Haberfield colours in lane 6 this morning. Well, they've worked really hard this season and really are finding themselves among the premier coxless pairs in New South Wales and across the rest of the country as well. In the open age category now, we've seen this combination go from strength to strength the past couple of seasons. Henry Blackwell, the captain of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club at the moment, and did a year overseas in Edinburgh University last year, and come back and has found just another gear in terms of his performance, and teaming up with Macca Thompson this year. And look, they're just putting their boat through the gears and winding to the line. 6:42, cracking 43 in the end. A really, really impressive wind from them, and they'll be really pleased with that, as will their coach. Coaches are Jack Hargraves, Matthias Ungermark, and of course Tim McLaren from the UTS Haberfield Boat Club. Second place to Harold and George Robert Benjabel from Sydney Rowing Club, and then the lightweight combination, James Cameron and Nick Mather, also from UTS Haberfield in lane 4.
Yeah, Mike, a very polished performance by the UTS crew, and a good lesson to all watching about how to row a pair. You know, just keep it efficient, keep it long, and keep the flow in the boat. And they certainly did all that and finished very strongly. So congratulations to the UTS crew. We move up to race 18, the Women's Open Lightweight and Under 23 pair. In lane 2, we have Sydney's Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 3, the Mercantile Composite of Stephanie Preller from Sydney University and Ruby Gulikas from Mercantile, and coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 4, Sydney University's Tiffany Botha and Olivia Natty, coached by Tom Lorich. And Sydney University again in lane 5, Alexandra O'Brien and Elisa Fickers, coached by Phil Bourgeonon and Alan Bennett. In lane 7, Sydney University's Alice McCready and Alice Reedy, coached by Phil Bourgeonon and Alan Bennett. And in lane 8, UTS Composite of Grace McKinley from Sydney University and Hannah Alexander from UTS, once again coached by Phil Bourgeonon and Alan Bennett.
Race 18 coming through the 1,000 metres. It's the Sydney Rowing Club combination, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. Over there in lane 2, I have to say unsurprisingly in the lead. A crew with deep experience internationally and domestically. So currently occupying the lead, it's Steph Preller and Ruby Julikas, the Mercantile Sydney University combination. And currently occupying second place, a little bit more spread out this race. Alexandra O'Brien, Alyssa Fickers currently occupying third. Alice McCready and Alice Reedy in fourth place. And then Grace McKinley, Hannah Alexander from UTS SUBC Composite currently occupying fifth place. But plenty of water yet to row. Sydney Rowing Club, Scammell and McManus Barrett, clear race leaders at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly had a very good, between them, had a very good New South Wales Championships, and certainly showing that at the moment as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. And it does look like they held a fairly good lead of 6 seconds over the Mercantile Sydney University Composite crew, just off to their left. And they look like they've just held that through there. I don't think they're overly working it, but we'll see what happens over the last 500 as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. The crew across from O'Brien and Fickers do look to be certainly haven't lost contact at all with the Mercantile Composite crew, so they're still in play for a to fight for that second place. But yeah, does look like now that the Sydney crew of Scammell and McManus Barrett may well have just had a bit of a push as they came through the 500 metre mark there, and may have extended that lead slightly over the Preller and Gulikas combination in lane 3, and the Sydney University combination of O'Brien and Fickers in lane 5. But certainly not looking troubled at all out there, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely not. And in many ways, certainly for these under 23 and open women's pairs, it's a race rehearsal for the Australian Rowing Championships, when they will take on the best of the rest of the country down at Lake Barrington, and Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus Barrett in the lead. But of course, they're well accustomed, I would have thought, to facing off against Steph Preller, Ruby Giolikas in the Melbourne University and Sydney University, my apologies, Mercantile and the Sydney University colours, and of course Tiff Botha, Olivia Natalie, Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, usual suspects in this category as well. So in many respects, these are competitors who are well accustomed to racing each other, and chance in the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta just to put themselves through the gears, and the race is a bit spread out now, and ensure that they are in tip-top performance mode ahead of the Australian Rowing Championships. So it is Scammell and McManus Barrett who have enjoyed the lead from the start to the finish of this race, and they're going to claim a win at the 2026 SRC Regatta under no duress whatsoever. Second place is looking poised, as though it'll go to lane 3 Mercantile and SUBC. So that's Steph Preller and Ruby Giolikas, and yes, it will be in lane 5 Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, who claimed third place. Fourth place is going to go the way of Alice McCready and Alice Reddy from Sydney University. And looks as though we haven't had a start from one of those Sydney University Boat Club crews. And finalising the race in that event is Grace McKinlay and Hannah Alexander, rather. And that's the those two final crews from the under 23 age category, as opposed to the open. So a win for Sydney Rowing Club in the open, second place to Mercantile Composite, third place to Sydney University Boat Club, O'Brien and Fickers, fourth place to McCready and Reddy from Sydney University, and first in the under 23 age category, and finally UTS Hatfield, Grace McKinlay and Hannah Alexander.
Yeah, so a very comfortable win in the end by the Sydney combination of Scammell and McManus Barrett, but not necessarily unexpected, but great row by the under 23 combination of O'Brien and Fickers from Sydney University. They weren't too far out of it at all, so that augurs well for them in their rowing future, I would imagine. But we move straight on to race 19, the men's under 19, under 21 single scull Division 1. In lane 2, Sydney's Michael Jenkins, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 3, Mossman's Harry Coddington, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 4, UTS's Robert Olivia, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. In lane 5, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 6, UTS's Zachary Neal, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. Lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club's Ben Anderson, coached by Patrick Graham. And in lane 8, Sydney University's Bryn Potter, coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley. And very early on in the piece, it was like us. As we got through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Robert Olivia from UTS going through the 1,000 metre mark with a slight advantage over Zachary Neal from UTS.
The race leader at this stage, Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield, in the lead, and he's just been selected as a reserve in the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy boat for New South Wales. And he's showing why at the moment. So through the 1,000 metres, it was Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield in first place. Zachary Neal occupying second place, the UTS Sculler. And third position, Harry Coddington from Mossman. Fourth place was being occupied by Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. And then back to Bryn Potter from Sydney University Boat Club. Michael Jenkins crossing the 1,000 metres, Sydney Rowing Club Sculler. Back to Ben Anderson then from Sydney Rowing Club as well. So the race a little bit spread out towards the end, but certainly a little bit tighter at the top end of the race between Robert Olivier and Zachary Neal, the UTS Scullers. And then Harry Coddington from Mossman, certainly in touch with the UTS Scullers occupying first and second. So Robert, really fascinating battle unfolding between the top three in this race. So we should have a cracking finish, and certainly anything can happen in a single scull race.
Well, absolutely, and as you said, nothing in it at all coming through that 1,000 metre mark. So the 1,500 metre will be interesting, and also the depth we're seeing in particularly these big clubs, the Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club, UTS, the numbers in these fields now, it seems to be, to me, it just would appear from outside of that they've got really good numbers in some of these programs that we haven't necessarily seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, rowing's one of those sports, I guess. I mean, like many sports, but we just see generations kind of come and go, and certainly the current crop just really turning it on across the high performance clubs in Sydney, and Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield and Zach Neal as well, part of that, I suppose, the up and coming crop.
Yeah, but not certainly Harry Coddington from Mossman over there in lane 3. Looks like he's got some good momentum in his boat now, and he's certainly giving Robert Olivier a big push. It is still the Leichhardt's Dylan Lee and UTS Zachary Neal, also right up there and in it. As we saw going through the 1,500 metre mark, there was absolutely nothing in it. But certainly at this point in time, Robert Olivier does look to have, Harry Coddington, looks to have him covered, but there's nothing in it. And any slight slip up will mean that'll give the edge that Harry Coddington is looking for to draw up level. But Olivier now responding, certainly has just gone on the big push, has lifted it. But Coddington is absolutely going with him at the moment. Over this side, Zachary Neal also right up there, but I think the lead is really being contested between these two scullers in lane 3 and 4 at this point in time. But the Leichhardt sculler, Dylan Lee, also finishing very, very strongly, and it's going to be a very close finish all the way around. Man, Mike, that's where the real movement is at the moment with the Leichhardt sculler as he's coming through on these other two, but it does look like Coddington and Olivier have that first and second tied down.
Absolutely, and look at that lift from Dylan Lee coming in to try and snatch third place off of UTS Haberfield. But look at the push from Robert Olivier in lane 4. He has just snatched the win away, or the prospect of having the win taken away from him by the Mossman sculler, and he claims the win, Robert Olivier from UTS. Second place goes to Coddington. Third place, it is tight, but it will be retained by Zachary Neal. Fourth place to Lee of Leichhardt. Fifth place now to Bryn Potter from Sydney University. And then quite a distance back then to Jenkins from a Sydney Rowing Club, and then Ben Anderson also of a Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7.
Yeah, so quality row there by Robert Olivier. I mean, he just sat there. He sat there on Coddington. As Coddington came back at him, he just waited to it was time, and then just put on enough to ensure that he would take that win out. And so great rows by all those top scullers there: Olivier, Coddington, Neal, and Lee for great wins. And once again, outside of those, the elite club or the performance clubs, to have the Leichhardt sculler up there and doing particularly well, it says a lot for that program going on in Leichhardt, the Leichhardt Rowing Club.
Absolutely, it does. Congratulations to Dylan Lee. It was a phenomenal effort towards the conclusion of that race. Just unluckily not enough in the tank to snatch the third place off of Zachary Neal from UTS. But congratulations to Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr from the Leichhardt program as well. which has gone from strength to strength the past couple of years and really expanding as a kind of a development space as well down Iron Cove. So congratulations to Leichhardt too. Race 20 on the course now, Rob. It's the next division, the second of 3 divisions of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull, but this is the under-19 category. And so we have in lane 2 from Leichhardt is William Spow. Lane 3 from Mossman is Ewan Humphreys. Lane 4 from Nepean is James Baker. Lane 5 from St Augustine's Rory Parker. In lane 6 from Leichhardt is Peter Simkovich. Lane 7 from Mossman is Leighton Skoman. And in lane 8 from Nepean is Lachlan Sly. And the scullers coming into the 1,500 metres. How are we going out there on the course, Rob?
Well, through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the 2 Mossman scullers, Humphreys and Showman, who were holding down a slight advantage over St Augustine's Rory Parker, and then a long way back to William Spow of Leichhardt, followed by Simkovich, Leichhardt, Baker and Sly of Nepean. So certainly the race is on up the front here between the 2 Mossman scullers, and as we come down into the 1,500 metre mark, and it was Ewan Humphreys consolidating that lead through the 1,000 metre mark. About a 2-length advantage over Leighton Skoman also from Mossman. Very close back to Rory Parker, so about a second, so about a third of a length back to Rory Parker from St Augustine. So that's where there is going to be a real race as we come into the to the final 250 metres. But certainly it doesn't look like Humphreys will be troubled as he comes into the last 300-400 metres and looks maybe to extend that lead a bit over Skoman, although both pushing really hard, as is Rory Parker from St Augustine's. And so coming down to about 250 metres to go, and it looks like the Skomans may well have extended that lead over Rory Parker from St Augustine's. It was down to about a second. I'd say it's probably up to closer to a length, but we'll see as we come into the last 200 metres. But certainly the Ewan Humphreys, the Mossman #1 sculler, holding down not a great lead, but certainly enough that he can control the field from here as he comes into the last 150 metres. Really pushing hard, the Rory Parker from St Augustine's. I don't know if he's going to be able to come back at Leighton Skoman from Mossman, but about 200 metres to go, and yes, he's certainly making some inroads now and really pushing towards the line. He's down to just about into the red boys now, and he looks to have drawn level with the Mossman sculler Skoman over on this side. They will not catch the sculler from Mossman of Ewan Humphreys over in lane 3. He certainly will take out this win. Nothing in it. Responding well now, Leighton Skoman looks like he's responded to the big challenge, but going again, Rory Parker from St Augustine's having another shot at him, and not done yet, he said. And as they come into the line, it will be Skoman from Mossman who will take out second place, followed by Rory Parker from St Augustine's. A little bit further back now to William Spow of Leichhardt, and then a fair bit further back to the Nepean, Leichhardt and Nepean sculler finish off in 6th, 7th and 8th.
Rory Parker suitably exhausted after that effort. And just coming across the line now, it's the race folding between Peter Simkovich in lane 6 and James Baker from Nepean in lane 4. I think it's just going to be on the surge. It'll be the Leichhardt sculler, Simkovich, who claims it a narrow margin ahead of James Baker and Nepean. So Simkovich claims 5th and Baker claims 6th. And then yet to finish is Lachlan Sly from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8.
So we move on to race 21, the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. These are all under-19s. So we have in lane 3, Leichhardt's Remy Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 4, Mossman's Floris Elias, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy's Ruben Cleary, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. In lane 6, Nepean Rowing Club's Aidan Hall, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. In lane 7, St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. And in lane 8, Sydney University's Angus McGuinness, coached by Robert Black and Simon Huxley. And through the 1500 metre mark, through the 1000 metre mark, we haven't quite got the 1500 metre mark there, it was... and through the 1500 metre mark now, we've got Mossman's Floris Elias holding down what appears to be a quite substantial lead of about 2.5 lengths from Sydney University's Angus McGuinness, followed by Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's. It will be Remy Wilson from Leichhardt through in 4th place. And then a little bit further back now to the... It's quite a gap back now. It does look to be in the Nepean Sculler that will be next through that 1500 metre mark. So it is certainly Floris Elias from Mossman with quite a substantial lead now as he comes down towards the line, and certainly not backing off at all, and he's going to make sure that of this win. It does look like the sculler over this side, the Sydney Uni's Angus McGuinness, is under a fair bit of pressure now from the St Augustine sculler, Lachlan Schofield, in the lane beside him, and then further over on the other side, the Leichhardt sculler, Remy Wilson, and certainly he's got all the boat speed at the moment over on the other side, and certainly coming home fast, but no trouble whatsoever for Floris Elias, and it looks to have just backed it off a little bit. Very, very comfortable margin over McGuinness from Sydney University, who has now put quite a handy gap over St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield. It does look like the run from Remy Wilson over there from Leichhardt Rowing Club may well just have tied in that last big push. He's still coming home, but I don't think he'll quite get back up on the St Augustine sculler, who's now responding. Had a look over to his right. He wants to consolidate that 3rd position. We're coming into the line now. Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, with probably about a 4-length advantage, coming across the line in 1st place. It will be the Sydney University's Angus McGuinness coming across in 2nd. Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's in 3rd. After a good push over that last 500 metres, but not quite enough. Remy Wilson from Leichhardt coming home in 4th. A little bit further back now to the Kinross Roller sculler in 5th. And then Nepean in 6th. So just those places again. Floris Elias from Mossman in lane 1, in 1st position, Sydney University's Angus McGuinness in 2nd, and in 3rd, St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield. And we then have race 22 on the course. It is the women's under 19, under 21 single. These are all under 21s. We have a scratching in lane 3. In lane 4, UTS's Charlotte Rogers, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Lucy Yabsley, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 6, UTS's Phoebe Herdman, coached by Sam Fennessy. And in lane 7, University of New South Wales, Eleanor Brungs, coached by Justin Quigley. So through the 1000 metre mark, it was Lucy Yabsley holding about a 3 or 4 lengths lead over UTS's Charlotte Rogers, followed by Phoebe Herdman from UTS, and then back to Eleanor Brungs from University of New South Wales. So having a great row over that first 1000 metres was Lucy Yabsley of Sydney Rowing Club, certainly carrying on the form that she's had over the last couple of years, and displaying over here as she's moved up into the under 21 category. So it's at about a 12-second or nearly 13-second advantage she held at the 1000 metre mark over Charlotte Rogers, followed by Phoebe Herdman and Eleanor Brungs. So we wait as we come down towards the 1500 metre mark, but certainly no trouble whatsoever, Mike, for Lucy Yabsley in this race.
Thanks, Robbie. Lucy Yabsley, one of the key performers in this women's under 19, under 21 category the past couple of years, and certainly putting on a show out of lane 5 in race 22 this morning. and Lucy Yamsley in the colours of Sydney Rowing Club, passing through the 1,500 metres and completely unchallenged for that lead. Really a dominant performance by her in this race. Her nearest competitor just crossing the 1,500 metres now, and it's Charlotte Rogers from UTS Haberfield, who is in lane 4. 17.4 the margin, so an extension of the lead enjoyed earlier in the race. Phoebe Herdman from UTS Haberfield currently occupying 3rd place, but are really quite spread out now in the women's, the first division of the women's under 21 a single scull. This race is comprised of under 21 scullers, and the under 19 scullers will appear in the next 2 races, divisions 2 and 3, before we move back into some more schoolboy rowing. Immaculate conditions for sculling now out on the competition lake, and Lucy Yabsley taking full advantage of this opportunity to prepare for the Australian Rowing Championships in a couple of weeks' time, and putting herself through the gears in the final 200 metres or so of her race. And looking very poised and very calm, maintaining a really nice length of stroke, but completely unchallenged. So I suppose a different skill to row in a way in which you're not challenged for the lead in any way, but Lucy absolutely, really putting on a clinic, and congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. The coaches Lachlan Carter, Florence Griffiths will be impressed. Second place, it's currently occupied by Charlotte Rogers from UTS Haberfield, Sam Fennessy, her coach, and of course also the coach of Phoebe Herdman, who's currently occupying 6th place. UTS Haberfield Scullers. And just a little bit of a flourish towards the end for Charlotte Rogers, coming across the line, claiming 2nd place in the women's under 21 single scull. 3rd place going to Herdman. And the 4th place, I'll go to Eleanor Brungs from the University of New South Wales, a scratching from Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, who was to be rowing out of lane 3, but not starting today. And Eleanor Brungs crossing the line, just a few short moments, finalises the first division of the women's under 19 21 single scull. And move on to the 2nd division in just a short moment, where we'll see the under 19 scullers take to the competition lake. Well, just as race 23 comes down the track to the competition, the business end of the competition lake rather, in a few short moments. Changing the commentary tower, thanking Rob Glendenning for his efforts this morning. We'll bid him farewell. And welcome to Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti, General Manager of Business and Sport Development at Rowing New South Wales. Welcome, EB, to the tower. It's great to have you, your dulcet tones, up here in the box this morning.
It's good to be here.
We've got race 23 on the course, and we'll call out some of the So in lane 1, representing Mossman Rowing Club, this race 23 is Elise Coates. Lane 2 is Mia Simkimich from Leichhardt. Lane 3, Ellie Taylor from Nepean. Lane 4, Eloise Stevens from Mossman. Lane 5, Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean. Lane 6 is Sophie Jones from Sydney University. And lane 7 is Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman. Lane 8, Charlotte Olivia from UTS Haberfield. And in lane 9, Giselle Duazer from Glebe. And this race a little bit spread out, EB, but certainly Elise Coates over there in the Mossman colours making the best of things, but challenged a little bit, I would have thought, by the Leichhardt sculler in... sorry, it's not the Leichhardt sculler, it's Ellie Taylor, I think, in lane 3.
It looks actually like it might be Eloise Stevens. Yeah, so Elise's clubmate there, following closely behind. These two athletes I know have ambitions of making the under-19 national team, so this is their last, apart from school head of the river next week, this will be their last hit out before they head down to Tasmania for the national championships. And
this underage squad at Mossman Rowing Club, under the guidance of Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt, so an esteemed lineup of coaches over there at Mossman Rowing Club, and Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens, as you say, are making the best of things at the moment, and they're not too far apart. Elise Coates in the lead, but Eloise Stevens certainly within striking distance, and intra-club rivalry, I would have thought, in play today.
It is, yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what boats they are going to take to junior trials, because at the moment they've been performing well in a composite with some of the Sydney Uni Scullers as well, and a quad. Very close there, that finish. 2 seconds between the two clubmates.
And Lottie Ravenstein, also of Mossman Rowing Club, just about to cross the line as well. And she claims 3rd place. 4th place a little bit tighter, but it's going to go the way of Charlotte Olivier and UTS Haberfield. 5th place to lane 6, Sydney University, Sophie Jones. 6th place to Nepean Rowing Club's Ellie Taylor. And a little bit further back to Sophia Whitelaw in the Nepean colours in lane 5. And she claims 7th place. We do have a full field as well, so 8th place is going to go the way of Gisela Dueza from Glebe Rowing Club, and then Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt is likely to finalise this race in 9th place.
Ellie Taylor there in that race, a lightweight sculler from Nepean Rowing Club, also a member of the Western Sydney Academy of Sport. Came home with a bronze medal in that event, the under-21 lightweight single scull at state championships not that long ago.
So recapping the results, a win for Elise Coates and Mossman Rowing Club. 2nd place was Eloise Stevens. 3rd place was Lottie Ravenstein. 4th place, Charlotte Olivier. 5th place, Sophie Jones. 6th place, Ellie Taylor. 7th place, Sophia Whitelaw. 8th place, Giselle Dueza. And 9th place, Mia Simkovic. And that was the 2nd division of the women's under-19 21 single scull, but we now have the final division of this event on the course. It is race 24, and it is a full field again, which is a fantastic sight to see. And read out some names before they get too close to us. In lane 1 is Isabel Armstrong from Mossman. In lane 2 is Katia Reichel from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 3 from Mossman Rowing Club, Catherine Walsh. Lane 4 from Nepean is Jessica Harris. In lane 5 from Mossman is Amelia Darcy. Lane 6 from Leichhardt is Emily Devlin. In lane 7, VT Young from Nepean. In lane 8 from Sydney University is Emily Barrett. And finally, in lane 9 from Mossman is Frida Kirkham. And the race well underway and bearing down upon the around about the 1250-1500 metre mark. And at this stage of the race, it's Frida Kirkham on the near side of the course in the Mossman colours, making the best of things. 4.1 second EB, the margin between 1st and 2nd. Frida Kirkham, Emily Barrett currently in 2nd place.
Yeah, another one of the Mossman sculling squad here leading out the field. Really showing what a good job they're doing over there. Moving what was a young squad through the development years and then on to now under-19.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you alluded to, EB, retention is the name of the game in many of these squads, and the deeper squads find their success on the back of retention of scullers over the years, and that's what has been really impressive and emblematic of the current success at Mossman Rowing Club at the moment is the way that they've managed to see these young scullers through the school programs in and around the Mossman boat sheds and into the to the club proper as well. So really great to see Frida Kirkham for the moment in the Mossman colours in the lead, 8.61, the margin now ahead of Emily Barrett, her nearest rival, who is in the Sydney University colours. Amelia Darcy and currently occupying third. Catherine Walsh currently in fourth. And then, really quite spread out after that. Isabel Armstrong, Katia Reichel, Jessica Harris and Vita Young as well.
That's a clear lead there at the 1,500 metre mark. And just going to your point there about retention, Michael, it's good to see that, that so many of these younger scullers are continuing on through. Not only those who are out front, but also those in the middle of the pack. As we know, there's not a great correlation between underage success and long-term success, but it's good that the programs in this age group are doing a good job at keeping it fun while also developing the technique and the capacity of these young athletes.
So Frida Kirkham in lane 9, making the best of things, and on the near side of the grandstand, putting on a real clinic, coming into the final 100 metres of her race. Emily Barrett to her immediate right in the SUBC colours, but have a look at Emily Barrett just mounting a late surge just to challenge Kirkham for the lead, but I would have thought she's going to run out of water. It's going to be an all-the-way win for Frida Kirkham from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 9. Crosses the line. Barrett from Sydney University claims second place. Third place is looking as though it'll go the way of Amelia Darcy from Mossman. Fourth place will be, I think it's Catherine Walsh from Mossman in lane 3. Just missing a bow number there. Over to the far side, Isabel Armstrong from Mossman in lane 1. Sixth place to Katia Reichel of Sydney Rowing Club. Seventh place to Jessica Harris from Nepean. And then back to Vita Young from Nepean in lane 7, claiming 8th, and then it'll likely be Emily Devlin claiming 9th place in the Leichhardt colours.
Some interesting times there, Michael, between the three under 19 heats, some which likely to feature on the Diligence leaderboard that's going to be updated early next week before the Schoolgirl Head of the River to follow that same week. At least a couple of times there, I think, might feature.
Thanks, EB, and of course we'll keep a close eye on the leaderboard throughout the next couple of weeks as the season enters the business end. For the moment, we'll return to schoolboy racing, and we are moving into the Year 10 8s. So the Year 10 4th 8s on the course now. It's race 25 on the program, comprising 4 crews, and it looks as though we do have indeed 4 crews on the course. I'll just read out some names as they come down the park. St. Ignatius is in lane 4. It's Nicholas Van Kerwick, Felix Brown, Jamie McRae, Marshall Devlin, Freddie O'Halloran, John Malone, Angus Lund, Jacob Collins and Teddy Hardy is their coxswain. St. Joseph's is in lane 5. It's Alexander Petronoff, Clancy Buckley, Spencer Smith, Liam Hill, Liam Sheehy, Karshu Terence Tang, Christian Harris and Alistair Beale West. William Fisher is their cox. Shaw is in lane 6, and they're represented by Ian Yip, Jude Jansen, Christian Chilinsky, Hugo Ahmed, Daniel Walwick, Ted Sheedy, Henry Roxburgh, and Hamish Parry Oakden. Thomas Mann is their coxswain, and finally Scots is in lane 7, and they're represented by Noah Jones, John Shadbolt, Jack Ritchie, William Taylor, Zach Shahidi, Anders Emery, Alec Rogers, and Oliver Reynolds. coxed by Artie Chan.
And it is St Joseph here, Michael, with the early lead. 1.6 seconds ahead of St Ignatius, and Shaw a little bit further back, 8 and a fraction of a second.
Yeah, certainly the race splitting up a little bit between St Joseph's and St Ignatius at the top end of the pack. And then it's the Shaw School that you can see some fantastic vision on the BRO camera. That's the crew in lane 6 on the screen. A little bit off the pace compared to St Joseph's and St Ignatius, who are just contending with each other for that lead. A 1.66 the margin at the 1,000 metres. The crews are coming up past the 1250 and bearing down upon the 1,500 metres in a short moment, but really not the lead not unassailable, EB.
Yeah, it is very close. Look, it is great to see such close racing here, even down in the 4th year 10-8. It's a key category here in schools for retention. People making the decision on whether they're going to row in the senior years. So it is great to see it's not going all one school's way. It is very, very close here as we come into the final 500.
Oh, well, here we go. We're going to get some updated numbers in just a short moment, and we're looking as though we are in for a fantastic conclusion to this race. St Ignatius in the lead by the narrowest of margins. St Joseph's 0.44 seconds behind them, and just on the surge, really. It's nothing in it. I wouldn't be going anywhere if you're sitting in the grandstand at the moment. We are in for a cracking finish to this race in the school year 10 4th 8. Plenty to row for both of those crews. Shaw School currently occupying 3rd place, just crossing the line as well. The 1,000 metres, I should say, at Scott's as well in lane 7, just yet to pass through the 1,500, but plenty going on at the top end of this race.
Yeah, it's a change of leadership there on the course, but I'm not sure anyone would be brave enough to call it as we head now into the final 250. I certainly can't tell with the parallax here in the commentary box which crew is ahead.
No, they're about to pass through the 1250, and St Ignatius look as though they are going to fire the first shot in the dramatic conclusion to this race, and St Joseph's...
Don't write off St Joseph there, Michael. They're definitely pushing back on that St Ignatius crew now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trading barbs now. We are into the final 200 metres. St Joseph's responding to the late lift by the Ignatius crew in lane 4. They're going stroke for stroke now. I really can't tell who's in the lead. They're going down to the line. St Ignatius in lane 4, St Joseph's in lane 5. It's a cracking foretaste of the head of the river in a couple of weeks' time. I think it might be St Joseph's who are just nudging themselves.
Just ahead, but I don't know. Here comes St Ignatius. They're coming back, and it's going to be... Oh, I can't call that, Michael. That's going to the photo.
Well, goodness me, I really couldn't call that if you asked us to. EB and I are up here on our feet in the box. Really cracking conclusion to that race. That was all I would have thought a dead heat between those two boats. Congratulations to St Ignatius and St Joseph's year 10 4th 8s. Fantastic effort all round. The Shaw School going to claim 3rd place, no doubt about that placing. And Scott's in lane 7 yet to finish. Well, here's the action replay.
The replay. Oh, yeah. I don't think you can even... Oof, maybe St Joseph's. I don't know, though. There's still an angle there from that camera. So I'm going to wait and see the actual photo to make a call there, Michael. I can't split that.
Okay, certainly keeping things interesting out here at the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. The judges and our photo analysts now with some work to do to determine the winner of race 26. So one for the rowing tragics among us. And both crews are appropriately exhausted, EB, after that effort, and they've just ferociously traded barbs in the last 250 metres of that race, and apparently to no avail because we don't have a winner yet. So
And regardless of the result there, Michael, I mean, both of those crews, everybody in those boats should be very proud of themselves.
Absolutely.
You know, pushing it all the way down to the line there, made for great viewing for all the spectators here and then on the live stream as well. So I was enthralled. That was ridiculous.
Absolutely, absolutely. And race 27 is on the course now, so we'll call the start of that race while we await a result in race 26. It's the year 10... Sorry, I should say race 26 is on the course. We'll await a result in race 25. So the third 8. The school year 10 third 8. It's, again, comprised of 4 schools. So in lane 4 is the Shaw School. They're represented by Jeremy Hughes, Daniel Chapman, Graham Pennefather, Oliver Thompson, Toby Dalgleish, Philip Young, Archie Watson, William Hadfield and Lachlan Ward. Scots is in lane 5. That's Will Hollis, Fergus Armour, Hamish Bly, Ambrose McNamara, William Bowen, Joshua Hanna, Rupert Anderson, Rowan Pandit and Leon Klinger. St Ignatius in lane 6. That's Xavier Kennedy, Nicholas Clock, Iggy Jenkins, Jack Matthews, Sydney McCosker, Jack Edwards, Zaya Forrester, Theodore Hennessy, Scotch O'Connor, and Kings in lane 7. Finally, to round out the field, Harrison Barber, Bill McLean, Rupert Roprel, Frankie Love, Jack Boyce, Charlie Cullenwood, Dove Russell, Alex Farchich. They're coached by Dimitri Duta and Lucy Scammell.
And Michael, we do have an official result there in the school year 10 fourth 8. In the narrowest of margins, 0.02. St Joseph's have come out on top there in that year 10 fourth 8. So if that crew can head over towards the podium to receive their cups.
0.02. Goodness me. Congratulations to St Joseph's, but also to St Ignatius. A really fascinating race that was to watch. So it's the Shaw School who are in the lead in race 26, the third 8. The school year 10 third 8, I should say. St Ignatius a little bit further back. 5.53 the margin at the 1500. And then a little bit more spread out. Kings and Scots in lanes 5 and 7. Just in a race of their own as well. Yeah, 20.47 the margin between St Ignatius, who are currently occupying second place, and Scots in third place.
It's again good to see so many crews in these year 10-8s, Michael, not just the first and second year 10-8, but all the way down through the third and fourth year 10-8 for many schools. Sometimes you see the boarding schools having a large group and being able to field all the way down to these divisions, but it is great to see that it's not only the big boarding schools that have crews all the way down through the third and fourth division, with Shaw leading here. Now Clearwater ahead of St Ignatius.
Yeah, and they're looking really strong and in control of their boat. They are being urged on by Lachlan Ward, their cox, into the final 25 metres of their race or so. And they're looking very strong indeed. And that's a shot across the bow ahead of the Heather River in a couple of weeks' time by the Shaw School. Congratulations. That's a significant margin in the end, and they are really pleased with that.
Definitely celebrating that. They're very happy with that one.
Second place to St Ignatius in lane 6. Third place is going to go the way of the Scots College in lane 5. It's a bit of a tighter race in the end between Scots College in lane 5 and Kings in lane 7, but it will be Scots rather, that claim third place, and Kings settling for fourth.
Yeah, Kings 7. Trying to, I think, give a little bit of a scare there to Scots as they have one of their last races in the lead up to the head of the river. They'll be hoping that they can get onto that podium on that day.
So back on the course, it is race 27, the school year 10 second 8, and it looks as though we do have a full complement of crews lining up in this race. They are passing through probably the 750 metre mark and are bearing down upon the 1,000 metres. So we'll just run through some names as they come down towards us. Lane 3 is Newington, and they're represented by Harvey Drew, James Debnam, Archie Downs, Jack Phillips, Aaron Tyangasalam, and Lachlan Harden, Brendan Brooks, Tom Davis as well. Jackson Kimber is their coxswain. Kings is in lane 4. They're represented by Harley Collier, Monty Douglas, Digby Huggins, Benjamin Deal, Harrison Barber, Edward Thompson, Henry Slipper, Henry Hunt, and Hunter Vickery. Ashore is in lane 5, and they're represented by Sam Kearse, Ollie Hamilton, Luke Bulfin, Finn McIntosh, Cooper Sparks, Jack Gilligan, Angus Edwards, Harry Rawsheim, and Owen King is their coxswain. Scott's is in lane 6, and that's Frederick Wiley, William Cowser, Rocco Podgornick, Finn Rafferty, Callum Ingy, Hamish Atkinson, William Souter, and Nathaniel Parks. Eric Fletcher is their coxswain. St Ignatius is in lane 7. That's Jimmy Kelly, Monty Hartman, Sam Vecchio, Oliver Beon, Frederick Dunn, Patrick Kane, Harrison Marshall, Darcy O'Day, and Liam Barnes. And finally, St Joseph's in lane 8. This is Jed Volkovsky, Oliver Scott, Alexander Curry, Callum Patton, Finn O'Byrne, Ben Petherbridge, Samuel Maloney, Angus Scott, and Patrick Madden is their coxswain. And EB, this is shaping up to be a tight affair as well.
Yeah, it was St Ignatius with that early lead. A little bit less than a length. They've now pushed that to what looks like it's going to be just a smidge of open water as they go into the final 500. But second place is anyone's guess. We saw in that last race, even down to third place, all of these boys really wanting to put their best effort out there all the way down to the final stroke. So from the commentary box looking out the window, it looks like it might be St Joseph's that are edging up to be in second place, but it is very close with that crew. Shore, I think it is, on the southern side. I can't call it between those two at the moment, Michael. It's again going to be very close.
Well, certainly a live competition unfolding in the on the competition lake between the minor for the minor placings St Ignatius certainly in the lead. They're in lane 7, probably by a length or so. But have a look at St Joseph's in lane 8. Have a look at Scott's in lane 6, and have a look at Shore in lane 5. They are the ones vying for the second and third placings in this race. I think it's the Shore School in lane 5 who have just put themselves probably just ahead of St Joseph's at this stage of the race. They are trading barbs into the final stage of this race. Have a look at St Ignatius. They're in the lead and looking poised and in control in this race. No doubt about it. They're going to claim the win in the second 8. But have a look at the competition between St Joseph's and the Shore School. They're coming down to the line. They're going stroke for stroke. I think Shore are just in the lead. On the surge. I don't know.
So close.
Really tight in the end. That's probably a win for the Shore School. Third place, I think, to St Joseph's. Fourth to Scott's. Fifth place to King's. Flurry of sirens just as the crews come across the line. But we'll go to a photo nonetheless, I think, for the Shore and St Joseph's finish. So just wait for the result there. But certainly fourth place to Scott's in lane 6. Fifth place to King's in lane 4. And yet to finish Newington in lane 3.
We look up the course there, Michael. We can see that schoolboy year 10 first 8 race is on its way down the course, approaching the 1,000 metre mark.
Yes, it is. Race 28 underway, so we'll just call some names as they come up.
Less than a length over the first 3 crews there in the as they go through the 1,000 metre mark.
Post numbers. So it's lane 3, St Joseph's, James Irwin, Clancy Woodbridge, Xavier McClay, Arlo Benjes, Nicholas Huntington, Sam Negline, Colin Furness, and Angus Eve, coxed by Christian Harris. Scots is in lane 4. It's Bill Singleton, Saxon Smith, Tyler Winterbuck, Tom Willis, James Halley, Remy Scott, Samuel Lowe, Angus Gervin, Pax Staley Lobel is their coxswain. In lane 5, it's St Ignatius, Arthur Roach, Charles Holt, Hunter Harris, Hutchins Shaw, Charlie Shaheen, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dinan, Max Gordon Twaddle, and Dax Cooley is their coxswain. Kings is in lane 6, Arthur Zhang, Henry McDonald, Harry Hanna, William Brown, Hugo Strang Iori, Thomas Curtin, Archer Petrovich, Harry Mann, and Edo Dawson. Newington is in lane 7, that's Ethan Van Aspersen, Owen Charles, Tom Dunstan, Ali DeHennen, Henry Eversgerd, Jack Carroll, Lachlan Trethui, and Ollie Cooper. Harry Cooper is their coxswain, and finally Shaw in lane 8. It's Tom Amati, William Scammell, Harry Ferguson, Lawson Wood, Henry Tams, Owen Barnes, Charlie Bassingthwaite, and Louis Corcoran. Their cox is William Johnson, and as you said, EB, some really tight margins in this race by the looks of things. Yeah,
approaching the 500 to go. It looks like it is St Joseph's crossing that line first. Still in touch though, St Ignatius, and Kings pushing up on them now as well. Going to be interesting to see what kind of moves we see here from the Kings school. They've moved up on St Ignatius. Are they going to be able to push through in the final 500?
It's one of those things we love to see. Plenty of overlap bigger eight-oared boats in the last 500 metres of a rowing race out at the Regatta Centre. And plenty of work, as you say, EB, to do for the King's School.
The coxswains are going to be screaming at these boys as they head into the final 250 here. There's going to be calls of lift from the coxswain in the Riverview boat, trying to stave off that late move, that late charge from the King's School.
But have a look at Scott's over there in lane 4 as well, certainly in touch. St Ignatius in lane 5, probably just a little bit ahead of them, and Kings as well in lane 6. So St Joseph's, certainly, no doubt about it, they're in the lead, and probably got half a length over the Ignatius crew in lane 5. But have a look at the Scots College now in lane 4, just really mounting a late challenge to try and knock the King's School out of that 3rd place. And that's a real battle heating up for these minor placings. St Joseph's in the lead. They're looking poised to claim the win, but have a look at the competition for 2nd and 3rd place. St Ignatius with their half a length, and I think they're going to claim the silver medal, but it's between Kings in lane 6 and Scots in lane 4. It's going to be Kings in the end that claim 3rd. Scots settling for 4th, notwithstanding a titanic surge in the end. 5th place is going to go to Shaw School in lane 8, and then across to Newington to finalise the field, who claimed 6th place out of lane 7.
All of these Year 10-8s, Michael, are going to be a cracker at the head of the river. I mean, that was so close. Definitely not within, outside the realms of possibility that some of those places could change on the day.
Oh, absolutely. And as you said, AB, it's just been a really, really impressive quality of racing from these Year 10-8s. And you do all the training and you work all season to put yourself in the last 500 metres in the position to claim the win with both hands, but you have to take it with both hands, and that's exactly what that St Joseph's crew did. But for those minor placings, who can hold their hand on the stove the longest is the real question among these crews. And it's a crew effort, it's a collective kind of surge that you have to kind of utilise in the last 500 metres, and a really, really fantastic exposition of what makes our sport so enthralling for competitors and spectators alike.
It's definitely going to be, the crew and the team that ticks all the boxes in the lead up. They warm up right, they've got their diet right. It's going to be one of those 1%ers for sure, Michael, that makes a difference on the day there, because they've all done similar training. They're all within cooee of each other here as they cross the finish line. So as I said, it's going to be a cracker at the head of the river in a few weeks.
So, return now to Masters Racing, race 29 on the course. It is the men's Masters 8. Haven't quite yet got underway. So race is scheduled to start at 10:30 a.m. So we should have it start any moment, but read out the crews while we're waiting. So in lane 2 is a North Shore crew. This is Kieran Shecker, Dylan Sherman, Alex Wheelahan, Jeffrey Beer, Mark Worrell, Maximilian Ott and Isaac Weinberg, Tom Payton, Jane Kavanagh is their coxswain. A Leichhardt Glebe North Shore University of New South Wales patchwork crew in lane 3. That's James Halliday, Andrew McEnroe, Andrew Simpson, Andy Wigan, Martin Emery, Charles Buzzacott, Rob Gilmore and Rob Koskar. Ruth Kelly is their coxswain. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club. They're represented by Stuart Cowup, Carl Quitzow, Patrick O'Connor, Ross Pritchard, David Greenslade, Daniel Morris, Robert McNeil, Mark Bindner and Bradley Wooten is their coxswain. A Glebe Drummoyne Composite is in lane 5. It's Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Mark McKeon, Hank Everk, Christopher Nisha, James Wentworth, Richard Rebilliard, Mark Tesian, Stephen Caldwell and Mika Zuzak is their coxswain. Lane 6 is North Shore. That's Jim Hole, Peter Horton, Jeff Warnen, Chris Walsh, Richard Lawson, Alistair Smith, Justin Peters and Jeffrey Franklin. Sydney Krieger is their coxswain. And a Mossman North Shore St George crew is in lane 7. And this is a J-grade crew. This is Ian Toll, David Kay, John Newcomb, James Taylor, John Struick, John May, John Hardy, Philip Titterton, and they're coxed by Jacqueline Marks.
Now, it always interests me here, Michael, with the maths that goes into the handicaps in these races. I wonder if some of these clubs have some, some ringers in reserve ready to jump in to adjust that handicap to see if it gets in a little bit more of an edge. Is it better starting off go? Is it better starting with a stronger person further back? What are your thoughts?
That's certainly a pretty complex calculus, all things considered, EB. I'm not sure I'm up to crunching those kinds of numbers on the spot, but look, 54 North Shore in lane 2 are giving 54 seconds to Mossman in lane 7.
That's a long way over
it's
a K.
It's a long way over 1,000 metres. Even having regard to some 40 years, the age distance, the age gap between, the kind of average age in the North Shore crew and the average age in the Mossman composite boat. But, even so, 1 minute over 1,000 metres is a remarkable distance to make up. So they're always fascinating races to watch, these Masters handicap events, and we'll see what unfolds out here in this race.
I've got to say, I haven't figured out the maths. I haven't figured out from watching it in the stands when it starts, because sometimes we see those big margins, they evaporate.
They do.
I can't call this one at all.
Well, if Rowing New South Wales' numbers man cannot call this one, then neither can you, and you should get down to the grandstand and have a look at this one, because this looking out to be a fascinating encounter. Race 29, the men's Masters 8 getting underway, just a short moment. So we've had a change in the commentary tower up here, and we thank Elliot Shackloff-Burtney for his contributions this morning. I'm delighted to be joined up here by Lucy Yabsley of the Sydney Rowing Club. Good morning to you, Lucy, and congratulations for your race earlier on this morning. We're looking at race 29 coming down the course now. It's the men's Masters 8, and called that roll call earlier, and it's the Mossman Composite combination in lane 7, who are making the best of things, of course, enjoying a healthy handicap and all the advantages that brings in this race. They're in lane 7, but certainly plenty of competition, Lucy, by the looks of things. Between lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, really not much in at all, is there?
No, so yes, we've got the the Mossman Composite out in front, and then just in those middle 4 lanes it looks like a bit of a tussle for second and third position as they come towards the line. Yeah, absolutely. The Leichhardt Composite combination, I think, in lane 3 are the crew who's making the best of things, and they're coming home really strongly on this Mossman Composite combination in lane 7, which is the J grade crew. Leichhardt Composite over in lane 3 is a D grade crew. That's Halliday, McEnroe, Simpson, Wigan, Emery, Buzzercott, Gilmore and Coscar. Really hard. Coming back at them now is this Leichhardt crew on the Mossman, but I wonder if they're going to run out of water to do it. It's going to be really tight in the end between the Mossman North Shore St George combination and the Leichhardt Patchwork crew over there in lane 3, running out of water. I think they've got to throw the rate through the roof to try and get there. Leichhardt Composite lane 3. I think Mossman are going to hold on to it in the end. It's going to be a win for Mossman Composite. Second place to Leichhardt Composite. Third place is going the way of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. A fourth place now to a North Shore Rowing Club in lane 6. Fifth place to Glebe Composite in lane 5. And then finally, to finalise the race, is the crew in lane 2. That's a North Shore in lane 2. With the men's Masters 8 out of the way, that's race 29. Move on, Lucy, to race 30, the first division of the women's Masters Quad Scull. And lane 2 is ADF Rowing, and they're represented by Zoe Martin, Sorel Woodward, Isabel Worker, Sonia Barrett. In lane 3 is Glebe Rowing Club, and they're represented by Anne Skilton, Belindy Rowe, Heidi Lindahl, Jacqueline Harris. St George is in lane 4, and that's Kay Robinson, Nicole Ford, Marnie Bateman and Andrea Coos. UTS, Haberfield and St George are in lane 5. That's Kirsty Edwards, Christine Phillips, Jackie Peel and Monique Heinke. In lane 6 is Melbourne Mossman and North Shore Composite, Zita Briones, Jemima Lose, Nikki Lepresti, Tanya Nishibata in that boat as well. And Sydney Balmain Composite in lane 7. It's Helen Grunwald, Tara Rennie, Anya Weaver and Kim Small. And so this race is quite a clash of the titans in the context of women's Masters quad sculling, and plenty of interstate representatives I can see, past and future likely, across the field. We've got Tanya Nishibata, of course, up from Victoria, jumping into the Melbourne Composite crew in lane 6. But Lucy, it's looking as though it's a pretty tight affair. I think the Sydney Composite crew in lane... it looks like it's the Melbourne Composite crew in lane 6. Melbourne Composite crew looks Yes, sorry, mic was off. But yes, the Melbourne Composite crew looks to have a healthy lead over the field. But you've got the UTS and St George Composite not far behind them, followed by Glebe and St George. And then the ADF Rowing Club just rounding up the field so far. But as they come towards the line, it does look as if the field is evening out a little bit. And it might just be the crew in lane 4, is it, St George, who are making a push and working their way up the field to give that, is it the Sydney Composite
bit of a run for their money there.
Yeah, absolutely, Lucy. And the Glebe Rowing Club as well in lane 3, under a bit of pressure from that St George crew, as you say, making a late surge. The UTS Haberfield St George combination, Edwards, Phillips, Peel and Heinke in lane 5. Well, there's plenty of experience on board that boat, but certainly not in a position to challenge the lead that's been asserted early on in this race and maintained by the Melbourne Composite crew in lane 6, who are looking very polished indeed. This is Zeta Briones, Jemima Losey, Nikki Lepresti and Tanya Nishibata. They're coached by Guy Morgan in lane 6. No doubt about it, a win for the Melbourne Composite crew. Second place is going to go the way of Edwards, Phillips, Peel and Heinke from the UTS Composite combination. And we saw many of these athletes compete in the sculls earlier this morning as well, of course. In Glebe Rowing Club claims 3rd place, and St George claiming 4th, and then back to in lane 2 the ADF Rowing crew. Race at 31 lining up down there. It's the 2nd division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull, and are underway, and you can see there are some handicaps in place in this race, and we'll have this race, then we'll go back into some school-aged rowing for the schoolboy 3rd, 8s, 3rd 8, 2nd 8, 1st 8 and the Cox Quad Scull. For the moment, Women's Masters sculling continues. Lane 1 is a Shoalhaven Composite crew. This is a Shoalhaven, Endeavour and Drummoyne. It's Kath Hextel, Renata Eatma, Rosalie Furness and Katrina Davis. Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne Composite in lane 2. That's Caroline Vernon, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel and Trudy McDonald. Leichhardt is in lane 3. It's Susan Huggett, Embarak, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert. In lane 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are all North Shore crews. So we have Gail Donkin, Bryony Short, Christina McCulloch and Elizabeth Buzo in lane 4. Sarah Hall, Elizabeth Avery, Rhonda Decker, Stacey Abadir are in lane 5. Karen Samet, Annalise Appleton, Wendy Zammett and Julie Wass in lane 6. Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Nikki Blackwell and Susan Walter in lane 8. And the crews in lanes 7 and 8 went off go. North Shore in lane 6 gave 8 seconds. The crews in lanes 5, 4, 3 and 2 and 1 gave 14 seconds. So that is how the handicaps unfolded on the start line. And of course, expect to see in the early stages of this race, the crews in lanes 7 and 8 from North Shore command an early lead. But look at the Shoalhaven Composite crew over there on the far side, just has almost eaten up that lead by reason of the handicap, in this early stage of the race. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Shoalhaven Composite and Lake Macquarie Composites come back really hard at the rest of the field as this race goes on.
Yeah, so the 2 composite crews of Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie, with their 14-second handicap, have almost levelled out with the North Shore crews on the near side of the course. Only 2 to 3 seconds behind those crews at the halfway mark.
Yeah, that's right. And look, so we've just got some steering difficulty perhaps in this, the near side of the course. North Shore in lane 7 just contending with the lane markers on their bow side, but perhaps just straightening up now. A bit of steering involved there. But have a look at the far side. Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie composite boats, as you say, Lucy, the ones making the best of things and the fastest movers on the water. Hextall, Eatma, Furness and Davis in lane 1, and Vernon, Eason, Duzel and McDonald in lane 2. They're the ones going stroke for stroke at this stage. I probably couldn't say who's in the lead over there, lane 1 or lane 2.
No, it does look bow ball to bow ball, even with the lane 7 North Shore crew on the near side. So it will be an exciting finish for first, second and third.
And of course, another competition evolving between the North Shore lanes 7 and 8 crews, who both went off go and weren't subject to any handicap in the race. But over there on the far side and just putting themselves through the gears as they come into the last 50 metres or so of this race. I think it is going to be the Shoalhaven Endeavour Drummoyne composite over there in lane 1 who claims the win, who've just done enough to edge themselves in front of Lake Macquarie Drummoyne. So the win for lane 1, Shoalhaven composite, Lake Macquarie composite claims second place. Third place is going to be really tight in the end between North Shore in lane 7 and Leichhardt lane 3. I couldn't tell you who that was. That was really tight. Fifth place certainly is going to North Shore in lane 8. Sixth place is going to go to North Shore in lane 6. Seventh place will go to North Shore in lane 5. And 8th place, looking as though rounding out the field is going to be North Shore in lane 4. So a really, really tight finish there between Leichhardt in lane 3 and North Shore in lane 7. We'll have a replay of that in just a moment, but for the moment we won't call that and leave that one to the judges, the photo finish as well. We wait the result of that. We'll move right along to race 32. It's the schoolboy third 8, just lining up down there at the other end of the competition lake. We come into, as I said, the next round of schoolboy racing. So we've got the school third 8, race 32, the schoolboy coxed quad scull in race 33, the second 8 in race 34, and the race 35, the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy race for the school first 8 at 11 a.m. So it's 15 minutes of racing the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be excellent. So looking as though we have the crews almost ready. Let's call out some names while we've got the chance to do so. In lane 3 is St Ignatius. It's John Malone, Jacob Collins, Tom Cuschieri, Kobe Ellis, Oliver O'Carroll, Ducha Waldron, Alexander Briscoe and Noah Beardmore. James Dart is their coxswain. St Joseph's is in lane 4. This is Will Campy, Hugh Edwards, Thomas O'Callaghan, Isaac Beattie, Bailey Crop, Will Brown, Ashton Rowe, Henry O'Malley and William Fisher is their coxswain. Kings are in lane 5. This is Edward Arentz, Reggie Thomas, Oscar Hatton, Hayden Duke, Devon Majavadia, Xavier Currans, Henry Peagam, Max Gavel and Cooper Morgan. Shaw is in lane 6 and they're represented by Sam Advani, Alex Elder Shaw, Henry Johnson, Hugh Riley, Benjamin Pina, Gus Pritchard, Michael Hocking, Jack Butcher and Will Lankfield. St Joseph's are in lane 7. This is William Bailey, Finn Garland, Lachlan Coleman, Lachlan Farrell, Oliver France, Lucas Marning, Vincent McAllister, Lachlan Hoovel and George Young is their coxswain. And finally, St Ignatius are in lane 8. This is Archie Coble, Henry Jewell, Tommy Burton, Alexander Raymond Nash, Charlie Forshaw, Jack Whitson, Patrick Cleary, Max Remus and Charlie Vecchio is their coxswain. So that's the crews involved in the battle unfolding now on the course for the school third 8, and we are underway, and we'll have plenty more action to call as the crews make their way up towards the business end of the park in a few short minutes' time.
And coming through the first 500 metres of this race is the Riverview crew, just ahead of St Joseph's and King's. That Riverview crew has gotten a pretty healthy lead in the first 500 with a 4-second lead. Pretty convincing, so it'll be exciting to see if they can hold that or even extend it through the next 1,500 metres of this race.
Yeah, well called, Lucy. And at 4.04, as you said, the margin between St Ignatius and St Joseph's, that is a phenomenal lead to assert in the first 500 metres of an 8s race. So really do have a look at that St Ignatius crew, who are making the best of things, and you can just see them on the Boat Race official camera if you're joining us on the live stream or out on there the big screen. They're looking very poised indeed. So that's the lead being enjoyed early by St Ignatius. The race for a second and third is a little bit tighter between St Joseph's and King's, and then a little bit of a distance back to probably a boat length back to St Ignatius 2, and then to King's, a little bit off the pace as well in lane 5, but plenty of water yet to row for each of these crews. And have a look at the St Ignatius boat in lane 8 coming. Well, and they're on the near side of the course, so it'll be fantastic a spectacle as they come up towards us at the end of this race. But Lucy, they're looking very much in control of this race. I know you're a sculler, but tell us what's going on in this Riverview boat. How, what are they doing really well? Yeah,
like you said, they do look very in control. They're very poised, and their blade work is quite good. And they've just come through the 1,000-metre mark and extended their lead by over a boat length, and it's an 8-second lead over that Joey's crew, who are just ahead of Shaw, and then you've got the second Riverview crew in 4th. Yeah, absolutely. So plenty of clear water now being enjoyed by St Ignatius ahead of St Joseph's, who are currently running second in the nearest rivals. 1.76 the margin between Joey's and Shaw. So plenty of work for St Joseph's to do to consolidate that second position. And Shaw certainly in touch with the Joey's crew as well. Yes, and it's really lovely to see that Riverview crew in front just having a very controlled rate of striking and nice length, being able to hold that lead. Maybe just a little bit of steering going on in that Riverview boat as they move themselves back into the middle of their lane. St Joseph's and Shaw in lanes 7 and 6. Well, that's where the real battle is going to be in this race, I would have thought. They're coming towards the 1,500 metres, and plenty of overlap, I think, still between those two boats. And, it's just this beautiful chaos that unfolds when you're rowing and competing next to another 8 on the competition lake out here at Cirque. So plenty of yelling and carnage, I would have thought, being exchanged between those two crews at this stage. They're coming through the 1,500 metres just in a short moment, but look at that lead between St Ignatius has commanded, and there's nothing in it now between St Joseph's and Shaw. So this is going to be a fascinating encounter as we come down towards the line. Lucy, I mean, how do you stay focused and in control of yourself when you come up against a crew like this in an 8-oared race? Oh, well, I think you've got to stay pretty internal and just trust your cox, know your race plan and trust that it'll pull through. So, trust the people in front and behind you. But yeah, as we're coming closer towards the line, it does look as though that Riverview crew has extended their lead, but the real race is between that Joey's and Shaw crew, who are bow ball to bow ball, although that Shaw crew does look to be just pulling ahead in the last 250 metres. Yeah, I think that's right, Lucy. Maybe Shaw just with the narrowest of advantages now, but St Joseph's very, very much still in this race. Plenty of water left to row in margins as tight as these. Certainly looking as though the win is going to St Ignatius in the third 8. They're looking very poised and powerful into the line. It's going to be a win for them. St Joseph's, well, they're just falling behind a little bit. The Shaw School have managed just to nudge their bow balls in front, and they're looking calm and in control now at St Joseph's. Well, there's plenty of water
there was not that much water left now, and I think it's going to be the second place is going to go to Shaw School, and St Joseph's having to settle for third place. And fourth place is going to go to St Ignatius over there in lane 3. Fifth place will go to King's School. And it looks as though we haven't had a start from one of these St Joseph's crews, but congratulations to St Ignatius. Second place went to the Shaw School. Third place to St Joseph's. Fourth place to St Ignatius 2, and fifth place to King's, who are just concluding their race in the next couple of strokes. Right, and race 33 is on the course. It's the schoolboy coxed quad scull over 2,000 metres. Contested by 3 crews. It's St Augustine's in lane 4. Kinross and Walleroy are in lanes 5 and 6. So in lane 4, in the Augustine's boat, is Daniel Corrigan, Henry O'Hare, Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker, and Henry Goldsworthy is their cox. In lane 5, the Kinross Walleroy crew is George Hunt, Angus Hunt, Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland. Jock Peterson is their coxswain, and in lane 6, Kinross Walleroy are represented by Xavier Zinger, Hamish McDonald, Heathcliff Bell and Ash Robinson, and Sam Thomas is their cox. And we don't see, Lucy, many coxed quad sculls in the open and club divisions of racing out here in the Regatta Centre. So it's good to see, in the open aged, the open categories in the school events, that the cox quad scull events are going strong.
Oh, for sure. It's nice to see they're still alive. And coming through the 1,500 metre mark is that Kinross Walleroy crew in first with a healthy lead over the St Augustine's crew. They look to be
Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, certainly making the best of things, and they're a school that we've seen go from strength to strength in terms of their quadruple sculling prowess over a number of seasons now, and backing up that fine heritage of quad sculling is George Hunt, Angus Hunt, Hamish Searle, Toby Buckland, and their coxswain Jock Peterson. And they're looking very, very clinical in this quad scull, Lucy, and they're just raising their rate of striking, coming into the final stage of this race, and probably a boat length or two, perhaps, back to St Augustine's. Corrigan, O'Hare, Schofield and Parker, who are looking very tidy as well, and we've seen a number of those. I think at least Rory Parker, we've seen him earlier this morning compete in the single scull. So a number of tired legs out there, but a win for Kinross in lane 5. Second place is going to Augustine's in lane 4. Third place to Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, which concludes race 33, the schoolboy coxed quad scull. Okay, we're coming towards the business end of the competition as far as schoolboy 8's rowing goes. The regatta today, and the second 8 is on the course. It's race 34 on the program, so as they're coming down towards the 1250, or the 1,000 metres, I should say. It's opportunity to read out some names and looking so that the margins are very close in any event. Shaw is in lane 3. That's Austin Hamilton, Micah Minchin, Alex Rogan, Lachlan McIntosh, Ollie Koch, Matthew Juretta, Alastair Curry, Liam Kennedy and Oscar Miller. St Joseph's are in lane 4. It's Samuel Spork, Tate Fredrickson, Jackson Gordon, Edward Reinhart, Henry Campbell, Rocco Densley, Raphael Cousins, Lexington Spies and Noah Bellantonio is their coxswain. St Ignatius are in lane 5 and they're represented by Lachlan Denners, Matthew Beeman, Banjo Metcalf, Edward Bateman, Thomas McClintock, Boston Kirkby, Harrison Poland, Jack Hare and Ryan McNulty is their coxswain. Newington is in lane 6 and they're represented by Will Gillespie Penny, Theo Downing, Ollie Cooper, Silas Allen, Jed Robertson, Rowan Cotisthane, Nick Byrne, Mitchell Smith and Lachlan Haar is their coxswain. Scots are in lane 7. That's Edward Green, Charles White, Charles Carmody, George Little, Noah Perry, Hugh Anderson, Max Prout, Hugo DiNapoli, and Zach Sperring is their coxswain. And finally, Kings are in lane 8. On the near side of the course, it's Prem Sivagangbalan, Harry Irving, Oscar Parsons, Jeremy Blatchford, Denver Purdon, Dave King, Charlie Camilleri, Jay Dwight, and Troy Graham is their coxswain. And Lucy, the crews are coming through the 1,500 metres. A very, very tight encounter unfolding between St Joseph's in lane 4 and Shaw in lane 3.
Yes, so there's a good tussle going on there. Interestingly, it's quite a similar layout to the field of the schoolboy third 8. So, yes, that's the Shaw crew coming in first at the moment, followed by Riverview. Oh, sorry, it's actually the Joey's crew who are out in front, who are just look to be maybe a bow ball or a canvas in front of the Shaw crew. And just back from them is the Riverview crew hot on their tails.
Yeah, absolutely. The margin really tight there at the 1,500.19 between St Joseph's in lane 4, Shaw in lane 3. So plenty of opportunity for both of those crews to strike. But I think it's the St Joseph's crew making the best of things in the final 250 metres. Going for the win is the St Joseph's crew. Shaw School, well, they're in lane 3 right next to them and are responding to them. There's plenty of overlap now between these boats, and there has been for most of the race. But I wonder whether St Joseph's are just moving away now. Shaw just are forced to respond and throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this St Joseph's crew. But I think they've done enough. The boys in the colours of Cerise coming into the final couple of strokes of their race, and they are going to claim the win. St Joseph's in lane 4. Second place goes to the Shaw School. St Ignatius settling for third place in lane 5. Fourth place is going to go the way of the King's School in lane 7. Really tight between Newington and Scots for 5th place. It'll go to Scots and then Newington settling for 6th. And a really gutsy effort there, Lucy, from that crew in the St Joseph's colours, just to pull away from the Shaw School. I mean, it's just so difficult to get an 8 up and running, and once it's already moving, to make it go even faster, it takes a really, really concerted effort.
Oh, for sure, especially in the last 250 metres of a race when you've used all your energy.
Yeah, absolutely. So the schoolboy first 8 is on the course. Of course, one of the blue ribbon events of the day. And extra special is the first 8 race here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, because it is for the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy, named after Sydney Rowing Club member Tom Livingston, who passed away in a tragic accident in the ACT in 2023. Tom was a highly respected athlete and rode in the winning crew in the Championship Men's Under-21 8 of New South Wales in 2022 before moving to Canberra to study at the Australian National University. Tom rode at the Shaw School in his last year at school in 2021 and was a senior prefect and the captain of boats, and he was the school's sculling champion. And Tom was selected in that year in the Australian Under-19 Men's 8 which didn't occur due to COVID-19, but instead he competed in the World Rowing Cup Simulation Regatta in Adelaide. And to remember Tom, Sydney Rowing Club has inaugurated a perpetual trophy called the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy, and that's for the school first 8 each year, and awarded to the winners at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. And so plenty of a special heritage in this race, in race 35, the first 8 for the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy. And thank you to Sydney Rowing Club, of course, for organising that trophy in perpetuity. But for the moment, the action unfolding on the competition lake in the first 8 race, Lucy, is that Shaw are in the lead, and not by very much.
Yes, so first, second and third, and fourth even, are within 2 seconds of each other. Shaw coming through the 1,000-metre mark in the time of 2 minutes and 56 seconds, followed by Riverview, St Joseph's, Kings, Scots, then Newington.
So we certainly keep an eye on this St Ignatius crew. We know they're such strong finishers, and they've been, as I said earlier this morning, such a dominant program over the last couple of years. But Shaw School have had a really cracking season, and they're the ones, they're probably the crew to beat at this stage of the season, coming down to the pointy end of things, the head of the river in just a couple of short weeks. 1.06 the margin as well. But have a look at the St Joseph's crew, who's just gone from a really strong race at the moment as well, and they're certainly in contention. I wouldn't be writing anyone off at this stage just yet. Plenty of water yet to row. We're coming towards the 1,500 metres, but this is the stage of the race where the chess pieces start to, I suppose the clearer picture starts to develop as to the true contenders in the race. But over here on the near side as well, competition as well unfolding between Scots, Kings and Newington in lanes 8, 7 and 6, and really tight now. Shaw School have passed through the 1,500. 1.47 the margin to St Ignatius, so they've extended the lead just by the narrowest of margins. St Joseph's 0.59, currently in third place, and they'll be really keen to keep in touch with this Ignatius crew coming into the last 250 metres now. It's for these crews, it's a breathe deep and staying, as you said, Lucy, in control of themselves in the last stage.
Yes, composure will make the difference in this last 300 metres of the race. The leading crews, Joey's and Riverview, look to be pretty close, maybe a canvas between them, but it does look as though that Shaw crew on the far side are extending their lead in a very strong finish as they come towards the line.
Here we go, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Shaw, Joey's and Ignatius, they are contending for the win in the first 8 race for the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy. Shaw School, well, they're lifting their rate of striking. St Ignatius are coming back at them with a vengeance from lane 5. I just wonder whether Ignatius are going to run out of water. They are stretching themselves and maintaining a really strong rate of striking, but the Shaw School, well, they've done the work early and they've maintained a narrow advantage over Ignatius for most of this race, and they've done enough, the Shaw School, to win the first 8 and the Livingston Memorial Trophy. Second place goes to St Ignatius, third place to St Joseph's, fourth place to Kings, and then to the Scots College, and sixth place going to Newington in lane 6. Well, that was a great race to watch, Lucy, and one of those examples of where the Shaw School, well, they were in the lead for the, and just had a really narrow advantage over Ignatius the whole way, but they were able to respond. They were able to look at their competition and just respond to the late moves that were being made by Ignatius, and in the end, that proved telling. So congratulations to the Shaw School, who are winners of the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy in 2026. And after the excitement of those School 8 races, congratulations again to the Shaw School winning the first 8. Move back to some single sculling, race 36 on the course, Lucy.
Yes, so race 36 is the men's combined open lightweight and 23 single scull, although all these scullers are in the open division. So in lane 1 from Sydney, we have Oliver Tilsbury-Brown. Lane 2 from Sydney University is Hamish Danks. Lane 3 is UTS's Zinc Bosco. Lane 4 from Sydney is Flynn Wilkinson. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Adam Holland. Lane 6, UTS Sam Green. Lane 7 is Sydney's Pasha Bevan. Lane 8 is Sydney University's Tom Anderson, and in lane 9 is UTS Liam Taylor.
Thank you, Lucy, and really enjoyed in the second half of this season watching the rivalry unfold between certainly Adam Holland and Sam Green from Sydney University and UTS respectively. They're in lanes 5 and 6 in this race. Pasha Bevan, of course, in lane 7, there or thereabouts, as well as has been Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. So a really, really strong lineup of scullers in this race. And this is, as you said, Lucy, this is the open category in this event, and a very, very high standard of sculling we can expect from these guys out there on the course at the moment. Of course, there's plenty of water left to row. But, in race 36 through the 1,000 metres, it was Hamish Danks, the Sydney University sculler, who enjoyed a 4.97 second advantage ahead of Sam Green, Tom Anderson and Adam Holland in that order. And they're about to pass through the 1,500 metre mark as well. So we'll have some updated numbers for you in just a short moment as well. So through the 1,500, and it's Hamish Danks who's extended his lead over Sam Green, who's in lane 6 in the UTS colours. Adam Holland currently running third, a 1.41 rather the margin between Green and Holland. And then Pasha Bevan of Sydney Rowing Club. It's great to see him back out here at the Regatta Centre regularly. Tom Anderson currently running 5th. Flynn Wilkinson, of course, a New South Wales interstate representative as well. Then Liam Taylor in lane 7, and Zinc Bosco, UTS lightweight sculler, in lane 3, and then Oliver Tilsbury-Brown currently occupying 9th place. But at the pointy end of this competition, Hamish Danks is in lane 2, and it's his race to lose at this point. He's performed extremely well and has made for himself a nice little advantage coming in the last 250 metres or so. And but you know, it's certainly in a single sculling race, you just cannot write anyone off, because they're small boats, they're light boats, and they move so quickly, Lucy, as you know, when you really want them to. And Sam Green, who is in lane 6, just looking as though he's contending with Adam Holland for that silver medal position, or the second place rather. So it's Hamish Danks, certainly no doubt about it. He's looking poised to claim a win, and it's Sam Green who is just pushing his way up into second place ahead of Adam Holland in a continuation of the rivalry between those two scullers this season. A win for Danks and Sydney University Boat Club. Second place going the way of Sam Green and UTS Haverfield. Third place to Adam Holland, Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth place to Pasha Bevan and Sydney Rowing Club. Fifth place going the way of it'll be Tom Anderson and Sydney University Boat Club in lane 8. Sixth place to Liam Taylor and UTS Haverfield. Seventh place back to lane 4 and Flynn Wilkinson and Sydney Rowing Club. Zinc Bosco following him across the line in 8th position. And then back to Oliver Tilsbury-Brown from Sydney Rowing Club. So while that race finalises, we'll have the presentation of the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy for the winners of race 35, the school first 8. And the Tom Livingston Trophy, won by the Shaw School in 2026, was won by Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben McCutchinson, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson and Oliver Paris and their coxswain Will Gandy. Please congratulate the Shaw School winners of the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy in 2026.
Yes, congratulations to that Shaw crew. And well underway now is race 37, the Division 2 of the Men's Open Lightweight and 23 Single Scull. In lane 3 from Sydney, we have Nick Whalen. Lane 4 from UTS is Oscar Baragi. Lane 5, also UTS, Jack Power. Lane 6 from Sydney is Charlie Hine. Lane 7 from Mossman is Tobias Elias. And lane 8 from UTS is Ryan Zhao. And in the final stages of the race, it does seem to be a pretty tight field between lane 3 and 7, although it might just be the Mossman Sculler in lane 7, Tobias Elias, who looks to have a slight lead, if I'm correct, over Oscar Baragi of UTS in lane 4.
Yeah, I think that's right, Lucy. It's the Mossman Sculler, Toby Elias, who's had a really strong season in those Mossman colours and in that yellow boat of his this year. He's in lane 7 and certainly taking the fight to Oscar Baragi from UTS Haberfield. Baragi's got plenty of work to do if he's to break the lead being enjoyed by Elias, the Mossman Sculler in lane 7. Baragi's just lifting his rate of striking. They're coming into the final 100 metres or so. I just wonder whether he's going to run out of water to challenge Elias for this lead. I mean, look at that really clean performance from Toby Elias, who's lifted his rate of striking as well. A very compact stroke, I would have thought. And he's just thrown his rate through the roof, and very, very tidy performance indeed from Toby Elias. Congratulations to him and the Mossman Rowing Club. Oscar Baragi from UTS claiming second. Third place to Jack Power, UTS Haberfield. Fourth place to Nick Whalen and Sydney Rowing Club. Fifth place to Charlie Hine and Sydney Rowing Club. And yet to finish is Ryan Zhao from UTS Haberfield, who is in the lightweight category today. All right, I'm moving along to race 38, which is on the course. It's the third division of the Men's Open Lightweight Under 23 Single Scull. This race, of course, playing host to the Under 23 Scullers. Between lane 3 is UTS's Sky Louis Davidson, coached by Jack Hargraves and Matthias Ungermark. Lane 4 is the University of New South Wales, represented by Jago Lambert. Lane 5 is Lachlan Savage from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6 is Oscar Skiel-Gamborg from Mossman, and in lane 7, Brandon Smith from UTS Haberfield. And it is that sculler in lane 7, Brandon Smith, who's in the lead, and he's commanding a lead of about one boat length ahead of Oscar Skiel-Gamborg from Mossman, who is, of course, Australian representative in the beach sprint category as well. Sky Louis Davidson from UTS Haberfield currently occupying third place, and a little bit of a distance then back to the University of New South Wales and Sydney Scullers in lanes 4 and 5, Lambert and Savage. The race tightening up for the first position between Brandon Smith and Oscar Skiel-Gamborg at the top end of this race. Some 250 metres left to row. Both of these guys will be desperately looking for the finish line and the sweet relief of finishing a 2,000 metre sculling race. But Brandon Smith, for the moment, holding his nerve and having to fight off a late challenge by Oscar Skill Gamborg, Lucy.
Yes, it's hard to call it even this late in the race, because with the small boats it's quite easy to change positions quite quickly. But yes, it is that UTS sculler in lane 7 who does seem to be just hanging on to his lead over Mossman's Oscar Gamborg in lane 6. But we cannot rule out the UTS sculler in lane 3, who is hot on Mossman's tail. They look to be bow-ball to bow-ball almost as they come closer towards the line. But yes, it is Brandon Smith who has extended his lead to a healthy boat length to take out the win over the Mossman sculler. And then in lane 3, the other UTS sculler to claim 3rd place.
Thanks, Lucy. Yes, it's a good place for Sky Louisa Davidson in the UTS Haberfield colours. 4th place is going to go the way of Jago Lambert and the University of New South Wales in lane 4. Then back then to, my apologies, it'll be the Sydney Sculler Lachlan Savage who claims 4th place, and then it'll be back to Jago Lambert of the University of New South Wales in lane 4, who will claim 5th place to round out the 3rd and final division of the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull. We'll move right along to race 39, which is on the course and bearing down upon us. It's the women's open lightweight and under 23 single scull. And Lucy, as you well know, some household names in this event, a very, very high standard of athlete on the course out there in race 39. Lane 1 is Zara Kafuri from Mercantile. Lane 2 is Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 3 is Zoe Bond from Mossman Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Madeline Hardy from UTS. And those 4 scullers are in the under 23 category. We get into the open athletes now. In lane 5 is Tara Rigney from Mossman. Lane 6, Annabelle Singh from the University of New South Wales, and Sophia Whiteman from SUBC in lane 7. And then 2 lightweight scullers from UTS Haberfield in lanes 8 and 9. That's Sarah Berkery and Phoebe Herdman. And what's going on in this race, Lucy?
Yes, so unsurprisingly, it is the Mossman sculler, Tara Rigney, who is out in front, just ahead of Zara Kafuri from Mercantile, and then followed by Liesl Page in 3rd place currently.
Yeah, really, really great to see Tara Rigney back out here on the competition lake at Cirque, who of course is a thoroughly decorated sculler and Australian Olympian as well in this event, and so putting on a clinical performance at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. And yeah, she's just passing through the 1,500 metres now, and yeah, completely unchallenged for the lead. Zara Kafuri, her closest rival in the Mercantile colours in lane 1, and she's had a really strong season as well. Of course, she is an under 23 athlete too, and Tara Rigney, of course, competing in the open age category. Liesl Page in touch with her. Liesl is in lane 2 in the Sky Blue of Sydney Rowing Club. And the scullers coming into the last 500 metres of their race. And this the women's open lightweight under 23 single scull, and race rather spread out now between the different age categories and weight categories. So Tara Rigney in the open category, and Zara Kafuri, Liesl Page in the under 23 category. Of course, we've been used to seeing Tara Rigney compete in the colours of Sydney University Boat Club over a number of years now, but of course following Coach Alpha Young over to a Mossman Rowing Club, where he's taken that program to a new level in the past season or so. So really great to see Tara back out here on the lake, and just putting that boat through the gears now. She's really winding it up, coming into the last 100 metres or so, and she's absolutely a world-class athlete and on a fantastic performance now in the last 50 metres. So it's going to be an all-the-way win for Tara Rigney in race 39.
Yes, it's wonderful to see her stride towards that finish line with a very comfortable lead. It looks to be, on the far side of the course, Zara Kafuri of Mercantile, who just has maybe half a boat length over Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page, but they tussle it out in the final few strokes of this race. But yes, it will be Zara who takes the second place of this race, and followed by Liesl. And it is the lightweight sculler of UTS in lane 8, Sarah Bertree, who is coming in to claim the 4th place of this race 39. Looking very strong as she approaches the finish line now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah Bertree in the UTS colours, represented New South Wales in the Victoria Cup squad as well. Congratulations. She claims 4th place. 5th place looking as though it's going to go the way of Madeline Hardy in lane 4. And then back to Phoebe Herdman from UTS as well. 6th place. And to finalise this race, it'll be the sculler in the UNSW colours, Sophia Whiteman, in lane 7. All right, moving right along, race 40 is underway. It's the first division of the men's under 19-4. So this race comprised entirely of school crews. So in lane 2 is the King's School, represented by Campbell, Whalen, Patrick Yee, Henry Harvey, Massimo Fitzsimon, and Kishon Jayasuriya is their coxswain. Scots is in lane 3. That's William Porter, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Kevin Kim, and John Maloof is their cox. St Ignatius are in lane 4. That's Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, and Nicholas Colbert. Lane 5 is the King's School. They're represented by Max McGraw, Lachlan Cable, Jack Webster, Sam Watt, and Digby Norton Knight. St Ignatius 2 are in lane 6. That's Sydney Roche, Samuel Barry, Benjamin Eisenhower, James Davis, and Zach Burton. Newington are in lane 7. That's Tom Perrott, Andrew Comonos, Rory Begg, Ashton Talapan, Noah Clayton. Scots in lane 8, represented by Conrad Lowe, Jasper Towzell, Hudson Meek, Ben Vaughan, and Angus Fletcher. And in lane 9 is Newington, represented by Oscar Wong, William Chanter, Rocco McConnell, Nicholas Softsis, and Hugo Lonergan is their cox. Coming into the 1500 metre mark now, Lucy, I think we've got a clear leader, and I think it's the Ignatius crew.
Yes, it is the Ignatius crew. They've got a healthy lead in the first 1500 metres of this race over the King's School, who are quite close to the second Riverview crew, followed by Kings, Scots, Newington, and Scots.
Yeah, so plenty of water left to row for the King's School, 4.16 the margin, but certainly the real race happening between Kings 1 and Ignatius 2 and the race is for the second place. So Kings are in lane 2 and Ignatius 2 are in lane 6. So it's going to be difficult for those two crews just to have a look at each other from such a far distance across the lake. But certainly no doubt about the leaders. Ignatius 1 in lane 4. That's Babbage, Hockey, Delaney, Walker and Field. But coming back on them really hard is Campbell Whalen, Patrick Yee, Henry Harvey and Massimo Fitzsimon from the King's School over there in lane 2, and they are contending with this Ignatius crew in lane 6. Sydney Roche, Sam Barry, Ben Eisenhower and James Davis, who are pushing hard, but I think the King's School is going to hang on to the second place, and the race is spreading out a bit now, but it's going to be a win for Ignatius in lane 4. That second place now looking poised to go to the King's School in lane 2. Third place will go to Ignatius in lane 6, but have a look at this race. It's developing for fourth place between Newington in lane 7, Kings in lane 5, Scots in lane 3. They're going stroke for stroke now. I think Newington just got it on the surge by the narrowest of margins. That was between Newington and the King's School. High fives all around in that boat. Are really well done. The Scots claimed 6th place and now also claim 7th place in this race 40. Right, race 41 on the course. It is the women's under-19 coxed 4 combined with the women's under-21 coxed 4. And we have one under-19 4, that's the Queenwood crew in lane 3, and 5 under-21 coxed 4s. I'll just read out these names as they come down towards us. It's, in lane 3 is a Queenwood crew, that's Claudia Gassman, Flo Veach, Lauren King, Elsie Hood. They're coxed by Juliet Yardley. In lane 4 is a Sydney Rowing Club crew comprised of Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. Their cox is Philippa Martin. UTS Haberfield are in lane 5. That's Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. They're coxed by Jasmine Abela, coached by Sam Fennessy. Sydney University are in lane 6. That's Sophie Jones, Alice McCready, Miranda Warswick and Emily Barrett, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer. Queenwood are in lane 7, represented by Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainganuku, Isabella Kennedy and Scout Ferguson. Alex Home is their coxswain. And Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8, represented by Emma Sullivan, Evelyn Stigter, Mary Canary, Madeline Walk and Georgia Parks is their coxswain. And how's this one looking out there on the lake, Lucy? I think we do have a clear leader, and I think it's a Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 4.
Yes, so it is the crew in the middle there from Sydney Rowing Club who have a lead over UTS, and in third place at the moment is the other Sydney crew. And those 3 fours have a bit of a lead over the next 3 in the field. I do believe this is also a championship event, and they will be receiving state medals because this event couldn't be raced at the state championships earlier this month. So it is exciting to see that the Sydney Rowing Club crew in the middle have extended their lead just a little bit over the UTS crew in the final 250 metres of this race.
Yes, indeed. It does appear as though that Sydney Rowing Club crew, McLaren, Taylor, Yardley and Bennett just extending their lead. We have UTS in lane 5 coming into the final couple of strokes, and certainly no shortage of New South Wales Bicentennial Cup representatives in this race. Of course, we're no short of them up here in the commentary tower either, but UTS claiming second, and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8 claiming third. Fourth place going to Sydney University in lane 6. Sophie Jones, Alice McCready, Miranda Warswick, Emily Barrett. And finally back to Queenwood. In lane 7, it's Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainganuku, Isabella Kennedy, Scout Ferguson. And then back to Queenwood in lane 3. Claudia Gassman, Flo Veach, Lauren King, Elsie Hood and Juliet Yardley. So as that crew crosses the line, recapping the results of race 41. A win for Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. That's Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Isabel Yardley, Grace Bennett and their cox Philippa Martin. Second place, UTS Haberfield in lane 5. Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Madeline Mannins and Jasmine Abela. Third place went to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8. Emma Sullivan, Eveline Stigter, Mary Canary, Madeline Walker and Georgia Parks. Fourth place was Sydney University in lane 6. Sophie Jones, Alice McCready, Miranda Warswick, Emily Barrett. Fifth place, Queenwood, presented by Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainganuku, Isabella Kennedy and Scout Ferguson. And then back to Queenwood in lane 3. Gassman, Veach, King, Hood and Yardley. Completes.
Yes, and congratulations to all those crews and that Sydney Rowing Club crew who are now the state champions of the women's under-21 coxed 4.
So the conclusion of race 41 draws this morning's session to a close. Look forward to seeing you back at 12:30 for the continuation of racing in race 42 for the men's under 19-4.
All right, welcome back everybody from your lunch break. We now have race 42 lining up men's under 19, coxed 4. In lane 2 we've got Newington, lane 3 Scots, lane 4 St Ignatius, lane 5 Newington, lane 6 St Ignatius, lane 7 Kings, lane 8 Scots, and lane 9 Kings, and they're off. Joining me in the commentating box is Harry Crouch. Crouchy, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
That's good.
Keen to watch some racing.
Yeah, men's under 19 cox 4. Feel like you know quite a bit about this boat class, Crouchy.
Yeah, raced in this race with Newington back in the day. Good fun.
Yeah, I do. The cox 4 is one of my favourite boats, personally, to cox. And they're just out at the 250 mark here. On the screen there you can see Newington charging along. Crouchy, you actually coach at Newington.
Yeah, I do. I took some of these boys out actually the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, coached the Year 9 and the Year 8 boys as well, which is good.
How are they going?
Yeah, not too bad. They raced this morning out in Hen and Chicken Bay actually.
Oh, nice. Awesome. There on the screen there you can see Scots. Solid start here from these young boys passing through the 500 metre mark, and it looks like Scots are currently in the lead. Scots 3, that's Thomas Irvin, Jack Tabor, Hugo Duplessis, Finn Simpson, Artie Chandler Cox. Second place Newington, third Scots, fourth Newington. So it looks like a showdown between Scots and Newington here. Couple scratches coming through from Kings and St Ignatius, but strong showing. This looks like a bit of a tight tussle there between Newington in lane 2 and Scots in lane 3. Hey, Crouchy.
Yeah, they're coming in close here. It's going to be a good race.
Good race indeed. It looks like Scots in lane 3 there, making a good push on Newington. Cox 4's interesting boat class, hey. Very different to 8s.
Much heavier boat.
That's it.
A water taxi.
The ratio between rower and cox. Definitely a heavier boat class. Yeah. But a boat class, once you master it, can definitely carry you quite far in your own career.
Yeah, well, you did the Paralympics back in the day.
Yep. 2 years ago.
In the cox 4.
Yeah, in the cox 4. And we've passed through the 1K mark here. Scots in first, Scots 4 second place, and Newington 3 in third. Pretty tight there, crouching through the 1K. We've got...
Yeah, only half a second in it.
That's it, half a second to second place, 1 second out to third. So a bit of a tussle here. We've got, results coming through again. It's Scots 3 in first and Scots 4 in second. So a bit of a showdown between the two Scots coxed 4s.
And it looks like Newington's starting to fall back a little bit here. Looks like it's Scots out front.
That's it. Newington 3, coached by Bowen Keegan. Do you work with him, Crouchy?
I do, yes.
Great coach, I'm sure. And approaching the 12:50 now. Boys will be starting to think about their wind, stepping their 8s out to the finish line. Cox 4s require a bit of an early step in rate because it takes a while for the boat to respond. Isn't that right, Crouchy?
Yeah, it is. It's a very long race. You don't want to go too early. You can't leave it too late.
That's it. Heavy, like we said before, it's a heavy boat class, so it takes a while for the boat to respond in changes, but also very easy to lose speed quickly. As we see now, Scott's still taking the lead.
Starting to pull away a little bit there. Scott's putting out to nearly 2-second lead coming into the last 500.
That's it. Nice lead there. Really, 6-second lead. Really have put their mark down here in the final 500. Looking like they're settling down to a nice, comfortable stride out to the finish line. Newington 3 in second place. Scott's 4 coming through there in third. On the screen there, you've got Newington with Scott's out in the lead, coached by Judith Ungermark, very experienced coach. And here comes Scott's, approaching the Red Boys' final 100 metres of their race. Awesome efforts from the boys of Bellevue Hill. What a lead there from Scott's. Very impressive to take that lead there in the Cox 4. It's a tough gig. We've got lane 2, Newington. Probably will take second place. Congratulations to Scott's. That's Newington in second, O'Connor Hunter, Sam Haley, Joshua Cronin, Aidan Evans and Dylan Henry, the Cox. Ooh, and a bit of a tight finish here for third and fourth, but it looks like Scott's will take third place. Great wind there from the boys in lane 8. And then Newington in lane 5 will take fourth. So recapping the results there, Scott's first, Newington second, third Scott's, Newington fourth. And we're moving now to the under 21 coxed 4, race 43. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Sydney Uni. Lane 5, UTS. Lane 6, Sydney Uni. Lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 8, Sydney Uni. So this is a red hot event, Crouchy. Under 21 Cox 4s are a really fun boat class, and I'm sure these boys are gearing up. This is a preparation race for Nationals, one of the most exciting events at Nationals, the under 21 Cox 4. It's a new event, actually. Oh no, it's not. It is an old event. It's the under 21-8, that's new. All right. Passing through the 1,000 metre mark, we've got Sydney Uni in first place, leading by 4 seconds. And passing through the 1,500 metre mark, Sydney Uni still take the lead of 4:53. Just waiting for the results to come through. Sydney Rowing Club in second there. Sydney Uni in third through the 1,500 metre mark. And UTS taking out fourth behind Sydney Uni there. So still looking to be quite tight here as they approach the 750. I do believe Sydney Uni still have the lead, although it looks like Sydney Rowing Club are contesting them there. So it looks like Sydney Uni in lane 8 holding the lead. Samuel Basher, Monty Sellerbank, Matthew Coleman, Raphael Corbett and Sophia Tabe, the Cox, striding out to a good lead there from Sydney Uni. And it looks like a tight race there for second and third.
Yeah, it is quite tight coming into the line here, coming into the red boys. They'll be hurting quite a bit here, pushing to the line.
Looks like Sydney Uni there racing in a nice Cerise boat from Joey's with King's Blades. And Sydney Uni lane 8 take the win. Impressive race then from them. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7 take second place. Sydney Uni in lane 4 take third. And it's a tight finish between UTS and Sydney Uni for 4th and 5th. And then Sydney Rowing Club will take the final placing there in lane 3. Awesome racing from the under 21 Cox 4s. Couple of crews there to keep an eye out for Nationals. Hey, Crouchy.
Yeah, it should be a good showdown come down to Nationals down in Tasmania this year.
Yeah, Lake Barrington, back in Lake Barrington, which will be exciting.
And we just saw the presentation of the under 19 Cox 4. Scott's down there getting their mugs.
Yep. And that crew is represented by Thomas Irvin, Jack Tabor, Hugh Duplessis, Finn Simpsons, and Artie Chan. All right, race number 44. A red hot blue ribbon event.
Yes.
We've got the men's open 8 and club men's 8. Well, it just looks like here 3 open 8s. We've got a Sydney Composite, Sydney Rowing Club, and Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah. I think this Sydney Composite is what looks like could be the lineup for the Youth 8 coming into Nationals. It's not confirmed yet, but I think that's what they're testing out today. We'll see how they line up against the Sydney Rowing Club under 23 8 and the Open 8 is what these boys are.
Yeah, so in lane 3 is that Sydney Composite 8, potentially the New South Wales Youth 8 of Henry Pursehouse, Finlay Mitchell, Oscar Gambord, Gus Sizolka, Thomas Maloney, Robert Oliver, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, and coxed by Henry Burton. So a couple of under 19 gold medalists there at World Champs back in 2024 in the Cox 4. That's Henry Burton and the 2 Maloney brothers there, Crouchy. And that Sydney Composite's taking the lead there of that New South Wales Youth 8, but it's tightly followed by the 2 Sydney crews, 0.8 and 0.9 of a second there in it. So it could be anyone's race still. Lane 4, I believe, is a under 23-8. Hey, Crouchy.
Yeah, that is, and I definitely wouldn't rule out lane 5 as well. That is the Sydney Rowing Club Open 8. They'll definitely be out trying to get these young boys, take them for a run.
For sure. Lane 4 of Nick Whalen, Charlie Hine, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, Hugh Harold, Mac Bucknell, James Fredrickson, Will Clubb, and Seb Coxing there. And then lane 5 is Angus Aiken, Oliver Edwards, Nick Murrow, Pasha Bevan, George Bell, Galen Quinn, Connor McGillen, Miles Harold, and Cox by Nick Rogers. So again, it's still quite tight here. Hey, Crouchy.
It is very tight coming in here. Not even half a boat splitting them up between first and third. Or a bit more than that, but...
Could be anyone's race here. Will it be the young boys of that Youth 8, or will it be the more experienced boys to take the lead here coming into the red boys? To me, it looks like it's just between lane 3 and 4, but I think lane 3 have a slight edge there. Yeah,
a bit less than half a boat length in it here.
There
to
it
the under 21 boys. And then lane 4 coming in second, lane 5 coming in third. No more than half a length between first and third in this race. Very tight. Very good display of Sydney Rowing Club at their own regatta.
Indeed. a great showing from Sydney Rowing Club, but an amazing race there from that Sydney composite. Looks like New South Wales Youth 8 is something to keep an eye out for the interstate regatta, again down in Lake Barrington. Next up, race 45. We have the Women's Open 8 event combined with the Club Women's Open 8 and the Under 21 Open 8. Sorry, Under 21 Women's 8 and the Schoolgirl 8. So we have lane 3 is a Club Women's 8 from Sydney Uni, represented by Isabella Stelly, Grace McKinlay, Audrey Stichter, Josephine Armstrong, Charlotte Steele, Miranda Warsick, Georgia Moran, Sophie Jones and Harriet O'Dwyer as the Cox. Lane 4 is Sydney Rowing Club of Maddie Joins, Lila Anterton, Ella Sporting, Lily Wake, Lucy Spores, Hannah Ashley Carter, Lauren Graham, Amelia Carpenter and Mietta Jones the Cox. Sydney Uni, Alexandra O'Brien, Alyssa Fickus, Alice Reddy, Alice McCready, Sophia Whiteman, Poppy Wyndham, Scarlett Woodbury, Emily Barrett and Chloe Doretta the Cox. Under 21-8 from Sydney Rowing Club is Maddie Walk, Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Eva Thompson, Mika Nato, Lucy Yapsley, Isabel Yardley, Grace Bennett and Georgia Parks the Cox. And then a Schoolgirl 8 from Pimble, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Langrib, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Felix, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinan, Linda McLaughlin and Mia Solomons. Apologies there, as they're lining up. So a couple of big names here in this lineup. Pimble Ladies, definitely an 8 to look out for the upcoming Schoolgirl Head of the River. I believe they've recently broken the Schoolgirl record recently at a recent regatta, so they're out to win gold next week here at Penrith at the Schoolgirl Head of the River, and they're underway. So it'll be interesting to see here how Pimble perform in preparation for next week. It's a great showing here of women's 8s, isn't it, Gratty?
Yes, it is. As you said before, there are some big names in here. We have Lucy Spores in one of the Sydney Rowing Club 8s. She's a 2-time Olympian, gold medalist.
Silver medalist as well.
Silver medalist as well. I'm unsure about that. I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, recently competed at the Paris Olympics.
Yes, 1 gold in the double.
Yeah, impressive stuff here. So I'm sure the girls are honoured to have her on board as they approach the 500 metre mark. Another blue ribbon event of the day, the women's 8s. Strong 6-crew lineup. As we stretch out to the 500 metre mark, it looks like Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 and Pimble Ladies College actually in lane 8 are in the lead. Sydney Open 8 closely behind, 1 second behind there, and then back to Sydney Uni again quite close, half a second in it. So a really impressive start to the race here from Pimble.
Yeah, very quick start here from Pimble Ladies. It's quite impressive for a Schoolgirl 8 to be up on all these senior crews.
Indeed,
very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. 1:38 there from Pimble through the first 500, which is...
Let's see if they can try and hold on to that coming into the end.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. Looks like it's still pretty tight there in the first 500. Be interesting to see times coming through the 1K. Honourable mention in the under 21 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley, under 19 Australian representative last year in the double. Juniors last year was held in Lithuania, which I believe, Crouchy, you went to juniors in Lithuania?
Yes, I raced in Lithuania a long time ago, 2017, in the junior quad.
What was Lithuania like to race in?
Pretty sure it was actually the most natural islands on a lake, something to do with that. Very beautiful castle on the finish line there. Beautiful course.
Wow.
Quite windy though, every time I've been there.
So it looks like Pimble still have the lead here at the 1K. Very impressive stuff here. 3:17 is the time, closely followed by Sydney Rowing Club, Open 8, Sydney Uni, and then Sydney Rowing Club in 4th and 5th. Again, still pretty tight there. We've got Sydney 2 seconds behind Pimble, and not too far behind them is Sydney Uni in 3rd. So be interesting to see what happens here in this 3rd 500. A lot of crews make a big push here out of the K. So will it be the young guns from Pimble ladies holding the lead, or will experience from Sydney Rowing Club start to show through in this 3rd 500? Approaching the 1500, it's, from my view, looking still pretty tight there, but I think Pimbles are still holding the lead. It could be anyone's game for 2nd and 3rd. As their power balls cross the 1500, we'll have the times rolling through soon. Very strong showing from Pimble Ladies College here today. Awesome prep for next week's race. And Pimble still hold the lead, 5 minutes through the 1500, closely followed by Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. Sydney Uni holding 3rd place, and again, it's still very tight. We're talking one second here between 2nd, 3rd. Can Pimble hang on to this lead? It's very impressive. Very impressive showing here from these young girls. And we're approaching our final 250. It looks like Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 have started to make a wind here. Same from Sydney Uni next to them in lane 5. Let's see if Pimble can hold this lead here. It's looking like it could be anyone's game for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The wind here will be a really crucial part of the race to execute. Will the experience of Sydney Rowing Club show through here over Pimble Ladies, or will Pimble hold their lead? It's looking tight.
Very tight
close.
Between all three here.
Very close.
Could be anyone's race.
Coming in the final couple strokes, I think Pimble still hold the lead, and it's Pimble 1st, Sydney Rowing Club 2nd, Sydney Uni 3rd. What a race. Very, very impressive stuff from Pimble. Congratulations to them and their coach, Harry Randall. And then Sydney Rowing Club will take 4th and 5th, Sydney Uni in lane 3, coming in 6th. So what an awesome showing of women's rowing here. Again, watching that replay on the live stream, not much in it, hey Crouchy?
No, not much. There's a canvas between 1st and 2nd and 3rd there. Very, very tight race. Would be very, very painful in the last 500 trying to hold on to that lead there.
6:38 is the time from Pimble. Very, very impressive for a schoolgirl 8. That is very quick. So congratulations to them. And definitely one to look out for Head of the River next Saturday.
We do have a nice little tail breeze here helping them along.
Yeah, awesome conditions today.
Beautiful.
Beautiful conditions. Congratulations again to Pymble Ladies College for winning that race. Impressive stuff there. Our next race, race 46, Men's Masters Quad Scull. This is only a 1K race, Crouchy. A little bit shorter. We have lane 2, Leichhardt Composite of Nicholas Brown, Andy Wiggin, Anthony D. Janosic, Terry Bridges. Lane 3 is Mossman of Mark Lawan, Alexander Deutsch, Magnus Butlin, and Ian Alsop. Lane 4 is St. George of Glenn Chatter, Cromwell Oliver, Martin Little, and Alan Robertson. Mossman Composite in lane 5, Andrew Goldstein, Andrew Simpson, Andrew Horrigan, and Trent Rogers. There's an Andrew quad. Oh, and it looks like they're off. I think it's a handicap race here, so everyone's off at different times. Lane 6 is Glebe, Mark McEwen, Mark Tietjen, Richard, Rob Billiard, and Stephen Cladwell. Lane 7 is Mossman, John May, John Struick, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton. So we have a few quads already off. 1K races require a floating start, so a little bit trickier job for the marshals down there at the start line, but I'm sure these men are very experienced.
Yes, definitely in this Masters event here. So we got the Mossman crew are off go here, and then chasing them down we have Glebe 36 seconds after them. Then we got 47 seconds to St. George, and then Leichhardt and Mossman will be off together at 51 seconds. And then a Mossman Composite will be off last, trying to chase everyone down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. 1K, not a lot of, shorter distance. So definitely a bit of a tougher gig there, starting off later to chase down the other crews. But I'm sure these men are very experienced in doing so. That Mossman quad there, still holding the lead off go. Striding out to a nice rhythm as they come through the second 500 here. It's a great showing here in the Men's Masters quad. Six-lane event. So yeah, that Mossman quad passing through the 500 at 2:02.
No, no.
We've got the other quads here now approaching the 500. Glebe crew in second, Mossman in third, fourth St. George, fifth Leichhardt Composite, and sixth Mossman Composite. And the medal presentation there for Pymble Ladies College receiving their glass jugs. So that's the crew of Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Lengreb, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinan, Leanna McLaughlin and Mia Solomons, coached by Harry Randall. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies College and best of luck for next week's Head of the River. And we've got Mossman in lane 7, approaching the finish line first, so they'll hold their lead there. Fantastic showing from Mossman. Looks like a lot of experience in that quad. We've got a Mossman in lane 3 taking out second place. That's an impressive row from them. Lane 2, Leichhardt Composite closely follows them. Lane 5, Mossman Composite, and then here we go. Lane 4, St. George. Lane 6, Glebe. So that's first Mossman, second Mossman, third Leichhardt Composite, fourth Mossman Composite, fifth St. George, and sixth Glebe. So awesome showing there in the men's masters quad. Very tight finish there. Special mention to that Mossman quad in lane 3. Huge row through there from their handicap. And race 47 is the women's masters 8, and there's a big showing here. We have lane 3, Mossman Composite, lane 4, another Mossman Composite, and then we have lane 5, lane 6, lane 7, and lane 8, all from North Shore. That is pretty impressive from North Shore, fronting up 4 women's 8s. They're approaching the 1K mark now, ready to do their lineup. This again is another handicap race. We have lane 8 going off go, lane 7 and 6 going off 14 seconds, lane 5 off 18 seconds, then lane 3 and 4 off 22. And there's the crew from Sydney Rowing Club accepting their glass mugs, winning the under 21 women's 8 event. So congratulations to those girls from Sydney. That's Eva Eels, Neve Tierney, Emma Sullivan, Sarah Bevington, Hannah Griffiths, Evelyn Stidger, Mary Canary, Melanie Pullis, and Philippa Martin the Cox. Coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club in the under 21 women's event. And we've got the Masters women's 8s lining up here at the 1K, getting ready to go. So lane 8 will be our first from North Shore. That's Karen Summit, Linda Munns, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Julie Boehm, Jane O'Hanlon, Julie Wass, Nikki Blackwell, and Jane Kavanagh the Cox. Looks like it's a North Shore, Northern Suburbs showdown, as Crouchy just said here in this race. Best of the North Shore. Is it Mossman or North Shore? Who knows? A couple names recognised here. Cox of the North Shore 8. Jane Kavanagh, I believe, Normo Old Girl. And So race 47 is underway here. And they'll be approaching the 500 metre mark. Will North Shore in lane 8 hold their lead? Well, it looks like they're closely followed by a Mossman composite. And lane 8 do hold their lead, passing through the 500 with a 158. Impressive timings there, and it's tight here between second, third, and then closely followed by fourth. We've got Mossman Glebe in second, North Shore in third, and Mossman Melbourne in fourth. Fifth place North Shore, and I think it will be sixth place North Shore as well. So another strong showing here in the women's 8 event. And I believe the under 17 single race 48 is underway. We will closely report back on that on the single race, but here we have the women's Masters 8s approaching the final 250 of the race. Looking pretty tight here, Crouchy. So it looks like Mossman over there in lane 3 are contesting North Shore lane 8 for the lead. It's an impressive row from Mossman in lane 3. They had a 22-second handicap, so they've really made back their time here. Lane 4 and lane 5 closely followed back. So I think it might be lane 3 just ahead of lane 8. And I think it is. Lane 3 will take the win. Ooh, tight here for second, but it is lane 8, North Shore, then lane 4 for third, Mossman Composite, and lane 5 for fourth from North Shore. Closely followed by another North Shore 8 in lane 7. Awesome stuff there from lane 7, and here comes lane 6 approaching the finish line. So that's Mossman Composite of lane 3 that takes the win of race 47, and lane 6 here passing through the line. So congratulations to all crews. We will now move to race 48, which is underway, the men's under 17 single. They've just passed through the 500 metre mark. We have lane 1, Kinross Wallaboy of Ruben Cleary. Lane 2, St. Augs, Daniel Corrigan. Lane 3, Leichhardt, Mark Bay. Lane 4, Leichhardt, Luca Wilson. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Oscar Nico Lidis. Lane 6, St. Augs, Oliver Kennedy. Lane 7, Leichhardt, Otis Shipley. Lane 8, Glebe, Zachariah Liu. And lane 9, Mossman, Banjo Kirkham. So this is a full race, a 9-lane event here, which is awesome for the men's under 17 single. Couple of young guns coming through here, I'm sure ones to watch in years to come. So I believe they're soon approaching the 1K mark. We had Luca Wilson from Leichhardt taking first through the 500 of a 147. As we approach the 1K mark here now, looks like Luca still holding the lead there in lane 4. 3:41 is the time. And yeah, he's got an impressive lead. Very impressive lead from Luca, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. I work with Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr at Loretta Nordenhurst. Great coaches, and It's obviously showing here today in the under-17 scull. And second place through the K is Banjo Kirkham from Mossman. Lane 2, Zachariah Liu from Glebe. Sorry, that's third place, sorry. Lane 8, Zachariah Liu from Glebe. Press this off here. Did you ever race the under-17 single, Crouchy?
I'm not sure if I did at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, but yeah, I used to race in the single quite a bit. Not anymore though.
Yeah, Crouchy, an old Kinross boy, and then Newington.
Yeah, did the big swap, moved to the Big Smoke up in Sydney.
Yeah, both very impressive rowing schools. Kinross in particular, both fronting a strong women's program and men's program. It's impressive stuff, juggling the two from their coaches there. And passing through the 1,500 metre mark is still Luca Wilson holding his lead with a 5:37. Again, an impressive display of racing here from Luca. I'm sure he's done countless mornings of Iron Cove, doing laps in the single. Second place held by Banjo from Mossman. Third place, Zachariah Liu from Glebe. Fourth, Daniel Corrigan from St. Augs, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. And Luca is approaching here, the final 250. He's got a comfortable lead. So he's racing the clock here, starting to bring the rate up a touch here, quickening up his catch, having a good step home to the finish line. Now it looks like lane 9 and lane 8 are having a good tussle here coming into the final 250. So it'll be interesting to see who takes out second and third. But it is Luca Wilson in lane 4 that will take the lead. Again, a really impressive display of racing here in the under-17 single. And I'm sure Luca Wilson is definitely a name to look out for in the next few years. Congratulations to Luca. Awesome work. And congratulations to his coaches from Leichhardt. Here we go. Lane 8 and lane 9 are battling it out for second and third. Who's going to take the lead? Is Balball to Balball? Oh, it's hard to tell. Oh, I think it's a photo finish. Yeah, it's gone to a photo finish, so we'll have the results come through. Fourth place will be taken out by St. Augs in lane 2. Now, that was a gripping finish there. Hey, Crouchy.
It was very tight, yeah. It'll be interesting to see who actually got the win there. I couldn't pick it here on the finish line.
Yeah, awesome stuff there from the under-17 scullers. We've got Sydney Rowing Club now passing through the line in lane 5. And then followed by Leichhardt again in lane 3. Great showing from Leichhardt. We've got 3 scullers in this event. And still waiting for those results, but the women's under-17 single is underway. Congratulations to all those rowers in the under-17 men's single. Awesome results, and congratulations again to Luca Wilson. So we have the women's under-17 single passing through the 1K now. We have lane 2 Ella Zammit from Abbotsford. Lane 3, Sophie Moore from Leichhardt. Lane 4, Heidi Heap from Mossman. Lane 5, Maya Edwards from Nepean. Lane 6, Sonia Johns from Leichhardt. Lane 7, Lara Petrozzi from Sydney. And Lane 8, Elise Curl from Nepean. So we have Heidi Heap from Mossman taking the lead, and again another dominant lead in the women's under 17 scull here, 11 seconds up at the 1K. Coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. An awesome line of coaches there. Rowena Meredith, Olympian, bronze medalist in the quad from Tokyo, and Alfie Young, very experienced coach. So really another impressive lead here in the under 17 single, and currently held by Heidi Heap. Heidi Heap passing through the 1500 metre mark in the lead with a time of 6:24. So Division 2 of the under 17 single has just taken off, but Division 1 here approaching the final 500 of the race. We got Heidi Heap in lane 4, Sophie Moore in lane 3, sitting in second place. A very impressive lead though from Heidi Heap, 20 seconds up at the 1500. Very, very impressive for a young sculler.
And here in lane 2, Ellie Zammit. You can see she's wearing an armband for a lady that recently passed away on the 28th of February, Vale Evelyn Summer. She was a pioneer of women's rowing. She was on the first rowing team to represent Australia, first women's rowing team to represent Australia, back in 1967 at the World Championships. And she was a member of Abbotsford Rowing Club for a very long time.
Yeah, I believe it was originally called Sydney Women's Rowing Club, and it's today known as Abbotsford Rowing Club, which is next door to Sydney Rowing Club. So bit of history there. And Heidi Heap takes the win in the under 17 women's scull. A very dominant lead. Now looks like second place, lane 3, Leichhardt. Sophie Moore holding her place there. So Heidi Heap there with a win, a 25-second lead. Awesome work. We've got Sydney Rowing Club approaching the finish line here, taking out third place, coached by Paddy Graham. Congrats, lane 7. Closely followed by lane 6 from Leichhardt. And lane 8 from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George, and Miles Harold, who is a Sydney Rowing Club rower. So awesome to see him giving back to his grassroots clubs. And lane 5, again, Nepean.
And coming down the course now is the Division 2 of the women's under-17 single. In lane 3 we have Mossman Ava Barker. In lane 4 we have Abbotsford Rowing Club Grace Zamet. Lane 5 we have Leichhardt Darcy Turvey. Lane 6 we have Abbotsford Laura Fenson. In lane 7 we have Nepean Malia Sablina. And lane 8 we have UTS Willow Chapman.
Yes, and they have passed through the 1K mark here now. Mossman of Ava Baker currently in the lead, 16 seconds behind her is UTS Willow Chapman. So again, another dominant lead here in the under-17 single. Third place held by Leora Fenson from Abbotsford, and then back to fourth, Darcy Turvey, and fifth, Grace Zamet. And we are approaching the 1500 metre mark, the final 500 of this race. Ava Baker still holding the lead. Coached by Joshua Hewitt from Mossman. Oh, Joey's boy. Again, another dominant lead from Mossman. Looking to have a very dominant junior program coming through. We've got second place Willow Chapman, coached by Sam Fennessy.
And in this race we have another two Abbotsford Rowing Club members who I've been told are also wearing the armbands in memory of Evelyn Summer.
So we have the women's under-17 single approaching the final 250 now. Underway, though, is the men's under-28 8, Division 1. So we'll soon return back to that race, but it looks like Ava Baker is holding the lead here to the finish line of Division 2 of the under-17 single. Approaching the Red Boys now, very dominant lead from her. And again, a really strong showing from the junior program of Mossman Rowing Club. So the men's under 21-8 passing through the 500 metre mark now. That is Mossman, though, taking the lead of Division 2 of the women's under-17 singles. So congratulations to Ava Baker there. Time of 8:53.3. Lane 8, Willow Chapman will take out second place from UTS. Congratulations to Willow. And then Leichhardt in lane 5 will take third place. So congratulations to the sculls here in the women's under-17 single. Moving to the men's under-21-8 race, Division 1, we have lane 2 Kings, lane 3 Newington, lane 4 Scots, lane 5 Shaw, lane 6 St Ignatius, lane 7 Sydney Rowing Club, and lane 8 Sydney Uni. So 2 divisions of this event. They are passing through the 1K now. We have St Ignatius in the lead.
And that St Ignatius crew is Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roche, William Bryant, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, and in the Cox's seat, James Stack, and they're coached by Matt Curtin. And Hannah, I'm Lizzie Chapman here, taking over from Harry Crouch. Thanks, Harry, for
thanks, Crouchy.
Joining the lineup of Sydney Rowing Club members, of which I am one, who are all doing the commentary today.
Hope to see you.
And
Harry
we look
Crouch.
forward to seeing Harry Crouch back in the
here.
commentary box again soon. So a really fairly tight race here with Shaw. They're still in the lead in the middle of St Ignatius in the middle of the course there. Close, hot on their heels, the crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Tommy Poulton, Toby Smith, Angus McGrath, William Kellett, Ollie Harvey, William Pillar, Ferdinand Hainlieb, Tony Denton, and their cox Thomas Lukes, who's also coxes at Cranbrook. They're coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And then on the other side, we have the crew from Scots that sure appear to be missing. Is that right?
Yes.
Or we just closed up lanes. But yeah, the crew from Scots is Maxwell Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Dean Lowe, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling, and Max Berkelau, coxed by Charlie Cameron and coached by Judith Ungemach. Then it's a short distance back to Newington College, who are in lane 3. Lewin Whittaker, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Pattinson, Charles Old, Nicholas Trethewey, Hugh Jones, and their cox Nico Colantonio. Sorry, Hugo Baker is coxing. Nico is stroking that crew, sitting in 4th at the moment. And looking like not managing to crack through into that top 3. That's quite an impressive row from Iggy's there, isn't it? Very determined.
Yeah, very strong showing from St Ignatius here, taking the win as they pass through the final boys. That's lane 6. Passing through the finish line, closely followed by lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club. Then 3rd place to Scots. So again, another dominant showing from St Ignatius. They've been dominant for the last few years now in the Schoolboy 8. So very impressive to see them racing up in the under-21 event and taking the win.
And to complete the field of 5 crews that we have racing, Sydney University, a very new combination here of Curtis Pepper, Harrison Howard, Eddie West, Ted Burney, Toby Berkelau, Angus McKinns, Sam Stewart, Henry Slatter, Finley Cardno coxing, and the coaches are Simon Huxley and Rob Black. So they have a big under-21 squad at Sydney Uni, and they're trying out a few combinations this weekend. I would imagine Sydney are doing the same, aren't they?
Indeed, as we move to Division 2, which is race 52. Again, men's under-21 8, we have lane 2, Sydney Uni, lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, lane 4, St Ignatius, lane 5, Shaw, lane 6 Scots, lane 7 Newington, and Kings in lane 8. So they have passed through the 500 metre mark, approaching the K now. That's Sydney Rowing Club in the lead for 126, closely followed by Sydney Uni. That Sydney Rowing Club crew is represented by Henry Pursehouse, James Bell, Max Mason, Edward Leckie, Thomas Maloney, Oliver Edwards, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, and coxed by Maura Gerardy.
And from memory, that crew performed pretty well at the state championships recently. So presumably gearing up for the national rowing championships, which will take place in the beautiful Lake Barrington of Tasmania in 2 weeks' time, isn't it? 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, it's definitely rocking up pretty quick. And the under-21 8 event is a new event recently added to the program. It's very exciting for clubs.
Yeah.
So these boys are definitely gearing up. Passing through the 1K, Sydney Rowing Club hold that lead, closely followed by Sydney Uni in lane 2 of Finlay Mitchell, Sam Bashar, Monty Salaback, Jack Lampson, Matthew Coleman, Gus Azolka, Max Garnett, Raphael Corbett, and Sophia Taib the Cox.
And that also was a combination that had a go last week or the week before, whenever it was that it was our state championships. Seems like 2 days ago.
Yeah, indeed it does.
Did fairly well.
Yeah, so Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney Uni definitely crews to look out for approaching nationals. I'm sure both crews are looking to win the national title in this event.
I would think so. And then the remainder of our crews in this event are schoolboy crews, and they, of course, are gearing up for their head. St. Ignatius second crew, currently sitting in third place in this race. Kieran Dennis is in the bow seat. Matthew Bowman is at 2. Banjo Metcalf at 3. Ed Bateman at 4. Thomas McClintock at 5. Boston Kirkby is at 6. Harrison Polin at 7. Jack Hare is in the stroke seat. Ryan McNulty is the cox, and they are coached by the very experienced Hugh Courts, previously, I believe, of Sydney Rowing Club, and Henry Burton. Scratched from this event are the crews in lane 5, Shaw 2, and the crew in lane 8, Kings 2, we've been advised. So the remaining 2 crews are Scots 2 and Newington 2. The crew from Scots is in lane 6, and it's Edward Green, Charles White, Charles Carmody, George Little, Noah Perry, Hugh Anderson, Max Prout, and Hugo Di Napoli Long. Their cox is Zach Sperring, and their coach is Amos Noon. And in lane 7, Newington's second crew of Will Gillespie Penny, Theo Downing, Ollie Stelmacher, Silas Allen, Jed Robertson, Rowan Cotastain, Nick Byrne and Mitchell Smith, with Lachlan Haar coxing, and their coach is Ben Dewhurst.
So looks like Sydney Rowing Club are holding their lead through the 1500, a 5-second lead over Sydney Uni. As they come into the final 250 now, both crews will be looking to step the rate and wind to the line. It looks like Sydney Rowing Club have stretched out to a dominant lead here, searching for open water. As they approach the final 200, I'm sure Sydney Uni throwing everything at it to close that gap. A couple of these boys in the Sydney Rowing Club, short turnaround from the men's Open 8 event not too long ago, so I'm sure they're feeling it.
I think it is. It looks to me like it is the same crew that won the gold at the state championships.
Yeah, and that's
very impressive. And a slightly revised version of the Sydney University crew. There was a 6.2 second margin at state champs, and it's a bit closer here. So there's a nice bit of data there for Simon Huxley and Rob Black, the coaches of the Sydney Uni crew.
Ooh, and a tight finish here between third and fourth, St. Ignatius and Newington. Very impressive finish there from schoolboys. Again, racing up in a under 21 event, and then Scots in lane 6 will take out 5th place.
And provisional time for that race for Sydney Rowing Club of 5:56.39.
So congratulations to all crews in that event. Moving now to the Division 1 of the men's Open double scull here.
In lane 3, we have St George Rowing Club, James Hunt and Kurt Armstrong, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 4, Sydney University Boat Club, Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Oliver Tisbury Brown and Lachlan Savage, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 6, the University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball, coached by Justin Quigley. In lane 7, a composite between Jago Lambert of the University of New South Wales and Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 8 from UTS, Liam Taylor and Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves.
So race 53, passing through the 1K now, a lead from Sydney Uni, taking out first place, Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. Second place to UTS, Liam Taylor and Patrick Burke. So special mention there, Hamish Danks, under 23 Australian representative last year in the quad. So very experienced sculler. Holding a dominant lead here, 10 seconds over UTS at the K. The composite of Sydney Rowing Club and UNSW in third place. Special mention to Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club, state champion in the PR3 single. Very dominant sculler. Definitely one to keep an eye out for.
That was a very impressive scull in that state championships PR3 single as well, yes. So
Definitely.
our only para-athlete in these able-bodied events so far.
Indeed. So double sculls now approaching the 1500 metre mark. Looks like Sydney Uni will still maintain their lead as they approach the final 500 of this race. Very experienced double here of Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. Very dominant scullers over the last couple of years. They pass through the 500 metre mark with a time of 4:56.04, stretching out to a very dominant lead of Clearwater. Second place still held by UTS, Liam Taylor and Pat Burke. Pat Burke, old St. Augs boy. Coached by Matthias Ungemark, Jack Hargraves. And third place, composite of Sydney Rowing Club and UNSW. And then fourth place to St. George. That's James Hunt and Kurt Armstrong from St. George, coached by Mark Featherston. So coming into the red boys here now, it's that double from Sydney Uni with a very, very strong lead coming into the final 50 metres of this race. Definitely a double to look out for at Nationals in about 3 weeks' time. I'm sure they're chasing after that national title. Come through with a time of 6:40.77. And second place will be taken out by UTS. In lane 8, provisional time of 6:52. And tight finish here. It looks like lane 3 has rode through lane 7. That's St. George taking third place over the composite of Sydney Rowing Club and UNSW. I believe is a new combo of Flynn Wilkinson and Jago Lambert. So definitely one to look out for Nationals. And we have the Sydney Rowing Club double coming through now in lane 5. Oliver Tisbury Brown and Lachlan Savage, coached by Paddy Graham. I believe that double are new to rowing, so have learnt sculling over the last year. So very impressive showing from them in the men's open double scull, and UNSW take out 6th place. So moving now to Division 2 of the men's double scull, we have combined event here of lightweights and under 23s.
In lane 3, we have UTS, represented by Ryan Zhu and Nick Mather in the lightweight division, coached by Jack Hargreaves and Matthias Ungemark. In lane 4, again a lightweight crew from the University of New South Wales, Justin Nelson and Thomas Jackson, coached by Justin Quigley. And the remainder of the crews are under 23 crews. So from UTS, in lane 5, Brandon Smith and Oscar Baregi. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Tobias Elias and Oscar Shield-Gamborg, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 7, from Sydney University Boat Club, Daniel Morris and Sebastian Atherton, coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley. And in lane 8, from UTS, Sky Lueb Davidson and Jack Power, coached by Jack Hargreaves and Matthias Ungemark. So we have Tobias Elias, a very talented junior who went to the Junior World Championships last year, and Oscar Shield-Gamborg, who has represented Australia in coastal rowing in the beach sprint cruise.
Yeah, a couple of big names here. There's also Brandon Smith from UTS, a gold medalist at the 2022 Under-19 Junior World Champs in the Cox 4. Unfortunately, no longer an event at Junior Worlds. But
yeah, such a shame, yeah. And Oscar Baregi, who represented Australia at under 21 level, and then I believe at the World University Games last year.
Yeah, so very dominant lineup here in this event.
And as you might expect, having an absolute ding-dong out there on the water. That's a great race.
Yeah,
great race.
Very tight coming here in the final 200. Couple of under 23 sculls to look out for.
If you're out there, Mossman, I think your lads need a bit of a cheer to get them across these last couple of meters.
Yeah, looks like a tight finish here between UTS and Mossman. I think UTS just have a canvas over Mossman, but it is pretty close. That's the combo of Brandon Smith and Oscar Baregi.
Oh, look at the power of both of those races.
It's tight. They've got just a canvas over Mossman. They will take the lead, though. Very impressive racing. And UTS, Jack Power and Sky will take third place. Wow, what an impressive finish there, Lizzie.
And coming in fourth, and therefore the first of the lightweights, another UTS crew, Ryan Zhu and Nicholas Mather. So a good day for UTS in the lightweight and under 23 double sculls.
So winners of that race, UTS in the under-23 double scull, Brandon Smith and Oscar Baregi with a time of 6:41.35. So another double to look out for at Nationals. But here we have lane 7 passing through the finish line. That's an under-23 double from Sydney Uni. Daniel Morris and Sebastian Atherton, coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley.
So yeah, so that was Brandon Smith and Oscar Baregi in a time of 6:41.35. The race before was the open double 6:40.77 with an under 23 on board with Hamish Danks. So very, very close times. And that second under 23 crew was 6:41.81. So the margin in the end was 0.46 of a second.
And that's a pretty young crew from Mossman.
Yeah.
So very impressive. I believe they're still under 21 eligible. So,
oh wow,
very impressive showing in the under 23 events here. And I'm sure those boys are looking to trial for the Aussie Australian under 23 team later this year.
Pretty exciting. We're moving on now to the women's event. Our race here has got 2 open crews and 2 under 23 crews. We're up to race number 55 on the programme, the women's open and under 23 double scull. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning, another para rower, PR3 rower. Their coach is Justin Quigley. In lane 5 from Glebe, racing in open, but in fact a masters crew of Jackie Harris and Heidi Lindell. And then in our under 23 division, we have in lane 6 a composite of Zoe Bond from Mossman Rowing Club and Zara Kavouri from Mercantile, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. And in lane, and I would have thought that Scott Rowe from Mercantile would probably like to have his name down there too. And then in lane 7, a composite between Georgia Campbell of Mercantile and Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe and Lachlan Carter.
So we have that Mossman and Mercantile composite currently in the lead here at the 1500. A couple of Australian representatives here. Zoe Bond represented the under-19 Australian team back in 2022 in the women's double scull. So good to see she's still very dominant in this event here. And special mention to Liesl Page, who represented the under-23 team in the women's quad in 2024. So a very impressive showing from this composite double. one to look out for as we move into trial season for the underage teams. It's a very dominant lead. Approaching the red boys now. So that's the Mercantile and Mossman double composite there taking the lead with a provisional time of 7:17.53, followed closely by a composite from Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile, Liesl Page and Georgia Campbell.
And our open crews are just coming in front of the grandstand now. In the lead, we have the crew from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh in the bow seat, and our para rower Georgina Browning in the stroke seat. And again, a fairly impressive display of rowing there.
Yeah, strong finish there from UNSW. Glebe here, passing through the line now.
Great crew there of Jackie Harris and Heidi Lindell, but more tuned to racing 1,000 metres.
So we move now to the men's under 19 and under 21 quad scull, another combined event. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Xavier Zinger, Hamish McDonald, Heathcliff Bell, Ash Robinson, and coached by Andrew Gannon. Lane 5, St. Augs, Oliver Kennedy, Henry O'Hare, Lachlan Schofield, Rory Parker, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungemark. Then moving to our under 21 representatives, we have UTS in lane 6, Zachary Neal, William Pender, Charles Brand, Robert Oliver, coached by Jack Hargraves and Matthias Ungemark. And lane 7 is Mossman with Harry Coddington, Leighton Skoman, Floris Elias, Ewan Humphreys, coached by Alpha Young, Rowena Meredith, and Joshua Hewitt.
And there must be something in the water there on the northern side of the... And there must be something in the water there on the northern side of the Sydney Harbour, because we have Mossman Rowing Club in the lead.
Indeed, passing through the 1K very strongly there. The 3.4 second lead over UTS. And St. Augustine's from the same shed in the Pearl Harbour training precinct are sitting in second place. So Mossman first, St. Augustine second, UTS third, Kinross Walleroy fourth, I think. Yes, all right, no, sorry, other way around. UTS have overtaken St. Augustine's. And they're coming into the final quarter of the race now in that order. Yeah, so Mossman holding the lead here in the final 500 over UTS.
So that Mossman crew has Floris Elias, another talented junior, sitting in the 2 seat. Ewan Humphreys, who's performed so well in the single throughout the season, sitting in the bow seat. And the stern pair, Harry Coddington and Leighton Showman, who've just improved enormously throughout the season. A great squad down there at Mossman, and they have been for a couple of years now. Firstly, under the guidance of Tom Schramko and Rowena Meredith, Kieran Kabelke, now Josh Hewitt as well, and the head coach from this season, Alfie Young, doing a great job.
As the quads approach the final 250 here, it's a very strong showing in this event of a couple of schoolboys, but also probably a few school leavers as well. So very impressive showing here for the future of men's sculling. So Mossman here holding the lead. Again, a really impressive junior program dominating these young events.
So race number 56, men's under 19 and under 21 quad, taking out the under 21 event, the very young crew from Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Coddington, Leighton Skoman, Floris Elias and Ewan Humphreys, Second will be the UTS crew of Zachary Neal, Will Pender, Charles Brown and Robert Olivier. Winning the junior or under-19 division, St Augustine's Oliver Kennedy, Henry O'Hare, Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker. And completing our field of 4, Kinross Walleroy, Xavier Zinger, Hamish McDonald, Heathcliff Bell and Ash Robinson.
Congratulations to all 4 crews there. Pretty tight racing. Awesome showing. And we move on to the women's under-19 and just under 19 quad scull event. We have lane 4 Mossman composite of Summer Phillips, Patricia Boland, Eloise Stephens, Elise Coates, coaches by Alfie Young, Alan Bennett and Joshua Hewitt. Lane 5 Nepean, Vita Young, Sophia Whitelaw, Jessica Harris, Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. And lane 6 Mossman, Amelia Darcy, Ava Baker, Catherine Walsh, Isabel Armstrong, coached by Joshua Hewitt. So a couple of familiar names here. One to look out for is lane 4, that Mossman Sydney Uni composite, currently taking an 18-second lead at the 1K. We've got Summer Phillips and Patricia Boland representing Sydney Uni, both schoolgirls. Summer Phillips in that dominant Pymble Ladies College 8. And Patricia Boland, who I personally know, coach her at Loretta Normanhurst, who is very much a rising star, very impressive sculler. Represented Australia last year at the under-19 World Champs in the double scull with Lucy Yapsley. So this is a quad to look out for, not only now, but for nationals and soon for junior trials.
Yes, indeed. And a very fast double from Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. I know their dream is probably to represent Australia in that junior double and take Patty's place. Summer and Patty are very competitive in the double themselves, now that Lucy has moved up to under 21 level, but putting them together in this quad, and this is a quite dominant display of rowing, but what will be important is in good conditions like this, what time are they doing, and is it a viable option for a national representative crew overseas? In the Mossman crew that's in lane 6, we have Ava Baker, who just took out the 2nd division of the women's under-17 single scull. So she's turned around pretty quickly and she's back on the water again, which is pretty impressive.
Impressive indeed, tight turnaround, but definitely a strong showing of racing here in these junior events. We have that Mossman quad passing through now, through the 1500 in 2nd place. And followed behind them will be Nepean. Again, an awesome showing from the Nepean Rowing Club here in the under-19 quad scull.
Oh, they've got a great little squad going there, and I'm really pleased to see some of them are going to nationals as well in under-17s and under-19s. Great to see. In fact, I think we're building really good depth in our sculling group, which is what Rowing Australia want, because they really want to strengthen and improve the sculling side of things for Australia. So we're New South Wales, right? We have representatives on every international team. If you have a strong New South Wales, you have a strong Australia, and this crew certainly putting down the markers here and sending a very strong message to the selectors, if they're watching, that they are a crew that's worth considering. So just shortening up now, sitting up tall, using the legs, trying to sprint into the finish line in this women's under-19 quad scull event.
That's right, really awesome finish here. This quad is flying to the finish line. Definitely one to keep out for nationals. They finished there with a provisional time of 6:48.3. Very strong, dominant finish from that composite quad of Summer Phillips, Patricia Boland, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. We have that Mossman quad here, approaching the finish line now in the final 100 metres. And then behind them, the Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell, a fellow colleague of mine at Loretta Normanhurst. A very strong coach leading the Nepean Rowing Club. This quad's also coached by Miles Harrod, who is a Sydney Rowing Club rower. As I mentioned earlier, he's giving back to his grassroots rowing club of Nepean Rowing. So Nepean passing through the finish line now. Again, another very strong showing here of junior rowers. Definitely a couple of names there to keep an eye out in years to come, I'm sure. So moving on now, we have race 58, men's masters, coxless 4. Again, a 1K event and a huge lineup here. This is a 9-lane lineup.
At the risk of being rude, I was just looking up the best Australian time for a women's quad scull, thinking is 6:48 fast, and it looks as though 6:53 is the previous best time at an Australian Championships held here at Cirque.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, in 2018. So, yes.
Wow.
So that'll be curious to see whether it really is. Owen Nix is here somewhere, or if he's not, he's listening on the live stream as he drives trailers around in his new job at St. Joseph's College as boatman. So, Nixie, if you know whether that's a national best time, do you want to give us a buzz, please? Either me or Hannah. Thank you. And in the meantime, to Alfie and AB, good work, guys. That looks like a fast quad.
Yeah, best wishes to those girls as well as they gear up for trials, I'm sure. And we move to race 58. We have lane 1, Leichhardt, Rob Coxar, Rob Gilmore, Charles Buzzacott, and James Dupree. Lane 2, North Shore, Kieran Shekhar, Dylan Sherman, Isaac Weisberg, and Tom Payton, coached by Kim Rudder and Susan Walter and Susan Waynan. Lane 3, North Shore, Alex Willihan, Jeffrey Bear, Mark Worrell, Andrew Simpson, same coaches. A scratching from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 5, we have St. George Composite with Lake Illawarra, Mark Patridge, Christopher Jones, Martin Little, Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club of Rob McNeil, Daniel Morris, David Greenslade, and Mark Bidner. Some familiar names there, very strong 4, I'm sure. And lane 7 is Glebe, Richard Rob Billiard, Christopher Nish, James Wentworth, and Stephen Caldwell. Lane 8 is Mossman, James Taylor, Andrew Horrigan, Ian Allstorp, and Trent Rogers. And lane 9 is Mossman again of John May, John Streak, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton. So again, a 9-lane lineup here, a very huge feel of strong showing of, and it's, I believe, a handicap event. Hey, Lizzie.
Yeah, it is. So basically in Masters rowing, the oldest competitors go off first, and our oldest crew is in the lane closest to the grandstand, and in lane 9, and that is the Mossman crew of John May, who is 78, John Struick, who is 81, John Hardy, who is 82, and Phil Titterton, who is 80. So they're going off go, and the next crew to go off will be the E age category crews, which are in lanes 8, 7, 6, and 5. That's Mossman, Glebe, Sydney, and the St. George Lake Illawarra Composite. And now, you're going to have to forgive me, I cannot remember. I think E must be 50, 60 something, 63 maybe? No, or maybe 60 as an average. No, it must be younger than that, looking at their ages. But yeah, J is must be something like an average age of 80. So
yeah, it must be E's 55.
Pretty impressive to still be racing at 80, don't you think?
80, I know. I think my grandparents are 80. I don't think I could imagine them in a boat.
And then we've got our real youngsters who are C age category, which would be, I don't know, average age of 40 something, across there in lane 1. So D age category is an average age of 50, and that is what our interstate crews are, average age 50. And obviously you can go older, but you can't go under an average of that bracket. So what we will see now, looking at the big screen, we'll see the crews gradually go off in order. So that is lane 9 in front of the camera right now, our crew of 80-somethings from Mossman. And then the crews next to them the umpire will count down 49 seconds before the next 4 crews can go. Look at these wily old dogs in lane 9. I swear they just touched that up so their bow ball got in front.
I'm sure they did.
Thank you, cameraman. Very poised on the start.
Yeah, looking pretty fit there for 80 years old average.
There we go. Good squeeze off the first stroke.
Got a bucket rig there in lane 9.
It's high tech there, racing in an M-Packer as well.
M-Packer and a bucket rig. So I'm sure a lot of coaching has gone into this crew.
I would imagine a lot of coffees, video analysis.
Coffees and croissants, I reckon.
Okay, so here we go. Our next 4 crews, they're just waiting as the countdown nears 49 seconds, and then they'll be off. And then a further 4 seconds to the crew from North Shore, who are a D age category composite crew.
Bit of a touch up there from Mossman in lane 8, trying to get their bow ball out in front. I quite like these handicap events. It's interesting to see who can close their gap with those who go off go. So again, 1K racing, it's short, it's fast, but it's a different kettle of fish here, 1K racing. So and they're off. The E-grade event is off.
And in a couple of seconds, we'll see the D age category crew from North Shore that's in lane 3 take off. And then another 7 seconds to the second North Shore crew in lane 2. And finally, 3 seconds after that, the crew from Leichhardt will take off. So our youngest competitors are Rob Koskar, Rob Gilmore, Charles Buzzacott and James Dupree from Leichhardt Rowing Club, which looking at the camera there would be on the far side on the left, and our eldest are on the lane on the right of your screen, but closest to you in the grandstand. And that crew is coming through the halfway mark now, 500 metres to go.
Yeah, impressive racing here from lane 9. John May, who's 78, John Streak, who's 81, John Hardy, 82, Philip Titterton, 80. Passing through the 500 there with a 2:04.4, which is pretty quick, I'd say, for an 80-year-old average crew. And still holding their lead there with their handicap. Still yet to see the crews who are 49 seconds behind them past the 500. So we'll see if any crews have closed that gap to Mossman. Bit of steering difficulties there in lane 9, but I think they've fixed it. They're back on track. Here we go.
I was going to say, so Phil Titterton in the stroke seat is well known for all of his volunteering. He's an engineer and he's been just fantastic over the years at things like setting up the boat racks in the boat park and sorting all sorts of things out. So maybe he was just expecting the lane ropes and making sure everything's tickety-boo for the schoolgirl and schoolboy head of the river next weekend.
We've got Mossman in lane 8, came through in second place, 42 seconds behind Mossman in lane 9, so they have closed the gap by 7 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely closing up. So you can see the crew on the far side, quite a good crew there from Leichhardt, slowly hauling in the crew from North Shore that are a couple of years older than them. And they in turn have hauled in their colleagues from North Shore who are in the D age category. And it seems to me, looking at this Masters rowing, that the older you get, the better you get, because we've got some really good showmen. Obviously, this is a classy crew from Mossman coming into the finish line now.
Yeah, awesome rhythm
well
there.
Within themselves. Yeah, beautiful rhythm.
Yeah, that bucket
nice length.
Bucket rig is serving them well
Lean
here.
Catches.
Coming into the finish line.
Definitely deserve that M-Packer. Rowing in the Ted Bromley. Congratulations, Mossman, yet again taking out the men's Masters Coxless 4, closely followed by the crew from Mossman of James Taylor, Andrew Hurrigan, Ian Alsop and Trent Rogers. It's a good day for Mossman, young and old.
Yeah, strong showing from all age events from Mossman Rowing Clubs. They take second place there, 21 seconds behind first place, so they've closed the gap there by about 28 seconds. Very impressive.
Then we have the St George and Lake Illawarra composite of Mark Partridge, Christopher Jones, Martin Little and Alan Roberts, and coached by Bruce Williams, taking out third place.
And fourth place is Leichhardt Rowing Club, represented by Rob Coxed, Rob Gilmore, Charles Buzzacott and James Dupree.
Fifth was the crew from Glebe, sixth was the North Shore B age category crew, and seventh the North Shore D age category crews. So congratulations to our men's Masters Coxless 4, and thank you for a highly entertaining race. And we'll invite our golden oldies to come over and collect their fine, probably for them, yet another Sydney Rowing Club glass mug. I covet those. I need to get coxing again so I can get one.
I'm sure they'll enjoy those glass mugs later tonight.
So we're staying with Masters Rowing, and we have two divisions now of women's Masters pairs. In the first division, we have age categories C and D. In lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club, Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 4, North Shore Rowing Club, Alexandra Pinkham and Natasha Khan, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, and those three crews are C age category. In lane 6 from Glebe, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney, and in lane 7 from Leichhardt, Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. Those are both D age category crews.
So approaching the halfway mark, the 500 metre mark. Looking to be close racing here in the Women's Masters pair. Tough event, the pair. Definitely a boat. Requires a lot of skill to master. I'm sure these ladies are very experienced. So to me, it looks like Leichhardt in lane 7 still holding a lead there. So that's Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt in lane 7 holding the lead. Time of 2 minutes. It's pretty quick. Second place Glebe, third place Glebe. Fourth place Mossman there through the 500. So Leichhardt 1 holding a 5-second lead over their division competitors of Glebe Rowing Club. So not much in it there at the 500, pretty tight. Be interesting to see here as they come into the final 300 metres. Leichhardt can hold their lead, or if Glebe will start to challenge them. Lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club of Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, currently leading the C category of this Women's Masters pair event. So they're leading their competitors of Mossman and North Shore in lanes 3 and 4. Here we go. As we're approaching now, coming into the final 200 metres of this race, and it's definitely a tighter lineup here, though I do think Leichhardt are holding their lead. Yeah, very dominant lead here of Leichhardt in the D division of the women's masters pair over their competitors in lane 6. So Leichhardt will take the win. That's Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry with a provisional time of 4:09.31. Lane 5, Glebe, Division C there, will take second place. Lane 6, Glebe of Division D will take second place of that category, and then Mossman in lane 3 taking second place of the C category. And coming through the final 50 metres is North Shore, Alexandra Pinkham and Natasha Khan, coached by Kim Rudder. Very strong showing of North Shore women here today. Very lovely to see a dominant women's masters program taking place. And we now have a second division of the women's masters pair.
We do indeed. In Division 2, in Lane 2, we have a crew from North Shore Rowing Club again, Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Kim Rudder. In Lane 3, a composite between Mossman Rowing Club and Melbourne Rowing Club of Tanya Nishibata of Melbourne and Catherine Boland of Mossman, coached by Guy Morgan. In Lane 4, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, M. Barak and Susan Huggett, coached by David Ross and Steve Sherry. In Lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth, coached by Philip Titterton. And in Lane 6, from North Shore, Susan Walter and Sue Wannon, coached by Kim Rudder. The division covers the age categories I, H, F and E. And once again, the oldest crew is in the lane closest to the grandstand, and that's Sue Wannon and Sue Walter from North Shore, who will be going off go. They are in the I age category. And then we have Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth from Sydney Uni in lane 5 in H age category. In lane 4, Emberack and Sue Huggett of Leichhardt, who are F age category, and then our two youngster crews, Tanya Nishibata and Catherine Boland in lane 3, Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach in lane 2. So they're all off and running by the looks of things. So Susan Walter and Sue Wannon have taken a nice lead with their 20-second handicap, or advantage, I should say. Sydney University's Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth are up and running, chasing them. And already the very strong crew of Tanya Nishibata, who has been on the Victorian Masters representative team, state team, for I do not know how long, at least a decade it feels. So she and Catherine Boland doing really well there in lane 3, and they've taken a slight lead over Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach. But we know Jo and Louise are pretty strong, and they're certainly not dying wandering. They are giving it their all and really firing on all cylinders there, trying to hold off Tanya and Catherine Boland. In fact, both of those E-age category crews going pretty well. They have caught up Emberack and Susan Huggett from Leichhardt as we go through the 500-metre mark. So we're halfway through the course. Still a really strong lead from Susan Walter and Sue Wannon. So about 300 metres to go for the crew from North Shore, and they have a commanding lead still over the remainder of the field. Sydney University trying to hold off Emberack and Susan Huggett. And they have just been overtaken by Tanya Nishibata and Catherine Boland. It's going to be a very exciting last 250 metres with 4 of those crews neck and neck. And still Susan Walter and Sue Wannon looking very relaxed with a lovely lead. They're coming into the last few hundred metres now. Tanya Nishibata and Catherine Boland now starting to creep ahead of Emberack and Sue Huggett. But barring any mishaps, there's no doubt at all about the winners of Division 2 of the Women's Masters pair, race number 60 on our programme. It's Susan Walter and Sue Wannon from North Shore Rowing Club.
Good afternoon, Lizzie. It's a great win there for North Shore Rowing Club in the Women Masters pair. A very dominant win. Right now we've got, who's that in second place?
Another classic crew of Emberack and Susan Huggett. Oh, sorry, no, we don't. We've got Tanya Nishabata visiting from Melbourne Rowing Club with Catherine Boland from Mossman Rowing Club. So Guy Morgan will be pretty happy with that result.
Yes, great to see that it's worth making the trip up to Sydney, and Guy Morgan will be very happy with that. And a strong finish there from Sydney University.
So our next race on the programme, race number 61, is the women's C and D coxless quad. Again, we're racing over 1,000 metres, which is the distance that we use for these lower experienced categories. In lane 2, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club, a D grade crew of Sonia Johns, Madeline Wilson, Emily Devlin and Darcy Turvey, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 3, from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning, Annabelle Singh, Annabelle Fuller and Elizabeth Raffin, coached by Justin Quigley. In lane 4, from North Shore Rowing Club, Sarah Hall, Elizabeth Avery, Elizabeth Carroll Shaw and Stacey Abadir, coached by David Kay. In lane 5, from the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club, Zoe Martin, Sorrel Woodward, Sonia Barrett and Emily Hocking. In lane 6 from North Shore Rowing Club, Gail Donkin, Bryony Short, Christina McCulloch and Elizabeth Buzo. In lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Yingwai Chow, Zuran Zhao, Junji Shi and Elise Courtney, coached by Justin Quigley. And in lane 8 from St George Rowing Club, Kay Robinson, Nicole Ford, Marnie Bateman and Andrea Coos, coached by Bruce Williams.
And it looks like the University of New South Wales crew is out in front, followed by the St George crew. Good to see Justin Quigley doing a great job over at UNSW. He started last year and he's really doing great work at that program.
Totally agree with you. And that crew there, the pairing of Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning that we've got in the bow seats of the University of New South Wales crew just took out first place in the Open Women's Double Scull. And I was mentioning I'm a coach of para rowers, and I was mentioning that Georgina Browning is a para rower now, recently joined the PR3 ranks, just been classified, so very exciting to see that talent under the guidance of Justin.
Oh wow, really good to see. Always good when there's the para communities growing and evolving. It's really come a long way. And now coming into the red boys, the UNSW crew. St George is starting to push, but I think UNSW will hold on. They look quite neat there, entering the red boys, about 10 strokes now. Pretty cruisy, coming across the line. Very impressive row from UNSW. Looks like we've got quite a race on our hands here, Lizzie, for fourth place. Looks quite close. So that's UNSW in first. St George will cross in second. ADF in lane 5 look like they'll hold on to third from a very fast finishing Leichhardt crew. And it's going to be quite a tussle here between UNSW and North Shore. Who's going to hold on? It looks bow ball to bow ball. I think UNSW might just get ahead. Yep. Half a canvas, I think it'll be in it. Yep, that's UNSW to North Shore. To the final North Shore. Great racing out there in the women's CD coxless quad. Well done to UNSW with a time of 3:39. And Lizzie, quite an exciting race in this next one. We've got the men's open and under 23 coxless 4. So we've got Sydney University in lane 4, Max Garnett, Gus Zolka, Jack Cullen, Raphael Corbett, coached by Simon Huxley and Rob Black. And in lane 5, the UTS composite of Winston Hooper from Melbourne Uni, Macca Thompson, Henry Blackwell and Josh Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. This will be a great race, I think.
It should be, I agree with you. We've just had the under-21 men's 8s, and some of the people that you've mentioned in that under-23 4 were involved in those 8s. It's pretty obvious that the coaches there new to this season to the Sydney Uni fraternity with Simon Huxley and Rob Black, trying out some different combinations here ahead of the national championships, and entries for nationals have to be finalised in a few days' time, so there's a lot of pressure on. A really good crew there. Max Garnett, who went to Junior Worlds last year, he hails from South Australia, but he's finished school there and has moved up to Sydney to university. Gus Jazolka, who was at Joey's, again went to the Junior Worlds. He's sitting in the 2-seat. Jack Cullen, Raph Corbett, who's a very talented, what you would call a Junior B, I think, sculler from Great Britain, who's in the stroke seat.
It looks like some steering issues from the Sydney University crew. Looks like they're starting to straighten back up now. So, Lizzie, how does the steering work in a coxless 4? Who steers the boat?
That's a very, very good question. So you can, of course, steer it from any seat in the boat. The steering wires that attach to the rudder are attached at the other end to a foot, to a shoe, and you steer the boat by moving your foot. So in Australia, it's very common that the steering is done by the person in the stroke seat, but in England, where I come from, you steer it from the bow seat because you're usually rowing on a wiggly river and need to be able to react very quickly to whatever's on the bank. So I would imagine these guys have been training a lot in an 8 or a pair. Now they're in a faster moving coxless boat. Somebody's going to have to take the steering foot. I don't actually know who in our regattas here, we don't say who the steersman is, but often in Europe, it actually indicates who's got the steering foot. Whoever it is, they're not having a very happy time.
No, not at all. But it looks like they've still managed to keep the lead through the 500 metre. Very quick time of a 1:31. Looks like UTS have just edged out now as we're probably at about the 700 metre mark. Look very neat and tidy in that UTS crew.
They do. They look really relaxed, don't they? So we've got Winston Hooper, very experienced there at Melbourne Uni, certainly rose in the university crew in the Australian boat race between Sydney Uni and Melbourne Uni. We've got Mac Thompson, Henry Blackwell, who of course has raced at Henley, so he knows all about steering on a difficult piece of water, and Josh Wilson, experienced international there in the stroke seat. So they've also got very experienced coaches, a lot of experience in 4s. Matthias Ungermark, who still holds the world record in the coxed 4 at the World Championships, and Jack Hargreaves, who's obviously won gold in coxless 4s, and at the Olympics, so knows exactly what he's talking about too. And that crew looks so relaxed, doesn't it?
They look outstanding, Lizzie. They've turned that lead around and put about 2 lengths on that Sydney University crew. They look very, very impressive.
Yeah.
I know both crews have backed up today. This is probably their 3rd or 4th race. I was talking to Jack and Max Garnett earlier today in the Sydney University boat, and they were definitely looking forward to this one. So let's see how this the rest of this race shapes up.
And look, I think you could view this as, a really tough race, but you can also see it as an enormous learning experience, which is exactly what you want from a regatta like this, and it's exactly why Sydney Rowing Club go to such great lengths to run a class event like the one we've got today, which gives all of our aspiring athletes an opportunity to get out on a classic 2,000 metre course, race against good opposition, and you earn your stripes, don't you, when you're racing like this? And that Sydney Uni crew has all of a sudden settled down. They've got really good timing now. They're getting good length. They're letting the boat run in between strokes. And I would imagine they're starting to get a turn of speed now that they weren't getting earlier when they were trying hard.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like they're working just a bit better together. So it's good, really good change from them. But that shot of the UTS crew, they look very neat and tidy, getting the catches in together and really flowing together. Looks great. It looks like they'll come through the 1500 with a time of 4:41 flat and really, really open that lead up against that Sydney Uni crew. Looks like it'll be about 10 seconds. Yep, 9.4. It is a very, very strong UTS crew with multiple under-23 representatives, and I think Macca Thompson and Henry Blackwell took out the open pair this morning, and Winston and Josh took out the under-23 pair. So definitely a very, very strong crew in that UTS boat, so nothing to be ashamed of from Sydney University. And as they come through the red boys now, UTS really winding to the line, putting on a bit of a show for the crowd, crossing the line with a 6:17. Very impressive time given the backup that they've had. And that Sydney Uni crew are really coming along, very young crew. It's got 3 under-21s, I believe, and Jack's a first year 23. So a very young crew, crossing the line with a 6:31. As you can see, they're pretty cooked. Well done to both crews. And another exciting race, Lizzie, the Women's Open Lightweight Under-23 Coxless 4. So we've got Sydney University 2 in lane 3, Sydney University 1 in lane 4, Sydney University 3 in lane 5, and they're all under-23 crews. And then we've got 2 open crews on the near side of the course. Sydney 1, they're an open crew, and Sydney 2 in another open crew. And we have an Olympian racing, a gold medal Olympian racing in the Sydney crew, Lucy Spores, over from New Zealand. And it looks like that's paying off for them, coming through the 1K ahead with a time of 3:30, followed by Sydney University, and then the next Sydney crew. Great onboard shot there of Sydney University 3 from the Marshall's boat. Love that camera angle, don't you, Lizzie?
Sure do, and I think it was a stroke of genius to start putting cameras in the umpires' launches. So this is the crew in lane 5 of Charlotte Steele in the bow seat, Grace McKinley at 2, Miranda Warswick, who has recently joined Sydney University, moving up from Victoria, and Scarlett Woodbury, who's recently come down from Queensland, coached by Alan Bennett and Phil Bourguignon, who are the coaches there at Sydney University Boat Club. Next to them in lane 4, the crew from Sydney University is Alexandra O'Brien, Alice McCready, Alice Reddy, and Alyssa Fickers, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Alan Bennett, so the other way round. And then in lane 3, we have a further Sydney University crew of Isabella Stalley, Georgia Moran, Audrey Stigter, and Josie Armstrong, again coached by AB and Phil Bourguignon. And of the 2 Sydney crews, we've got in lane 7, Madison Joins, Izzy Farrer, Ella Spalding, and Lily Wask, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. And the crew that you mentioned before in lane 8, Lauren Graham, Lila Anderton, Lucy Spores, and Amelia Carpenter, also coached by Carts and Flo.
So have you got any inside word on us on the Sydney Uni cruise?
No,
Lizzie?
not really. I think same as with the men, just trying to sort out of a big squad, and a lot of them, because it's a university club, a lot of them have just come to Sydney University and only just come into the club. Some of them came for camp in January, and others have only really joined in the last few weeks. So I think testing out different combinations to see what works, and it looks like one of them might work.
Yes, absolutely, and it's great to even see three crews out there and 2 Sydney crews out there, really showing the depth of both clubs. Super impressive.
But certainly that crew that's in the lead there, we've got Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, who rowed together in a pair about 2 years ago, I think. Then Alyssa went off to the US to try university there. Wasn't for her, so she's come back to Sydney Uni, and they are a really strong combination in an under-23 pair. But trying them out now in a 4, and that is looking good.
Yeah, great. They're really giving that, they're keeping that Sydney Open crew honest, and that's definitely not a weak crew by any means, given they've got a gold medalist, Olympic gold medalist in the boat.
Yeah, good
so
point.
Very good showing. So they enter the red boys. It looks like Sydney have about maybe a little just open water, but they're both winding to the line, really bringing it home. Very impressive racing, very classy racing from both crews. It's a time of 7:07. Sydney taking it out, followed by Sydney University 1, and then the other Sydney Open crew. Looks like a little bit of an upset here. Sydney University 3 beating Sydney University 2. Not sure if that's a entering error, but always good when the underdog wins.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jacko. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you for that. Up here comes the rest of the Sydney Uni crews with a very strong finish. And that was Sydney University 3 coming through there. And then through to Sydney University 2. And on to the next race, which is the men's under-19 and under-21 pairs.
Yes, this will be a great race. I think we've got 2 under-19 crews. That's Kinross and Sydney University on the far side of the course in lanes 2 and 3. And the rest of a field packed with Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club boats from lanes 4 to 9. So we've got a full field here, or bar lane 1, so 8 crews. It'll be a great race, I think.
Yeah, definitely, I think so, Jackson. But I think a few of these boys may have had a few races in their legs. I think they had a couple 8s races beforehand, so it should be a very good race coming down the field.
I'm very interested to see how the Kinross crew go. They predominantly sculling on the men's side of things, so they did quite well. I think they won the under-19 pair at state champs. It'll be great to see how they match up against the under-21 pairs today.
So coming through the 500 there, we had both Sydney University crews in 1 and 2, and then in third we had the Sydney crew of...
It's all very, very close there. I think it's Finn Mitchell and Sam Basher out in the lead, coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley. Sam Basher, a world champion in the Cox 4 in 2023, and then both part of the Joey's 2024 winning 8.
Very, very strong crew there from 2024.
Look quite tidy there. So, that footage is of Matthew Coleman and Monty Salabank, coached by Simon Huxley and Rob Black. Looking very cruisy, just sitting in their rhythm, tapping the boat along, not having to work too much for it, and that's why they're in second place at the moment.
Yeah, Jacko, they're definitely keeping the rate up, sort of tapping it along compared to looking over across to the other Sydney crews where they may seem like they may be working pretty hard, getting a little bit less bang for their buck.
We're coming up to the 1K. That's Ollie Edwards and Max Mason that we've got a great shot of there. They've known for their second K. I think they might do a little bit of walking here. Max Mason was in the junior quad last year, and Ollie Edwards rode in the first day at Shaw last year. But it's still who's that out in front? It's very close now. It's still Finn and Bash out in front, but Ferdy, Hadleb and Ned Leckie are in second place, mowing them down. So they're both British athletes. They've rode at Latimer and Eton, respectively.
Yeah, so that'll be a really good last little bit of this last K. So we'll see who will have enough to hold on and get their boat out in front.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very keen to see how this shapes up. And in the under-19 category of this race, Kinross are taking out the lead over Sydney University over in lanes 2 and 3. As we can see there, Ferdy and Ned coming through, trying to mow down that Mitchell and Bash pair. We've got very crisp catches. So Charlie, can you explain to me a little bit the thoughts behind the water creating a V shape at the catch?
Yeah, so usually that happens, the more splash you have, depends on the timing you put your blade in. So if you're putting your blade in really early, there's going to be a bigger splash, and if you're putting it in too late, you're going to have no splash. So you want to find that perfect time just to get that blade in, and especially in a pair, getting them in together and getting that perfect sort of timing is definitely a challenge. But it seems like Ned and Ferdy may have really stretched away here.
They can just wait for that Sydney. Oh, they have. Wow. What's happened to that Sydney University pair? That's a great third 500 move from Ferdy and Ned. Finn and Basher still in second place, followed closely, very, very close there for the final remaining crew. Just a quick reminder to all spectators, please, please, please wear your helmets. We had a big incident at the state championship, and they fell off their bike, and you don't want to do that. So please make sure you're wearing a helmet. And as we come down to the finish now, it looks like Ned and Ferdy are really holding on to that lead, not putting anything up to chance here, entering the last red boys. They've extended that lead. You can hear the support from the finish line.
Yeah, Brooke Robinson really nice and loud there, making sure Ollie Edwards can really bring it up. But there will be a good race on here for
It's looking
Second
like
and
Sydney
third.
Rowing Club will take out the win. Second and third will be close for Sydney Uni. I think it'll be Basher and Mitchell. They're holding on, followed by Sydney University. Then the Sydney crew of Edwards and Mason, followed by the Kinross crew. Then Sydney University and Sydney University rounding out the field. Very, very close racing, very impressive racing.
Yeah, Jackson, some very good racing there, especially a lot of these boys. This would have been their third race of the day, so hats off to these boys getting through it.
Definitely in some quick times there, 7:08, definitely respectable given the circumstances of their racing today. Slightly smaller field here, might be a bit of an easier one to commentate, Charlie. We've got the women's under-21 pair. We've got Sydney in lane 5 with Eva Thompson and Mika Nato, coached by Carts and Flo. And in lane 6, we've got UTS, Maddie Swain and Madeline Mattis. So the Madeline pair, coached by Fenno.
Yeah, so it looks like that UTS pair may have stretched out just a little bit over the Sydney Rowing Club pair. Really going down the course, just tipping the boat along. With Sydney Rowing Club just a little bit further behind, maybe just sort of really struggling to find a little really good, nice rhythm. But
very, very classy row from the Madeleines in lane 6, really stamping their authority on the field here. Maddie Swain went to juniors last year in the 8, so did Mika Nato. So very bit of probably rivalry at the start line between the two crewmates, or former crewmates, I should say. Both St. Cath girls from the UTS into the UTS pairing, so they've clearly just stayed on rowing out of UTS and loved it there, and while they were at St. Cath's, and just made the easy transition.
Yeah, coming into that last 250, really stretching out their rate there with the Sydney Rowing Club pair, just bringing it up, see if they could squeeze back a little bit less of a margin. But some really nice rowing from that UTS pair.
Yes, definitely. And so all these girls are first year out of school. I think Mika is still an under-19 athlete, so a very promising athlete that you can keep your eyes on. But the Madeline pair from UTS they're starting to really just lengthen out, take the rate down, and just really make that boat move.
Yeah, and really enjoying the last sort of 100 metres of the race here. And all four of them, I believe, are in the Youth 8. That will be racing down in Tassie. So that will be really good there.
Great racing there. And in our next race, we've got the men's C/D grade coxed 4. So we've got UNSW in lane 4 of Harrison Deer, Riz Meyer, Devanjit Singh, Jago Lambert, Elise Courtney coxing it, coached by Justin Quigley again. Lane 5, UNSW. So in lanes 6 and 7, they're both C-grade crews, and lanes 4 and 5 are both D-grade crews. So it'll be very interesting to see how they match up. This is only a 1,000 metre race. So it'll be A little bit different, a little bit shorter for our masters, for our men's C&D grade group.
Yeah, so it would definitely be a bit of a really good, quick race. In the Cox 4, it's all about sort of getting the rate up, sort of holding that length, and just trying to row it more like a sort of slow 8 than a coxless 4.
And we've got the Coates pairing in lane 7 in the stern pair. That is Paul Coates and Phil Coates. So it'll be great to see how that lines up. So let's see if that brotherly pairing can get them the win.
And there you go, just the start of getting them lined up. So there's a bit of they start even.
Definitely not as accurate as the holding blocks. I remember when I coached the junior quads, I used to always tell my girls to just quickly tap it up before the start line.
I think the saying is if you're not cheating, you're not trying, so...
Couldn't agree more, Charlie.
And we're underway.
Some very quick starters here. Looks like the ADF crew has had a great start, really sitting back on it. That's what you want to do in a Cox 4, get that power curve towards the back of the stroke.
And that Sydney Rowing Club 4 may have a little bit of a high rate to over the field.
Yes, and in the 2-seat of that crew, Oliver Tilsbury-Brown, he's actually started rowing last season, and he's came from tennis, and he's absolutely killing it, really doing a great job. One of our talent ID athletes. And again, great to see 2 UNSW crews. Justin Quigley, as I mentioned earlier, doing a great job over there at UNSW, rowing out of Tarban Creek. Having to go up the big hill to boat, it's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, really showing the depth from the UNSW crews. It's great to see we have 2 of them out there. It may seem like Sydney Rowing Club has stretched out a tiny bit over, I believe that's UNSW, with Jago Lambert in there. And I've been told he's got a sub 140 30 rate 20.
Wow, very, very impressive. Would love to see that. It appears the Sydney crew is out in front, very closely followed by the UNSW crew. Looks like a very good tussle here between the C and D grade boats.
Especially since that UNSW crew, I think, is a D grade crew, so they're really racing very well here.
Bit of a reverse chevron here. The 2 outer crews are out in front, and the 2 middle crews just tussling for that 3rd place position. Pretty quick time, 1:49 through the 5.
Yeah, Jackson, very, very quick time. Coming into the last 250 was just see if that Sydney Rowing Club crew can hold their lead, or if that UNSW crew will sort of really bring that rate of striking up to try get an advantage over them.
Yeah, the Cox 4 is a very, very heavy boat. So it's very tough to get up and moving, but all crews are doing a great job of it. Looks very, very close here, Charlie. I think we've got a race on our hands between UNSW and Sydney Rowing Club.
Oh, fantastic. I think that UNSW crew may have stretched out a little bit.
Really? I think it's Sydney, Charlie. This is bloody close.
Oh, well, we'll see if Jager can really use that sub 140, 30,
Here we
rate 20.
go, coming through the last 50 metres. It's going to be Sydney Rowing Club, I believe, but only just. UNSW really pushing. Oh, no, UNSW up ahead. That's UNSW first place, Sydney Rowing Club second, UNSW third. Very, very tight finish, all within 2 seconds. And the ADF crew rounding out the field. Very, very, very good move in the second half of that race from the UNSW crew. Again, credit's got to go to Justin Quigley. Very, very impressive to have 2 crews on the podium. As we see the replay here, look how tight this is. Wow.
That is absolutely phenomenal. That is fantastic racing there. That's what we like to see at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
That's just why we do it, isn't it, Charlie? It's why we row, it's why we race. To see lovely, amazing races like this.
Yes, Jacko, I couldn't agree more with you, mate. On to the next race, we have the Men's Masters Single Scull, Division 1. This is another 1,000 metre race.
So in lane 1, we've got Theo Komenos representing Sydney Rowing Club. He's made a return to the sport. He'll be starting off 4 seconds. In lane 2, we've got Glebe, Harry Lynch, coached by Nick Miro, another Sydney Rowing Club athlete. He will be going off 4 seconds. In lane 3, North Shore, Tom Payton starting off 3 seconds. In lane 4, starting off go, Andrew Simpson, coached by Guy Morgan. He's a great asset to the sport, Guy Morgan. Been coaching for a long, long time. He coached Charlie and I for a brief stint at Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 5, we have St. George. They will go off go as well. Cromwell Olivier, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 6, Lake Illawarra, who will go off go, Ken Bradfield, coached by Kevin Wall. And lane 7, Mossman, Trent Rogers.
Who I believe is actually an Australian representative in the surfboat rowing. I didn't know that, Jacko, but that's good. That's good to know. So yeah, under a great race off here.
Very, very impressive there. I'm very keen to see how this race is going to shape up. It looks like we've got a beauty on our hands. Great shot there of the lane 4 crew, North Shore, Andrew Simpson. Looking quite tidy there, and it looks like he's in the lead. We've only got 2 crews in our picture, but from what we can see from here, that looks like he's taking out the win. And that's right, Andrew Simpson is winning with a time of 1:51. Trent Rogers in lane 2, coming second, followed by Cromwell Oliver, Theo Komenos. So Theo Komenos, the youngest athlete in this field at 32. And in lane 5, Cromwell Olivier, the oldest athlete in this field at 49. And Ken Bradfield, from Lake Illawarra. So they're doing great work here. Still chipping away at it.
Yeah, Jackson really showing that age is just a number here with that North Shore athlete. I believe that's Andrew Simpson, just really stretching out that lead. Really, Guy Morgan's doing great down there, showing he's one of his amazing athletes here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the margins should be have a looked at here, because he went off go, and look, he's put about 5 or 6 seconds on the entire field. So credit to Andrew Simpson for putting in the work, and Guy Morgan for coaching him.
And coming through to the line here, that North Shore sculler will take the win. Followed by Mossman in lane 7. Really finishing off really well.
Trent looks very neat there.
Very neat.
And it's going to be, I believe, St. George coming in 3rd place, followed by Theo Komenos. We got the rate a little bit low there.
And the other North Shore sculler coming through. And then Glebe coming through to the finish, and then Lake Illawarra.
Great racing, well done to Andrew Simpson with a time of 3:46. So well done to Andrew Simpson for taking out Division 1, but Charlie, don't take your eyes anywhere, we've got Division 2.
Fantastic. This is perfect. Now the starter lining up again. See, no one's tapping up too much as Jackson would teach his crews to do.
And so we've got a little bit more of a margin here. We've got Andy Wiggin, Terry Bridges, Alexander Deutsch, and all starting off 11 seconds. I mean, Christopher Jones, Nicholas Brown, Christopher Niche, all starting off 6 seconds, and Richard Rebillard starting off go. So Charlie, can you explain a little bit how the masters work, how the timing works?
Well, I believe it's based of sort of age and skill, and then the lower, because of the amount of entries, sort of people in the lower grades start off first, and as the grades go up, the margins decrease. So as you can see, that Glebe sculler has taken off, and now the rest of the scullers gone after 6 seconds, and then onto the rest of the field.
The final 3 heading off now.
So 11 seconds is quite a bit of a gap, especially if you get caught in one of the someone else's wash, making it a little bit hard to get through it. But I'm sure this will be a great race.
Yeah, I think the goal is to sort of get them all finishing at the same times with the different ages. Slightly older field, which is great to see. Great to see athletes still engaged in the sport.
Yeah, so great conditions out here at Cirque. Maybe that might be a slight crosswind or very still, I would say.
Yeah, I've always said we're very, very lucky to have Cirque in Sydney. It's definitely one of the premier courses in the world. It doesn't get too windy. We're very, very lucky here.
I believe that Leichhardt sculler, great shot there, the Leichhardt and Mossman scullers. That Leichhardt sculler may have moved to the field a little bit, and I believe he may be out in front, but we'll see once they come through the last. Oh, here we go.
So it looks like that margin is having a bit of an effect on this field. Looks like the Drummoyne sculler, Nicholas Brown, coached by Gonzalo Briones, is out in front, quite close there for 2nd and 3rd, Terry Bridges and Christopher Jones, followed by Andy Wiggin, Alexander Deutsch in 5th, Christopher Niche in 6th, and Richard Rebillard in 7th.
Yeah, and Richard being the eldest of the field at 63, which is fantastic to see his great ability striking down the course. Really good to see sort of a great sort of spread across the field.
Great shot there of the Glebe crew, sculler, Christopher Nish. Is in a reverse wing Sykes, is that Charlie?
I believe that's a Swift with the two black tips at each end.
Sorry, I stand corrected. And Charlie, explain what's the purpose behind having a reverse winged scull or a front wing scull?
I would say there's not much of a difference, to be honest. It's more about the rower's sort of preference. And coming to the last sort of 100 metres there into the red boys, we have that sculler from Jamoyne, Nicholas Brown, really stretching out, lifting the rate of striking, looking very clean coming through here.
Looks like he's getting a lot of value for each stroke that he's saying. Really just hanging off the handle.
Long at the front.
Letting the boat run.
Perfect.
So he crosses the line with a time of 4:02. It's very, very close here for second and third, Charlie.
Yeah, very, very good race here. Here we go, lane 5 may just get
I think that's a photo, Charlie.
Finish.
That's a photo. It's too close to call.
Oh, that's
very,
very
good
close.
racing there between Andy Wiggin and Christopher Jones.
That St George sculler Christopher Jones may have just got him on the surge, but we will see when that photo comes through. And coming through there, the Glebe sculler.
Christopher Nish in that reverse winged Swift.
And then the other Glebe sculler, Richard, coming through there.
Richard Rebelliard, well done. And rounding out the field, the sculler in lane 3, Terry Bridges.
May have gone a bit hard, a bit early there. And coming through the line there, very well done to all scullers.
Very excited to see this photo, Charlie. I wonder if we're going to get it on our screens. So this is Division 3 of the Men's Masters Sculls. We've got North Shore in lane 2, Chris Walsh. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club's Carl Kitzow. In lane 4, St George, Glenn Chutar, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5, Glebe, Mark Tijan. Lane 6, Glebe, Mark McCowan. Lane 7, Jamoyne, Graham Warm.
Yeah, so Jackson, a big margin here with the timing of when they were going off. With the Jamoyne sculler going off go, the two Glebe scullers going off 47 seconds, and the rest of the field going at 57 seconds.
Yeah, so that's based on their grading that they get throughout the season. So lanes 2 through 4 are all graded G. Lanes 5 and 6 are H, and lane 7 is K grade. So as they came through the 500 metre mark, it was Graham Warren in lane
7, I believe.
Sorry, yes, he's got an 11-second advantage. So it'll be very good, very interesting to see if Carl Quitzow can chase him down with that 11-second gap at the 500 metre mark. Full credit to Graham Warren. He's 83 years old, so very, very well done for keeping at it. I know I certainly won't be rowing at 83.
Yes, and coming to the last 250, the field sort of evened out a little bit, and I believe it's the sculler from Sydney Rowing Club, who's stretched out in that beautiful reversed wing Empacker.
Yeah, looks like they're really coming down to the line. I think Carl Kitzow's definitely got this one in the bag, touch wood. Great to see Sydney Rowing Club winning on Sydney Rowing Club Day. In second place, looks like it's Chris Walsh from North Shore. I think he'll hold on to second. And third looks like quite close here between Glenn Shooter and Graham Warren. Coming through the last sort of 50 metres. So well done to Carl Kitziao. Chris Walsh in second. Glenn Shooter will get third place and Graham Warren will hold on to fourth. Mark Chigen will come in fifth and Mark McKeown will come in sixth. Well done to all our athletes competing out there.
And underway now we have the Women's Masters Coxless 4, Division 1. In lane 3 we have Mossman, lane 4 Glebe, lane 5 Sydney Rowing Club, lane 6 Mossman Composite with, I believe that's a Melbourne Uni, I think, or Melbourne Boat Club, and then lane 7 Jamoyne Composite with Shoalhaven, St George, and 2 Jamoyne rowers.
Yeah, this looks like a great race, Charlie. I love a coxless 4. You've had a bit of experience in coxless 4s, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I've rowed a few coxless 4s at Henley. I believe you were a part of one of them. But yeah, they were a great experience. Very fun boat to row, very fast, and it seems like these women's masters are doing a very good job ticking it along down the course, coming into the last 250.
So the Mossman Melbourne crew that we saw earlier actually in the quad, they are out in front with a 1.3 second advantage. That is stroked by Nikki Lopresti. In 3 seat is Chris Ross, 2 seat Catherine Boland, and in bow seat making the trip up the Hume, Tanya Nishibata.
And I think we'll have a really good race here coming along with the full Mossman crew in the Empacker over on the other side of the course, really lifting the rate of striking, trying to really get as much as they can out of the boat run as the camera zooms out there. I think it may be that full Mossman crew that have taken that advantage.
You're right, Charlie. I agree with you. That's a very, very sharp finish. Looks like the Mossman Melbourne crew have just run out a bit of steam here, and that full Mossman crew is looking great. They're absolutely walking on this other Mossman crew.
Yeah, really sending it through the finish, all the way through the line.
That's open water.
That's unreal.
Turning that margin around, really, really impressive. That Mossman Melbourne crew coming in second place, followed by the Jamoyne Composite in third place.
And then Glebe in fourth, with the Sydney Rowing Club crew behind.
Rounding out the field,
yeah.
Pretty quick time there, Charlie. 3:51 for the women's coxless 4.
Yeah, very quick times there, which is very good to see, and some very good racing.
Just a quick announcement to all athletes. Races 75, 76 and 77, that is the women's under 19 and under 21 double scull. Please do not get on the water. We've got a storm rolling through. They're being held. We haven't abandoned those races yet. We're hoping to postpone them by approximately 20 minutes. We will await for further confirmation on that, but please do not get on the water. races 75, 76 and 77. That is the women's under 19 and under 21 double scull. Please do not get on the water.
And here we go. We've got the women's masters coxless 4, Division 2, storming down the course.
I like your little joke there, Charlie. Storming down the course. There was a lot of storm rolling in.
In lane 2, we have Lake Macquarie Composite. Lane 3, we have a full Leichhardt crew. Lane 4, North Shore. Lane 5, North Shore. Lane 6, North Shore. Some great depth there. Lane 7, Sydney University. And another North Shore crew in lane 8.
Yeah, so it appears that Kim Rudder's doing a great job there, having 4 crews. Unfortunately, I think one's scratched, and they're taking out the lead. So really showing that depth is really awesome to see. So that was North Shore in first at the 500 metre mark, Lake Macquarie Drummoyne Composite in lane 2. In third place, Leichhardt, 4th Sydney Uni, and 5th and 6th are North Shore at the moment. But we've still got plenty of room to go in this race, and it'll be interesting to see how these margins turn around. I definitely do love Masters racing, where you get to see lots of changes in the field through this head start margin.
Yeah, definitely, Jackson, and especially I think the wind may have picked up a little bit, coming into a tiny bit of a headwind.
I think you're right there, Charlie. It'll
maybe
make it a little bit heavier for them.
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see how they can handle these changes in conditions. Coming into the last 250, I believe it's that Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne Composite that may have stretched out to a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field. But there's definitely a race on here between the North Shore crew, Leichhardt, and the other North Shore crew in lane 8, striking down the course.
Yep, as they enter the red boys, I'm sure they'll be hurting. But they just have to, band as a crew and really work for each other as they come through the last probably about 150 metres. Their lungs will be screaming, their quads will be hurting, but you got to do it.
That Lake Macquarie Composite with Drummoyne really looking good coming to the last sort of 50 metres. Here, striking very long, getting the hands away together very well, and just that leg drive together, very nicely done.
Yep, so they'll cross the line in first place as the Lake Macquarie Composite of Caroline Vernon, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel, and Trudy McDonald. Leichhardt will come in second, North Shore in third. It looks like North Shore in fourth and fifth, followed by Sydney University rounding out the field. Okay, and on to the men's under 19, under 21 double scull. So this Division 1 will all be under 21 crews. We've got Leichhardt Composite in lane 3, Bryn Potter and Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Simon Huxley. In lane 4, UTS, Zachary Neal, Charles Brand, coached by Jack Hargreaves and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5, Mossman, Harry Coddington and Floris Elias, coached by Alfie Young and Rowena Meredith and Peter Warren. In lane 6, Sydney, Michael Jenkins and Ben Anderson, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 7, William Pender and Robert Olivier, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves.
And they have just taken off here. Great shot of the start there with that Mossman crew. Moving over to the UTS crew there with that high rate of striking. I believe that's William Pender and Robert Oliver.
Charlie, give me some predictions for this race. What are you thinking here? Who's going to take out the win?
Well, off the blocks, it looks like UTS had a very high rate of striking there, really stretching out. So I think if they can transition really well onto a really long sort of good rhythm, they may be able to walk away a little bit. But doesn't that Leichhardt composite doesn't seem to be giving up there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Leichhardt composite crew, but we'll see how it all plays out.
That Mossman crew looking really tidy there. Very nice blade work. Very well in time. So maybe they may have stretched out a little bit. But until we get to the 500, I think I can't put any bets on.
Great shot of that Sydney crew. Another one of Patrick Graham's Talent ID double. Both went to Scott's and Joey's respectively, but didn't actually row in high school, and they've just picked it up in the last year or so. So it's great to see them out in this field having a great crack.
Yeah, with that headwind picking up, that will be UTS coming through there and Mossman right behind them.
Very, very close there. Would be a bow ball separating them. Leichhardt in third, UTS in fourth, and it'll be that Sydney crew in lane coming in fifth.
Yeah, so it'll be a great race coming through. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one's going to shape up to a really good one, Charlie, given how close it was at the 500-metre mark. I do think that the UTS crew in lane 4 have slightly edged out over Mossman there. Look, we don't have the best angles here in the commentary box. We can only see what you're seeing, but I believe it looks like UTS have just edged out with Leichhardt still in fourth.
Great shot there of that UTS crew. Really just tipping it along. Very long out the front. And that's what you want to be in a double. You want to be sort of like a row like a quad at the front end, and then like a single in the back end.
Yeah, so Robert Olivier there in lane 7 rode in the Youth 8 this morning. Very impressive crew this year. I think New South Wales might hopefully get back on top. They got over the Sydney Rowing Club under 23 and Open 8, so very impressive showing.
Yeah, very impressive, Jackson.
We were fortunate enough to be in that race, and they were definitely, we were in the under 23 8, and they were definitely very quick. But it looks like that UTS crew in lane 4 of Zachary Neal and Charles Brown have edged out that lead to about half a length on the Mossman crew, and the Leichhardt crew is about half a length behind them. So it's all very tight there in the top 3. Lane 7 UTS just a little bit off the pace, and Sydney Rowing Club's lane 6 even more so, but well done for getting out there.
Yeah, with a bit of rain coming down, as you can see, that headwind really sort of picking up. So really trying to... Jackson, can you explain to me how would you sort of want to row in a headwind?
Yeah, look, so in a headwind, it's obviously going to feel a lot heavier because you've got the wind working against you. At the catch, your blades they're going to want to go up. You need to think to be very direct around the front and stay really long to really get the most value out of each stroke. You can really see there on the live stream the rain really coming down. Looks pretty miserable out there for our athletes. They're doing a great job. Meanwhile, Charlie and I are very comfortable up here, very grateful being indoors.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to be in the commentary box rather than out there under a tent or in the rain, so it's a nice little change.
Yeah, so you can see that UTS crew really getting nice hang off the handle there. In a headwind, you can often break the arms, but they seem to be hanging quite nicely. And I think they've got about a length lead across the field. Looks like Leichhardt might be back in this race against the Mossman crew. But for now, it'll be UTS in first, or in Mossman just over Leichhardt.
Yeah, it'll be a great race for that second place. Or we can see if UTS can hold them out for the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, it's definitely not over, Charlie. There's a long, long way to go. They've got about maybe a minute 45 left of racing. Let's see if any margins can change.
Yeah, especially in a double scull, anything can happen in the last 500 metres. As soon as another boat gets a bit of momentum, we'll see if they can really hold on and just put the legs down and just try to get the rating up to just squeeze through for the last 300 here. It seems like that Mossman crew has lifted their rate of striking, as well as that Leichhardt composite with UTS also lifting their rate of striking. So it could be a really good race on here. Am I correct, or does it look like that Leichhardt composite is stretching nice and close to that UTS guys?
I think it might just be the angle, Charlie, but they're definitely winding them back in. It will be very interesting to see what's going to happen here. The composite crew maybe half a length down with 150 metres to go.
Oh, yeah, really going for it now. They're
winding.
Here we go.
Here we go, Charlie. I think we've got a race on our hands.
This is a great race here. That Leichhardt composite has really stretched, really closed in on UTS.
I think that UTS crew is going to hold on. They've got about half a length. They're really jacking it up now, shorting up their stroke.
Yeah, they're going for the last little bit, just really stretching out that.
Oh, there you go. They're taking about half a length in 3 or 4 strokes. Well done to UTS at the time 7:10, followed by Leichhardt and Mossman. So Leichhardt were able to reverse that margin from the 1K. Very good second half of that race. And as we don't turn your attention away yet, we've still got UTS finishing off here. Winding to the line, last sort of 50 metres. They look very neat. And we've got the Sydney Rowing Club crew about to come through into the red boys.
Yeah, some really tricky conditions there with the rain and the wind, so just really stretching out, holding their length, coming to the last 50 metres.
Yeah, they're doing well.
And coming into your picture there, Sydney Rowing Club. Good row from all crews.
Great racing there, Charlie. And we've got it all over again now for Division 2. So it's an entire under-19 field for this one. We have Sydney University in lane 2. It's Angus McInnes and Lockie Tyndall, coached by Simon Huxley, Julian Huxley and Rob Black. In lane 3, Leichhardt, Remy Wilson and Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. Lane 4, Sydney, Marcus Quitt and Hamish Hargens, coached by Paddy Graham. In lane 5, St Augustine's, Lachlan Schofield, Rory Parker, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. In lane 6, Mossman, Leighton Scomack and Ewan Humphreys, coached by Alfie Young, Joshua Hewitt and Rowena Meredith. In lane 7, Glebe, William Tarrant, Dylan Watson, coached by Robin Mackney. And in lane 8, Leichhardt Composite 3, Felix Pentony and William Spuge, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Charlotte McCarthy.
Yeah, so coming through to the last 500, that Sydney University crew is leading over a second over that Mossman crew, and then back to Leichhardt to about 9 seconds. So there's a really big stretch in the field here, but coming to the last 250, I think we may have a bit of a race on our hands with that Mossman and Sydney crew.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be close. From our angle up in the commentary box, looks like that Mossman cruise may have edged out.
They've really gone for an early push, early wind to the line here, really lifting their rate of striking. Looking very clean, and that boat's just running really well. And that Sydney University crew hasn't seemed to responded very well.
Yeah, I think that Mossman crew's out ahead.
Yeah, I think so too. Unless that Sydney Uni crew can really make a change in this last 50 metres, Mossman may really just walk away with it here.
Yeah, that's about a length of open water. That Mossman crew, great wind to the line there. It was a 1 point. What was the margin at the 1500? 1.03.
Through they come, the Mossman crew. Really back-ended race there, so well done to them. And then Sydney University coming through the line with Leichhardt 2 coming in to take third.
Yeah, so I think Quick shout out, Luca Wilson. I think he's an under 17 athlete, so racing up in age group. Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr both coach with me at Loretto Normanhurst, so I get the inside word on Leichhardt. And that was the Leichhardt composite coming in fourth from lane 8. And we've got the Sydney Rowing Club crew coached by Paddy Graham, Marcus Quitt and Hamish Hargens coming in 5th. And the Glebe crew
may have thought that they crossed the line already, but that's okay. They're through the line now. Great race from all crews there.
Yeah, definitely really good to see such a big field of under 19 athletes, especially given we've got Division 3 now, which will be more under 19 athletes. It's really good to see our junior club rowing expanding, not just the schools. Cool. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have some great news for the women's under 19 and under 21 double sculls. Could you please start getting on the water and paddle straight up to the start line? We're going to go ahead with race 75, 76 and 77. So that's another call for all women's under 19 and under 21 double sculls, race 75, 76 and 77. Please make your way onto the water and get ready to race. The racing is back on.
So underway we have the Division 3 of the men's under 19 and under 21 double scull with Mossman 2 in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5, St Augustine's in lane 6 and Kinross in lane 7.
As they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Mossman 2 of Banjo Kirkham and Rocco Griffiths in first place, followed by Leichhardt in second, St Augustine's in third, and Kinross Walleroy in fourth place. So I imagine Kinross and St Augustine's, they'll be getting ready for their schoolboy Head of the River next weekend on Sunday.
So coming through the 1,500, that Mossman crew has taken is extended the lead, followed by that, I think that's that Leichhardt crew, St Augustine's, and then Kinross. That Mossman crew looking really good coming into the last sort of 250 of the race, really long and just very, very, very accelerated through to the finish.
Yeah, all crews are looking great out there. Looks like the wind slightly died down and we haven't got as much rain out there, so slightly better conditions than what we just had about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's funny how the conditions can change so quickly. And coming into that last sort of 100 metres, that Mossman crew just lifting the rate up a little bit there, just winding home a little bit. There will be a race on here with Leichhardt and Augustine's, with St Augustine's really lifting the rate there, really trying to see if they can just make a move on that Leichhardt crew. But that Leichhardt crew has responded and absorbed their push, so I think they will get the upper hand over St Augustine's.
And Mossman look like they'll cross the line. The time of 7:16.
With Leichhardt coming through. Great race there between Leichhardt and St Augustine's. with Kinross to round out the field.
So well done to Banjo Kirkham and Rocco Griffiths, coached by Joshua Hewitt, for taking out the Division 3 of the men's under-19 double scull. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we might just have a little bit of a break here as we wait for races 75, 76 and 77 just to get down to the start line, and then we'll give you the final 3 races of racing today for Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Just while we've got a little bit of a break, just want to say a big thank you to all the staff at Sydney Rowing Club who have made this all happen, particularly Keith Jameson, the club president. I know he's worked very, very hard to make this all happen, and thank you to all the volunteers for coming out and timing and marshalling and whatever else, same as the Rowing New South Wales officials. We really appreciate it. Athletes, thank you for coming out. Coaches, thank you for coming out. Wouldn't be possible without you guys, so really, really appreciate it. Charlie, we should get on to getting some highlights up from the day. That would be pretty awesome, and to give the live stream viewers a bit of something to watch. There's been some awesome racing today. We should get on to Rowing New South Wales about getting some highlights up in this break.
Well, that's a great idea, Jackson. Well, since we're on highlights, what's your highlight of the day?
Look, I think it's really, really exciting to see the Youth 8 getting out for a row and getting on top of the Under-23 at an Open 8 from Sydney Rowing Club. I think that's definitely my highlight of the day. Very impressive row, very classy row. I think that was coached by Brooke Robertson and Jack Hargreaves, so well done to them.
Yes, they did have a fantastic race. I would say my highlight of the day is definitely the men's D and C grade. I think it was coxed fours, was it? A great finish, photo finish, really showed what racing is about here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. There's been some great racing from everyone today, so well done if you've raced, well done if you've supported, and well done if you coached. Spectators or athletes, I've just had a phone being handed to me. Alan Robertson's phone. So Alan Robertson, if you are around, please come down to the finish tower. We will hand it down to where the bow numbers are collected. So Alan Robertson, your phone has been handed in. So as you can see on the live stream, we've got the doubles getting ready to go. Looks like, is that the Sydney Uni and UTS? All they're communicating. I don't know about that. Oh, and they've got the call. We're on, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like they're starting to get in their boats, and we're gonna get this racing underway. So 3 races left on the left for today. In Division 1, we've got an under-21 final. In lane 3, it'll be Sydney University 1, Isabella Staley and Georgia Moran, coached by Philip Bourguignon and AB. In lane 4, UTS, Charlie Griebel and Hannah Alexander, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 5, Sydney University 2, Grace McInlay and Audrey Stigger. In lane 6, Sydney University 3, Georgina Stevenson and Charlotte Steele, coached by AB and Philip Bourguignon. So Phil Bourguignon is new to Sydney University this year. He has come from Molesey, I believe. Oh, sorry, UQ and before that Molesey. So seems to be a very good addition to the Sydney University team. We've got Hannah Cower joining us back on the commentary team. Charlie Hines just taking a quick break. Thank you, Charlie, for commentating with me so far, and hello, Hannah.
Hi, Jackson. Thanks, Charlie, for handing over the mic.
And a quick shout out to our boat holders today. Failed to mention them earlier when I was just giving out a bit of congrats to the team for making this happen today. They would be out there in the rain, lying down. It's not particularly fun out there, so thank you for making this happen.
Yeah, definitely the backbone of every regatta are the boat holders. So huge shout out to them. You can see them on the screen there. Great shot of the boat holders. Toughing it out in the rain. It's not an easy job.
I think they're definitely keen for these last 3 races to be over. Meanwhile, we're kicking and screaming here. We want to see these last 3 races come down.
Yeah, we're pretty eager to see some racing get back on. Looks like good conditions, Jackson.
Yeah, very, very good.
The calm after the storm, as they say.
Yeah, this is how we like Cirque to be. Definitely blows up a little bit. Hannah and I were out here 3 or 4 times a week with Loretta Normanhurst, so we get to see all sorts of different conditions out here.
Definitely, and this is probably some of the best conditions Cirque can produce. Here we go. Under 21 double scull, Division 1. Lining up here, and they're off. Race underway.
That small break, and now we're off, and UTS have had a great start there.
Very dominant, Jackson. Take it up about half a length there in the first 100 metres.
Very, very impressive.
Combo of Charlie Gribble and Hannah Alexander under the Gardens of Fenno. Previously at Mercantile before moving up to the Big Smoke.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with that women's program at UTS. They've definitely expanded a lot. I know they were very excited about their new Zooties recently.
Yeah, their new 776 Zooties. No, the UTS women's squad have been very dominant this season. Put out a very tough race at Gold Cup and at States. Definitely giving Sydney Rowing Club.
Hannah, you were in that race, weren't you?
I was, and
how did that go?
Yeah, good. Took the win at state champs, but very much had to tussle with UTS to take that win. They put out a hard fight, and yeah, the girls got the job done, but only just. So, yeah, huge kudos to UTS.
Yeah, great to see more competitiveness going on in.
Yeah, it's good to see their women's program really building up over this last season. It's really awesome to see. So, and as you can tell here right now, that UTS doubles off to a really strong lead in the first 500.
Yeah, very, very commanding lead as the camera sort of zooms out to get the other crews in shot.
Yeah, very dominant lead. Haven't even hit the 500 just yet, but they've got clear water of about 2 boat lengths, 3 boat lengths.
Yep, so they'll cross the 500 metre mark with a time of 1:54. It's quite close there between Sydney University 2 and Sydney University 1.
Bit of internal competition,
yes.
Healthy competition, I'm sure.
Always good. Looks like it's going to give AB and Phil a bit of a headache if this Sydney University 2 beats the Sydney University 1.
Yeah, that's right. 8-second lead there from UTS through the 500. Great shot there of UTS double in lane 6.
Sorry, Sydney Uni double.
Sorry. Thanks for the correction.
Not
there,
a problem, Hannah.
That's Georgina Stevenson and Charlotte Steele in lane 6 there on the camera, panning to the beautiful bridge of the 750. Oh, and that's Sydney Uni in lane 5 there, and then panning across now to UTS quite far ahead there on camera. Awesome lead from the girls in black and teal of Iron Cove, Haberfield.
Yeah, looks like this will be a combo to look out for at the National Championships in 3 weeks down in Barrington. So definitely keep your eyes out for Charlie Grable and Hannah Alexander.
So if you just draw your attention to the podium, we've got the men's under 21 under 21 coxed 4. My apologies. A couple of races back earlier today. It's actually a state championship event that is held here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So congratulations to those boys who took out gold in the under 21 coxed 4. And I'm sure we will see them soon down in Lake Barrington, Jackson.
Yes, absolutely. Well done. Well done to the Sydney University crew. I believe that is Sam Basher, Monty Salabank, Matthew Coleman and Raphael Corbett coxed by Sophia Tayeb.
Yeah, congratulations to the Sydney Uni 4. Best of luck for Nationals. Passing through the 1K now, back to the double scull. UTS still holding a 12-second lead now, so really stretching out their lead.
Yeah, they've extended that by 4 seconds, so great move there through the second 500.
And I'm sure they're going to have a dominant third 500 here. Jackson?
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Hannah. Charlie and I mentioned highlights just a little bit earlier. Hannah, what has been your highlighted today?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I've got a few.
Yeah, hit me.
First one would be the win from Pymble Ladies College.
Yes, that was very, very impressive.
They were racing against themselves in the schoolgirl event, but they actually beat the whole field of women's open eights and under 21 eights.
Yeah, and there was I believe they beat a Olympic gold medalist in the Sydney.
They did. And they set a very impressive time of 6:38, which is a very dominant time and something that we'll keep an eye out in a week's time.
Yes, with the schoolgirl head of the river coming up next week. So I think Kinross just pipped them at state championships 2 weekends ago. So bit of fire.
Yeah, I'm sure Pymble are ready to rock up and reclaim the gold this year at Head of the River. So best of luck to those girls and to their coach.
Yes, absolutely. And as we turn our attention back to the Division 1, they've come through the 1,500 metre mark, and UTS have held that lead of 12 seconds over Sydney University 2. Looks like they've taken the rate of striking down a fraction. Probably just don't have that pressure of a crew sitting right beside them. Taking their foot off the gas a touch. That Sydney University 2 crew has extended their lead, though, over Sydney University 1, having a 7-second margin. So, look, maybe the ordering needs to be flipped.
Maybe. I will say that Sydney University 2 crew holding their margin to the UTS crew in this third 500. So putting out a consistent third 500 from that University 2 double. Coming into the final 250 though, UTS looking pretty comfortable. I'm sure Fenno's pretty stoked with this result. He's had quite a few good results from UTS today.
Yeah, it's been a great showing from all clubs, I think.
Yeah, I agree,
Yeah, we don't get to do this too often as rowing clubs. We sort of only target the small boats in the States, and so Sydney Rowing Club Regatta is a pretty big mark in the calendar for most club crews. So it's great to see everyone show up, and again, thank you for coming down. As the UTS crew coming through the last 10 metres, and they've just held that commanding lead. Finished with a time of 8:08, and that Sydney University 2 crew have held their position, and seems relatively unchanged from the first 500 metres.
That's right, Jackson. Great race there from all crews here in the under 21 women's double. And again, huge thank you to all athletes who raced today at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
And now Division 2, so 2 more races left for today. We've got 2 under 19 double scull events. So in this next race, we've got Mossman in lane 3 of Ava Baker and Catherine Walsh. In lane 4, Nepean 1, Jessica Harris and Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Mars Harold. In lane 5, Mossman, that is Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 6, Nepean 3, Elise Currell, Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George, Mars Harold. And lane 7, Leichhardt, Mia Simkovic, Sophie Moore, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr.
So, Jackson, I reckon the double to watch in this race is lane 5 Mossman. That's the combo of Eloise and Elise coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt. They earlier were in a quad with Paddy Boland and Summer Phillips that took a very dominant lead in the under-19 quad. And I believe this double is pretty unstoppable as a combo.
Yes, absolutely. Elise Coates' dad, Ian Coates, helped us out a bit at Normo, Hannah. And we've actually got a few relations in this field, Nepean. They are also, Daniel Adele runs the junior program at Loretto Normanhurst and doing a great job of that.
Yeah, awesome guy, Dan, doing an amazing job at Nepean Rowing Club, keeping a very strong junior program going on there. And
yes, absolutely.
Coaching alongside him is one of our good friends, Miles Harold.
Yes, correct. Sydney Rowing Club athlete.
Yeah, a stellar athlete here at Sydney Rowing Club, and I've mentioned it earlier today, but Nepean Rowing Club is his OG place of rowing, so it's nice to see him giving back to where he started.
Absolutely. And we've also got in lane 7, Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr, who both coach with us at Loretto Normanhurst. So a big Loretto Normanhurst coaching field out there today, which is always good to see.
Yeah, very good to see. And looks like this under-19 double passing through the 500 now is shaping up to be a good race here.
Sorry for that. Sorry about that. This is actually Division 3. So we've been reading out Division 2. This is Division 3. We've only just picked up on it. Apologies for that. So it is at Nepean 2 in lane 3 of Vitti Young and Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Dell, Angus George and Miles Harold. In lane 4, Mossman 2 of Lottie Ravenstein, Freda Kirkham, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 5, Sydney, Lara Petrosi and Katia Reek, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 6, Sydney University, Sophie Jones and Emily Barrett, coached by AB and Phil Birmingham. In lane 7, Mossman 3, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong, coached by Joshua Hewitt. And as we go through the 1 kilometre mark, it is Mossman 2 of Lottie Ravenstein and Freda Kirkham out in front, with Sydney University's Sophie Jones and Emily Barrett closely followed behind them.
Yeah, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Seems to be a change up on the start line there. Maybe a few issues with the starting blocks, but this Division 3 race is well underway with a very strong showing again from Mossman. They seem to have a very dominant emerging junior program coming out of Mossman in this last year. Taken under, Alfie Young's made the move from Sydney Uni to Mossman, and he is doing an amazing job over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Full credit to the coaching staff there. They've shown athletes across men and women sculling side of things. Really, really impressive as they come down through the red boys. That is Mossman out ahead. Very commanding lead here.
Yeah, Mossman 2 of Lottie Ravenstein and Freda Kirkham. So very dominant win here. I would definitely keep your eyes out for many Mossman under-19 crews out at Nationals. They could be potential future under-19 representatives on the Australian team this year. So that's Mossman 2 coming through
and
with
I think Mossman 3 might get second.
Wow, very strong.
So they've reversed that margin on Sydney University of 6 seconds at the 1 kilometre mark. Very, very impressive racing.
There's been a bit of a mix-up on our end with the live stream. Sorry, everyone. But winners of Division 2, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates take out the win from Mossman. And then we now have Division 3 passing through the final 250 here, rounding out our last race of today's regatta. And it looks like Mossman is still holding that lead there. Lane 4 of Lottie Ramstein and Frida Kirkham. So Mossman 1 of Elise Stevens and Elise Coates take out Division 2. And it looks like Mossman 2 will take out Division 3.
Yeah, full credit to the Mossman coaching staff, as we mentioned earlier, taking out both divisions.
And a stellar finish there from that Mossman double here in Division 3 of today's racing.
And a little bit bigger margins for this race. Sydney University in second. It's quite close here for third place, the Sydney Rowing Club crew or the Mossman crew. Looks like we're going to have a good finish here. I think it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew that has half a length at the moment. And they should hold on to that. Sorry, that's an opinion.
So just reviewing the times here, Division 2, Mossman 1 finished, that's Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, finished with a provisional time of 7:43 flat. And their teammates in Division 3 finished with a 7:48.25. So I don't know about you, Jackson, but that is some good training competition going on there at Mossman.
Absolutely. To get first and second in Division 2 and first and fourth in Division 3, very, very, very impressive.
And that rounds out our day of racing. Thank you, everyone, coaches, rowers, spectators that attended the 2026 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. I don't know about you, but I thought it was a stellar regatta.
Yes, hugely successful day. Again, just to reiterate what Hannah said, very big thank you to everyone involved today. Thank you for making this all happen. I know I was fortunate enough to race twice today, and that wouldn't have been possible without all the hard work that has been put on behind the scenes.
Huge shout out to our club president, Keith Jamison, for taking the reins and running the ship of this regatta.
Yeah, he's just under the tent there, I think. So if you see him around, go and say g'day to him. Go and say a big thank you. Wouldn't be possible without him.
And some amazing racing that happened today. And I know for sure that I'm pretty excited for Nationals in just under 3 weeks' time. So keen to see those who race today down in Lake Barrington.
Absolutely. Tune in 3 weeks.